Chapter 4008. The fourth elder of the Dragon Palace stood in the seawater and quietly watched this strange phenomenon. He pondered inwardly, the stacked jade legacy realm is admittedly a fragment of the dragon domain, there is another universe within it. However, the Dragon Island is not the dragon domain after all. This stacked jade legacy realm will eventually disappear one day. If we don't hurry up and find that thing, how can we establish a connection with the dragon domain? Wouldn't the sacrifice of the 3 dragon sages be in vain? After watching for a moment, the fourth elder of the Dragon Island shouted loudly, "Protect the stacked jade legacy realm well. If there is any abnormality, immediately report to the Dragon Palace." Yes. The dragon soldiers guarding at a distant place complied and flew over. However, they didn't firmly protect the golden crystal. Instead, they protected the crystal and the scattered gravel near the crystal. The gravel that exploded earlier now seemed to have a life of its own. They turned into water droplets little by little, then moved towards the crystal floating in the water. Although these dragon soldiers and dragon generals were on alert, each and every one of them had a joyful expression on their face. After all, this pure dragon chi came from the stacked jade legacy realm. It was several times denser than the Dragon Island. Even if they didn't cultivate, their strength would still increase rapidly. As for Xiaofan, when his figure crashed into the crystal, a feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on his body came from his dragon vein dharma body. It was as if his entire body was 100 times heavier than before. Boom! Without any noise, Xiaohua's figure fell down like a meteorite. The dragon chi that killed the humans earlier immediately rushed into the dragon vein dharma body frantically. Roar! Dragon vein Xiaohua didn't say anything all along. At this moment, he let out a long roar and operated the dragon transformation secret art frantically. The seemingly corporeal dragon chi formed one after another tiny whirlpool and rushed into the dragon vein dharma body. The dragon vein dharma body actually gradually became plump. Damn it! Xiaohua sensed the joy of the dragon vein dharma body and cursed inwardly, this stacked jade legacy realm is just like a Dao sex paradise. The dragon chi inside is very suitable for the dragon race to cultivate. No wonder the descendants of the dragon race are crying and shouting to come in. Looking at this situation, even if they don't get anything in this legacy realm, just the dragon chi absorbed here is enough for them. However, fellow dragon vein dharma body, can we fly first? Oh no! Xiaohua wanted to urge his avatar to stop the falling momentum, but he saw a huge mountain range, a huge tree, and a boulder several thousand feet in size. Then, there was no more. Boom! Xiaohua landed on a boulder. However, this boulder didn't shatter under his attack. It only split into 2 halves with a cracking sound. Looking at the huge rock, a golden crystal also fell to the ground. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua crawled up from the ground with difficulty, rubbed his butt, and complained, "I don't have any objections to you eating and drinking dragon energy, but can't you fly first? Don't you know that landing posture is very ugly?" Dragon vein Xiaohua spoke with excitement, "This is a fragment of the dragon realm? Was it a corner of the dragon field? I feel that this place is really great. It is much better than the hidden immortal continent and even the Dragon Island." Xiaohua replied snappily, "That's for you. Compared to me, this is the celestial world. How can it not be good? Didn't I painstakingly train to ascend and become an immortal? You can ascend and become an immortal all of a sudden, how can it not be beautiful? Unfortunately, this is only a fragment of the dragon field. Moreover, it seems like the connection with the dragon field has already been cut off. Otherwise, I really want to hide here and not go out." Dragon vein Xiaohua is still channeling his energy while talking with Xiaohua. That dragon energy unceasingly rushes into his body. Humph, is there anything else to say? It is definitely a fragment, moreover, the connection with the dragon field has been cut off. Xiao Hua sneered, otherwise, the 9 elders of the Dragon Island would have already entered. Who would have the patience to train bitterly in the Dragon Island? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua noticed the golden crystal on the ground and asked in a low voice, "This is a dragon crystal, right?" Xiao Hua raised his hand and waved. That crystal didn't have any movement. Xiao Hua's magic power only leaked out of his body, but it couldn't go very far. Xiao Hua's expression changed. He hurriedly released his divine sense, Buddhist sense, and soul sense. Unfortunately, no matter which one it was, it couldn't go very far. This is troublesome. Although it isn't as serious as what the Dragon Hall Great Elder said, it is almost the same. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the hazy surroundings within the dragon energy. That distant mountain peak soars into the sky and the dense forest similarly covers the sun. If he didn't use his divine sense, how could he distinguish the danger with his naked eyes? At the same time that Xiao Hua was secretly complaining, he also used the eye-clearing technique and elemental sense that he wasn't very good at. Fortunately, elemental sense can be used a bit in this stacked Jade Legacy realm. Although it can't go as far as the divine sense outside, it is better than nothing. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. He bent down and picked up the crystal. He squinted his eyes and looked at it. This crystal is different from the crystal in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. It is irregular and the surface also doesn't have the small dragon scale-shaped flat surface. When Xiao Hua raised the crystal and looked at the light coming from the sky, the crystal is completely bright inside. It doesn't have the flowing colors of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Fellow Taoist, don't think too much. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile, if I didn't expect, this dragon crystal is condensed from the dragon energy of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. It is the same as the elemental stones of the hidden immortal continent. However, this stacked Jade Legacy realm is a fragment of the dragon domain. This dragon crystal must contain a lot of dragon energy. It is just right for I to use. Hearing this, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked, fellow Taoist Dragon Vein, do you feel that the dragon race's heavenly dragon speech technique is somewhat similar to my Dao sex magic? I have never seen the true heavenly dragon speech technique. However, didn't fellow Taoist also comprehend this dragon transformation art? Are there traces of Dao sex magic inside? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua reminded, especially the first layer of the dragon transformation art is to temper the dragon body. It is extremely similar to the tempering of meridians in Dao sex magic. Oh, look at this dragon crystal again. Isn't it the same as the Dao sex elemental stones? Right, try tempering this dragon crystal using the method of tempering the earth crystal Yao milk in the past. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with understanding as he handed the dragon crystal to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the dragon crystal entered his mouth. However, after a moment, his face was filled with astonishment as he said with a somewhat hurried tone, fellow Taoist, you are right. This dragon crystal can indeed be tempered. However, the effect of this dragon crystal is different from the earth crystal Yao milk. It can enrich I's body. Good. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, since that is the case, I will get more dragon crystals with you. Also, fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua reminded again, since you can use elemental thoughts in this legacy realm, I presume fellow Taoist's demon body can also use it. Even if the dragon race is somewhat different from the demon race, they are still demons after all. I understand. Xiao Hua looked at the trees and rocks that were much larger than him and nodded, this place is similar to the legacy realm. Everything is like a prehistoric land. If you want to survive here, you must use your transcendence golden body. As he spoke, Xiao Hua urged the demon aura in his body. His body flashed with a dark golden luster as his transcendence golden body was displayed and turned into 100 feet in size. At the same time that Xiao Hua used his divine ability, dragon vein Xiaohua also flew out from Xiaohua's body. Sure enough, Xiaohua, who had lost the protection of the dragon aura, although there was a slight sizzling sound all over his body, the extremely rich dragon aura could no longer cause substantial harm to Xiaohua. Boom! As soon as Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was formed, he immediately took out the wishful staff in his hand and hit a huge rock. In the roar, the huge rock was split into two and the golden dragon crystal could be seen inside. Xiaohua released his mind and rolled it slightly, and the dragon crystal was taken into the space. Roar! Dragon vein Xiaohua roared, and his dragon tail hit another huge rock. Unfortunately, dragon vein Xiaohua's tail seemed thin and the huge rock did not split. Huh, fellow Taoist, you still don't have a body and can't take shape. How can you destroy this huge rock? Xiaohua laughed, you should cultivate by yourself first and let I help you get the dragon crystal. Okay, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. Dragon vein Xiaohua was not polite. He responded and urged the dragon transformation secret art, and the rich dragon aura of nearly 1,000 feet gathered again. Dragon vein Xiaohua was good at refining the heaven and earth essence qi, and he did not have a body at all. The dragon aura was like a part of his body. Once it came into contact with dragon vein Xiaohua, it immediately integrated into it. Dragon vein Xiaohua's cultivation speed here was simply 100 times faster than in the hidden immortal continent. Dragon vein Xiaohua cultivated endlessly. Xiaohua was not idle either. Holding the wishful staff, he cracked the huge rocks one by one. What made Xiaohua overjoyed was that there was a dragon crystal in each huge rock. Xiaohua had already picked up dozens of pieces of it. In the valley where Xiaohua fell, there were not many huge rocks left. Xiaohua released his essence perception and had a rough look. He then urged the demon cloud to forcefully fly to a mountain rock. This mountain rock was only at a corner of the mountain peak, and Xiaohua couldn't see very far from it. The mountain peak where Xiaohua was at was surrounded by towering mountain ranges. There were some valleys between the mountain ranges. These valleys and mountain ranges were covered by rich dragon aura. Xiaohua could not see clearly what it was like in the distance. Xiaohua looked up at the steep mountain range. He was not in a hurry. He jumped down from the mountain rock and slowly walked to another valley. There were some huge rocks scattered there. There was no sun or moon in the stacked jadeite legacy realm. Estimating the time, Xiaohua worked hard like this for 3 days in a row. He searched all the mountain valleys within a radius of a few li and collected hundreds and thousands of dragon crystals. Looking at the rubble everywhere, Xiaohua clapped his hands in satisfaction and put away the wishful staff. He looked at the gray sky again and said puzzledly, "What's going on with this Ao Sheng? Didn't we agree to let me wait in the same place and he could rely on the secret technique of the dragon clan to find me? It's been 3 days, why hasn't he come yet? Without his guidance, how can I find the dragon cleansing pool? Not to mention that the location of the dragon cleansing pool is different from last time, even if the location of the dragon cleansing pool is recorded in the true dragon tablet, can I find it myself?" Chapter 4009. At this time, Xiaohua wanted to call Fu Jiwen and the others out, but looking at the surrounding dragon qi that could burst the body of an ordinary monster, Xiaohua still extinguished this thought. Forget it, let's walk around casually first. Xiaohua thought for a moment and made a decision, I can't just stay here and not move. Unfortunately, Xiaohua only walked a few li, and before he stepped out of the mountain range, his attention fell into a valley again. This valley was about 1,000 zhang high and several thousand zhang wide, and it was filled with large and small boulders. Xiaohua's gaze seemed to have seen through the boulders and saw the dragon crystal inside. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed and threw the idea of looking for Ao Sheng to the back of his mind. He rushed into the valley with large strides and began to smash the boulders to search for the crystal again. After smashing for a while, shwa. A yuan sense swept over from a distance. After this yuan sense fell on Xiao Hua's body, it swept across the entire valley and then withdrew without stopping. Oh? Is it Ao Sheng? Xiao Hua put away the wishful staff, straightened up, and looked outside the valley. In just half a cup of tea's time, a roar came from the sky, "Human, quickly get out of here." Along with this nauseating sound, 1,000 zhang long earthy yellow dragon swayed its tail and fell from the sky. At this time, the surface of this dragon's body was different from that of the dragon island. It seemed to be covered with a thick layer of armor. The rich dragon chi wrapped his dragon body tightly, and the dragon chi was full of whirlpools. Layers of earthy clouds floated around the armor. In particular, in this stacked jade legacy realm, the dragon might of the dragon race was even more fierce. Before he even got close, the dragon might firmly covered Xiao Hua, as if it wanted to give Xiao Hua a show of strength. Xiao Hua was not nervous at all. He looked at the dragon with interest and said with a smile, "Immortal friend, which dragon palace are you from? Don't you know what is first come first serve? I am from the South Sea Dragon Palace." The dragon did not hide his identity and shouted, "You, a human, can enter the stacked jade legacy realm to gain experience. It is already a great fortune. You still want to talk to me about first come first serve? To tell you the truth, in this stacked jade legacy realm, strength is everything. Not to mention you, even if Ao Sheng is here, as long as he can't beat me, he will have to give up this valley. I see that you are a human. I am afraid that you don't understand the rules here, so I am so long-winded with you. If you still don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite." While speaking, the dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws and pounced on Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua, he was still a child in front of 1,000 zhang long dragon. Roar! Just at this time, dragon vein Xiao Hua suddenly rushed out from high up in the valley. He let out a long roar in midair, and actually seemed like a huge dragon that was several thousand meters long as he swayed his head and tail and pounced over. Dragon vein Xiao Hua didn't have the body of a real dragon. Previously, he was lying on top of the mountain range and absorbing the endless dragon chi as much as he wanted. Therefore, the huge dragon didn't notice dragon vein Xiao Hua's trace at all. At this moment, when it saw dragon vein Xiao Hua pouncing over, it was so scared that it trembled. However, the giant dragon only trembled for a moment before immediately noticing Xiao Hua's abnormality. He suddenly looked at Xiao Hua again as if he had thought of something. You are Xiao Hua of the Dao sect of the human race?" The huge dragon stopped and asked in surprise. Xiao Hua nodded and replied, "That's right, it's me. No wonder you are so fearless." The giant dragon hurriedly released his yuanshen and said, "So Ao Sheng is here too." However, the giant dragon looked for a moment and did not see Ao Sheng. A strange look unwittingly appeared on his face and he said with a smile, "I understand. When you entered the stacked jade legacy realm and separated from Ao Sheng, he still hasn't found you. Ha ha ha. The heavens have really opened their eyes. I've just entered the stacked jade legacy realm and I've already encountered such a great lucky chance." As it spoke, the giant dragon's body flashed with golden light, and its body continued to expand. It gave up on Xiao Hua and pounced towards the dragon vein Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua stared blankly and hastily cried out, "That vile dragon! We are all from the Dragon Island who came to the stacking jade legacy realm to gain experience. If you want the dragon crystal in this valley, this Xiao can give it to you. Why must you attack this Xiao? What do you know?" The huge dragon roared and shouted, "Although this dragon crystal can be used for cultivation and strengthen this daddy's dragon chi, how can it compare to the nourishment of your human bloodline? Be obedient and let this lousy devour your bloodline and help this lousy step into the sun-devouring realm." Roar! How could the dragon vein Xiao Hua give in? With a loud roar, the giant dragon's body relentlessly coiled over. "Huh! The giant dragon laughed loudly. Its dragon claws streaked across the air, raising wind blades that were similar to flying swords. Its dragon tail also swayed and struck towards the back of the dragon vane Xiaohua. On the ferocious dragon head, a pair of dragon horns produced a strong fluctuation. That fluctuation gradually condensed into a strange dragon rune in the air. It's just blood qi. I don't know how much I've eaten back then. Today, this lousy is lucky to have met you as soon as I entered. I'm afraid that this luck will be envied by the other dragons. Hee hee. Xiaohua sneered. At this moment, he suddenly understood the look in the eyes of those dragons when they looked at him before he entered the stacked jade legacy realm. That strange look was not envy, jealousy, or hatred, but covetous. Covetous like a dog seeing a meat bun. Roar. The dragon vane Xiaohua screamed. The giant dragon's dragon claws slashed down and instantly cut open his dragon body. Although this dragon body had already been tempered by the dragon transformation art, after all, it was still a short time. Especially this dragon body, it was not a real dragon body at all. Immediately after, with a loud bang, the giant dragon's dragon tail smashed onto the back of the dragon vane Xiaohua. Not only did it shatter the dragon body, it also hit the dragon vane Xiaohua more than 300 meters down. At this moment, the giant dragon's dragon horns condensed like a giant sword. As long as the giant sword of the dragon crystal slashed down, the dragon vane Xiaohua would definitely be split into two and fall into the giant dragon's mouth to be eaten. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was already regarded as a dead object, was still unhurried. With a cold face, he looked at the raging giant dragon and asked, "Looks like you've swallowed a lot of human blood qi." "Huh, you humans worship my dragon race, isn't it because you want to submit to my dragon race? Besides, you humans are originally my dragon race's food. Being able to be eaten by me is your fortune." The giant dragon laughed loudly. "Once you're in my stomach, let my dragon qi nourish you every day." As it spoke, the giant sword appeared at the giant dragon's dragon horn. The wind and clouds above the entire valley surged. A giant sword-shaped dragon rune made a loud noise and smashed towards the dragon vane Xiaohua's body. "You're just a star-plucking realm little dragon, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of me." Xiaohua smiled coldly. Demonic clouds swirled around his body. Heavenly Law Embodiment Technique and Heavenly Human Body Bestowment Technique were used once again. The draconic qi that was previously occupied by the giant dragon also crazily entered Xiaohua's Dharma idol. What was special was that even the mighty dragon runes paled in comparison to the surging clouds. When the giant dragon saw this, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. However, seeing that the dragon rune had already fallen, a mocking look appeared in his eyes. He knew in his heart that as long as his dragon rune fell, Xiaohua's dragon blood dharma body would definitely be shattered, and without the support of the bloodline, the human race would be as fragile as a paper lantern. Woo! Just when the giant dragon thought that victory was in his hands, he saw Xiaohua's dharma body suddenly wave, and a thick iron staff appeared in his hand. The iron staff made a roaring sound and smashed towards the dragon rune with lightning speed. Has this person lost his mind? The giant dragon couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. The dragon claws danced again, grabbing towards Xiaohua's heart. He laughed wildly and said, "Human race, let me taste your heart and see if it's as big as I think." Boom! The giant dragon's dragon claws had just explored when the wishful steel staff suddenly swelled and hit the dragon rune. In the huge roar, a corner of the dragon rune was smashed, and the power of the entire dragon rune was reduced by 30%. However, the dragon rune seemed to have the essence of the giant dragon mixed in it. At the moment when the wishful steel staff hit, it drifted a few feet and avoided the wishful steel staff. The remaining 70% of the giant sword shape did not stop and still fell with a roar. This is interesting. The giant dragon was surprised. The dragon claws that could crush ordinary magic weapons had already reached not far from Xiaohua's heart, and the fierce strength had covered Xiaohua's dark golden skin. Roar! The dragon vein Xiaohua screamed, and the huge body flew in the direction of Xiaohua. The dragon rune was like a sword that also slashed towards Xiaohua. Fight! Xiaohua roared, clenched his right fist, and greeted the dragon rune. Xiaohua's fist was like a meteor, and the battle momentum was like a tide. The surging fighting spirit in his body could pierce the sky. Boom! Compared to the previous impact of the wishful steel staff, it was even more earth-shattering. Half of the dragon rune was shattered by Xiaohua's right fist, and the other half fell on Xiaohua's arm. Under the powerful force, cracks appeared on Xiaohua's right fist, and his shoulder was also torn a few feet long. Even Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was also beaten to the ground by the dragon rune. While the dragon was still in shock, its eyes flashed with a sinister light. The dragon claw suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared in midair. After a few breaths of time, the dragon claw appeared in front of Xiaohua's chest and landed on Xiaohua's chest with a ka-cha-cha sound. A bone-deep injury appeared in the dark golden color. Roar! The dragon roared. The dragon aura within several dozen li became violent again. The dragon claw flashed with an earthen yellow brilliance and went straight for Xiaohua's chest. Huh! Just when the mouth and nose of the giant dragon had smelled the sweetness of the human heart, Xiaohua's laughter came. The dragon claws of the giant dragon suddenly seemed to be imprisoned by a boulder, and could no longer pierce into Xiaohua's body. Moreover, the dragon's eyes were dazzled. Xiaohua's fist was several times more violent than before, and suddenly hit the chest of the giant dragon. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the almost indestructible dragon scales were suddenly shattered. The strength of the fist was like a mountain falling down, and the giant dragon's eyes turned black, and it almost fell from the sky. Chapter 40:10. How is this possible? The giant dragon was shocked. Its neck struggled frantically, and its bloody mouth was about to swallow Xiaohua's head. Come on! Xiaohua shouted, and his body once again emitted a whimpering sound like a tide, and his transcendence golden body swelled again. Boom! Without waiting for the giant dragon's bloody mouth to fall, the wishful steel staff flashed mysteriously. The giant dragon had no time to dodge and was hit on the bridge of its nose. The giant dragon roared, and tears flowed uncontrollably from its nose. Even its fierce eyes flashed with blood. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the giant dragon was about to swing its tail to kill Xiaohua from behind, it heard a series of movements. A fist wind that could shatter a mountain fell on the body of the giant dragon like raindrops. This fist was so hard that not only did it disperse the dragon chi around the giant dragon's body, but it also knocked off the dragon's scales. Even the dragon's body under the dragon's scales was hit with a huge crack, and the dragon's blood had already flowed out. Damn it, damn it! The dragon tried its best to pull out its dragon claw, but the dragon claw seemed to have been cast into Xiaohua's body. No matter how hard the dragon tried, it couldn't pull it out. The dragon couldn't help but roar. Waves of dragon breath blew out from its bloody mouth like a gale. Fellow Taoist, it's your turn. In the face of the dragon's breath that couldn't be dealt with by spiritual power, Xiaohua was not nervous. He laughed and lifted his left foot, kicking toward the abdomen of the giant dragon. Woo-woo! Dragon vein Xiaohua had been hovering behind Xiaohua. Now that he heard Xiaohua's command, he proudly raised his head from the top of Xiaohua's head. The dragon's mouth, which was larger than the southern sea giant dragon, opened, and a powerful suction force was born from the dragon's mouth. With the suction force, dragon vein Xiaohua's true dragon aura suddenly bloomed, like a tide pressing down on the giant dragon. This is true dragon chi. How can you have true dragon chi? The figure of the southern sea giant dragon couldn't help but tremble. The dragon's breath changed direction under this suction force and flew toward dragon vein Xiaohua. Not good. When the southern sea giant dragon saw the dragon breath land in Xiaohua's mouth and was immediately swallowed by him, it immediately became vigilant and struggled with all its might, wanting to escape from Xiaohua's hands. Unfortunately, just as he struggled, Xiaohua's fists and kicks and the wishful staff fell again. The southern sea dragon could only deal with it tiredly. In just a few moments, the southern sea giant dragon's skin and flesh were lacerated, and dragon blood flowed out. This was nothing. What caused the southern sea dragon's soul to fly out of his body was that the dragon vein Xiaohua, who was supposed to be devoured by him, had now opened his bloody mouth. A surging suction force was sucking away the dragon aura within his body. No matter how he activated the Dragon Clan's secret technique, he was unable to stop the dragon aura from flying out of his body. Under normal circumstances, the giant dragon of the southern sea would have either torn his opponent to shreds or fled immediately. Either way, he would have been able to escape death. However, at this moment, his dragon claws were embedded in Xiaohua's body and could not be pulled out. Xiaohua's physical body and martial arts were several levels above his. Even if he wanted to escape, he could not. Roar! The southern sea dragon let out a sorrowful cry, and a washbasin-sized dragon pearl was spat out from his mouth. As soon as the dragon pearl fell into the air, the dragon aura within 100 miles seemed to boil and rushed toward the dragon pearl. A fierce little dragon of 100 feet in size flashed with dragon patterns as it fiercely rushed toward dragon vein Xiaohua. The little dragon was only 1,000 feet away from the dragon vein Xiaohua. Hundreds of spatial cracks appeared in this 1,000 feet space as the little dragon flew past. Within those cracks, there was an endless amount of dragon chi that seemed to be even smaller little dragons surging out. When dragon vein Xiaohua saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha, what a stupid dragon. If you fight with I face to face, how can I be your opponent? But if you take out this dragon aura and dragon pearl, even if you have 2 more, you are still not I's opponent. With that, dragon vein Xiaohua's body surged with powerful dragon aura, and suddenly, it shrouded the surrounding hundreds of feet of space. The void that was torn by the dragon pearl was instantly repaired by dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon aura, and the seemingly endless dragon aura fell into dragon vein Xiaohua's body. Your bloodline can still speak? The southern sea dragon was shocked and cried out, could it be, you have already mastered the art of fake body? This is impossible. Woo! As dragon vein Xiaohua rushed over, the fierce dragon pearl also fell into his mouth. No matter how the southern sea dragon urged the dragon pearl, there was no movement. How could Xiaohua answer the question of the southern sea dragon? His face showed a fierce expression, and his hands waved at the same time. Boom! The southern sea dragon was overturned on the ground, and then his right hand raised to the sky, raised the wishful steel staff, and stabbed towards the neck of the southern sea dragon. Puff! The sound of silk being torn was heard, and the wishful steel staff penetrated the body of the southern sea dragon and went straight into the ground. The dragon roared in pain, and its whole body rolled on the ground crazily. However, the wishful steel staff penetrated the ground like a sea-stabilizing needle, nailing the southern sea dragon there. This old man's disciple has long wanted to eat dragon meat skewers, and this old man wants to find an evil dragon to pull out the dragon tendons and skin the dragon. You are good. Seeing this old man, you didn't hide, but actually came over. You must have eaten too many people before, and those vengeful spirits sent you here. As the saying goes, if you often stand by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? You will admit defeat today. Xiaohua sneered, raised his hand, and grabbed the tail of the southern sea dragon. His 5 fingers grabbed the tail, and immediately, a thumb-thick dragon tendon was held in his hand. You dare! The Southern Sea Dragon shouted, "This is the fragment of the dragon domain. If you dare to attack my dragon race, the dragon domain Shenron will definitely kill you." Since you know it's a fragment, don't expect anything from the Shenron. Xiaohua laughed. Besides, no matter where you are, if you dare to kill my human race cultivators, this old man will dare to kill your dragon race. Ah! The Southern Sea Dragon screamed, and the dragon body collapsed to the ground. The tough dragon tendon was pulled out by Xiaohua. Taking advantage of the collapse of the Southern Sea Dragon's body, Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's figure fell on his dragon body, but a shadow came out of the Southern Sea Dragon's body and fell into Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's body. Woo woo! Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua made a sound without wind, and within his whole body, endless dragon runes rolled, and a ray of light gushed out, shooting straight into the air. Ha ha ha! Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed, and the dragon chi overflowed. Fellow Taoist, you said it very well. If you often stand by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? This evil dragon usually devours the blood of the dragon race's descendants, but I didn't expect it to be devoured by I today. With this evil dragon's blood essence, I can cultivate for 100 years less. Humph. Seeing that the Southern Sea Dragon's blood essence and dragon chi were gone, Xiaohua also hardened his heart and coldly snorted, "Those who kill will be killed. Even if it's the dragon race, it's the same." Then, Xiaohua pulled out the wishful staff, released his mind, and put the Southern Sea Dragon into the space, and threw the dragon tendon to Fujiwen and the others. Putting aside whether or not Yuanya had really barbecued this Southern Sea Giant Dragon, Xiaohua withdrew his transcendence golden body and looked at the dragon vein that was boiling with dragon runes. He frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist, could it be that you also want to devour more dragons in this stacked Jade Legacy realm?" He he. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua laughed. "I know that the demon race uses devouring as the orthodox cultivation method, but I have never devoured a dragon race, and I don't know the mystery inside. Today, after a little test, I already know the mystery inside. The demon race is different from the human race. They devour the power of the stars and moon, devour dragon chi, and their cultivation is devouring. I am dragon bloodline, so I can naturally devour everything in the world." Alas, Xiaohua sighed, and said with some disappointment, "Maybe. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to sigh." Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua said, "You and I are different, there is no need to compare, and there is no need to worry. This little one cultivates the Confucian Tao, and the main purpose is to refine the breath of life in the chest. Buddha Bodhi cultivates Dharma, and has long been on a different path from us. Now that fellow Taoist dragon bloodline devours dragon chi, isn't it the same as fellow Taoist heavenly phoenix cultivates the bloodline of the holy? Doesn't your Tao sect have a saying that the heavens and earth are not benevolent, treating all things as straw dogs? Look at that Southern Sea Dragon just now. In your opinion, his crime of devouring the blood of human cultivators is unforgivable, but in his eyes, this is an extremely normal thing. Fellow Taoist, don't worry." Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua said with a smile, "Humans are human because they have humanity. I am a clone of the human race, relying on the humanity in my heart. I will not casually harm the heavens and bully the weak." He, you don't have to say anything more." Xiaohua smiled slightly. "I have 10 primordial spirits, and each of us has our own path, each of us has our own opportunities. How can I not know this? I just feel a little lonely, and in the future, we may go further and further away. Perhaps." Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua and Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua were both speechless. Not bad, there are so many dragon crystals." Xiaohua raised his head and looked over, only to see that at the place where he was fighting with the Southern Sea Giant Dragon, many huge boulders had been split open, and the dragon crystals within them had fallen out. He laughed loudly, and his mind swept up all of the dragon crystals and collected them. Afterward, Xiaohua was too lazy to use the wishful staff to break the stones, and stepped into the valley with Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua. Wherever he passed, all the boulders were collected by his mind. Woo-woo. Just when Xiaohua had walked halfway, a strange whistling sound suddenly came from the sky of the valley. When Xiaohua heard this sound, he immediately shouted, "Not good, fellow Taoist dragon bloodline, quickly come back. This folded jadeite legacy realm is about to change." Dragon bloodline Xiaohua did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly rushed into Xiaohua's body, while Xiaohua urged his monster Qi to rush toward the end of the valley, wanting to collect all the boulders before the change came. As soon as the whistling wind was born, the sky of the entire folded jadeite legacy realm immediately darkened, and all the dragon Qi began to become violent. In just a few breaths, the legacy realm was turned upside down, the mountains were upside down, the ancient trees were slanted, and everything was like a picture scroll blown by the wind, completely blurred. Chapter 40:11. Looking at Xiaohua's figure again, the bronze luster slowly dispersed. His figure rapidly shrunk and gradually returned to its original form. As Xiaohua walked, all of the huge rocks disappeared. However, even though Xiaohua's movements were fast, he still couldn't compare to the changes in the Forgotten Realm. Just as he walked halfway through the valley turned upside down. Xiaohua's figure also flew up. That small figure was like a withered grass, fluttering helplessly in this gale. Xiaohua curled up his figure and tried his best to avoid colliding with the rocks and other objects in the folded jade Forgotten Realm. After that, he carefully released his primordial thought. Unfortunately, just as his primordial thought was released, it was immediately torn apart by a huge wind blade. Xiaohua had no choice but to withdraw his primordial thought. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Damn it, don't say any more. That golden crystal is definitely the folded jade Forgotten Realm itself. It's not just an entrance. The changes in everything right now are the overflowing images in that crystal." However, the Dragon Palace Hall's True Dragon Tablet clearly stated that this change would normally only happen when the folded jade Forgotten Realm is closed. During ordinary experiential training, it wouldn't happen so easily. Could it be that there are other changes in this folded jade Forgotten Realm? Thinking until here, with a loud boom, Xiaohua's figure crashed into a mountain rock. This rumbling sound was really nothing compared to the earth-shattering movement. However, the force of Xiaohua's collision still penetrated the entire mountain rock. Without waiting for Xiaohua to shake off the stone fragments on his body, the hurricane lifted him into the air again. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the countless Qi pillars wreaking havoc in the space. Xiaohua's heart moved and he thought again, this folded jade Forgotten Realm is known as the fragment of the Dragon Domain. Although the Dragon Island didn't explain its origin and from the outside, it doesn't seem to have any relation with the Dragon Domain, there is a mysterious boundary in the folded jade Forgotten Realm. However, the True Dragon Tablet also said that there was a mysterious thin layer of space at the edge of the stacked jade legacy land. As long as a dragon, human, or demon fell in, no matter how tough their body was, they would be crushed. Could it be that this folded jade Forgotten Realm matches what fellow Taoist Longmai thought? There really are some places that have some relation with the Dragon Domain. That's for sure. Thinking until here, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of the Dragon Island's purpose of letting over 10,000 dragons and their descendants come to the folded jade Forgotten Realm for experiential training. The 9 elders of the Dragon Island didn't tell me the truth. Unfortunately, even though Ao Sheng looked like a little dragon, he was very scheming at times. It was not easy to get information out of him. This Xiao was wrong. What does the Dragon Island's goal have to do with this Xiao? I only need to find the incomplete dragon jade and the dragon cleansing pool. As for the rest, they can do whatever they want. This Xiao will absolutely not interfere. Hong hong hong. A series of sounds rang out, and a mountain range actually flew horizontally across the sky. Xiaohua didn't have any hesitation, and his figure crashed into the mountain range with a loud bang. Moreover, this mountain range was extremely thick, and for a moment, it was not easy for Xiao Hua to come out. Huh, that's great. Xiao Hua, who had fallen into a predicament, was not alarmed but happy instead. He smiled and said, "This Xiao can finally be stable. It won't be too late for this Xiao to come out after this mountain range stabilizes in the Forgotten Realm." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's wishful thinking hadn't even started. Boom! Another huge sound came from outside the mountain range, and even the entire mountain range shook. Xiao Hua originally thought that the mountain had already landed, but a series of loud noises immediately followed. Xiao Hua's figure, which was embedded in the mountain, felt shaken. Damn it, the mountain range must have crashed together. Xiao Hua slightly released his elemental perception, and sensed that the mountain rocks of the mountain range had already loosened, and was about to drill into the depths of the mountain range again. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from the collision sound, and then, with another rumble, an extremely unlucky huge dragon flew across the sky, and crashed into the side of the mountain range that Xiao Hua was in. The huge dragon's figure was not easy to shrink in this folded emerald Forgotten Realm, and it was even a bit bigger. The force of this collision was extremely great, and the place where Xiao Hua was embedded originally had some fine cracks. Now, these fine cracks had completely split open, and Xiao Hua's figure flew out from the mountain range. Just as Xiao Hua appeared in midair, two hurricanes attacked from high up in the sky, and slapped Xiao Hua together with that huge dragon towards the ground. Woo! Two whistling sounds of wind, and one dragon and one person were about to smash into the ground. It was also at this moment that, Kacha! The ground suddenly split open, and a suction force that was even more powerful than the distortion of space was born from the crack, enveloping the surrounding several thousand zhang of space. Not good. Nearly 100 zhang in size, the mountain top that had just been knocked down by the huge force of the crack, turned into a few feet in size, and fell into the crack. Xiao Hua was scared out of his wits. Grandma, is this the thin layer of space around the folded emerald Forgotten Realm? Xiao Hua urged the dragon chi of the dragon vein to get out of this suction force. It was fine if he did not urge it, but as soon as he urged it, the suction force immediately increased. His figure instantly floated into the crack 100 zhang. Xiao Hua immediately withdrew the dragon chi without hesitation, raised his hand, and waved it, and the wishful steel staff fell into his hand. Grow, grow, grow! Xiao Hua shouted several times, and with the strength of his arms, the wishful steel staff was inserted into the ground. Boom! With a soft sound, the wishful steel staff was inserted into the ground for a full 100 zhang. Wang. Xiao Hua's figure horizontally, holding the wishful steel staff with both hands, and the wishful steel staff made a low roaring sound. Grow, grow, grow! Xiao Hua shouted desperately. The wishful steel staff seemed to know Xiao Hua's thoughts, and also desperately inserted into the ground. As the wishful steel staff went deeper, Xiao Hua's figure gradually stabilized. At this time, the giant dragon, who was caught by the suction force like Xiao Hua, was not so lucky. Although he tried his best to struggle, the more he struggled, the more he moved toward the crack. Now, a small half of the dragon's body had fallen into the crack, and the dragon's body had become a lot smaller. Daoist Xiao, save me! The giant dragon saw that Xiao Hua was stable and could not help but shout for help. Xiao Hua stabilized his mind and looked up at the dragon that he did not know. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the situation of the dragon and hurriedly shouted, "Okay, Daoist friend, don't worry, quickly find a way to throw out your dragon tail. This Xiao can save you by grabbing your dragon tail." Okay. At this time, the dragon slanted into the crack, and his tail was close to Xiao Hua's left side. After listening to Xiao Hua's suggestion, he hesitated. If he threw his dragon tail to Xiao Hua, then his dragon head would definitely fall into the crack first, and Xiao Hua would not necessarily be able to grab his tail. Of course, he only paused for a moment. Then, he threw all his eggs in one basket and swung his dragon tail towards Xiao Hua's side. Whoosh! At this time, the dragon tail became small under the suction force of the crack. As the dragon tail swung, the dragon's head indeed entered the crack first. A faint fluctuation spread out from the dragon's head, and in a moment, it swept through the dragon's body. The dragon tail that was swinging towards Xiao Hua became even smaller. How could it still touch Xiao Hua? The moment the dragon disappeared into the crack, he saw that his dragon tail was dozens of feet away from Xiao Hua. His heart was already like dead ashes. He closed his eyes and waited for the moment when he would be torn apart by the space. Just as the pain came from the dragon's back, a huge force strangely came from his dragon tail. Xiao Hua's arm suddenly lengthened by more than 10 zhang, firmly grabbing onto the dragon's tail. "Get up!" Xiao Hua shouted, wanting to pull the dragon out of the crack. However, the dragon's body was only able to escape from the crack, it couldn't completely escape the huge suction force. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He could only forcibly grab the dragon's tail and try his best not to let the dragon fall into the crack. However, the suction force of the crack was the power of heaven and earth. It was far beyond Xiao Hua's strength. It was just a cup of tea's time, but Xiao Hua's arm trembled slightly. Not only was he unable to hold the dragon firmly, but he could not even hold the wishful staff. "Granny, this dragon's body is too big. The suction force he suffers is far greater than this Xiao's." Xiao Hua secretly complained. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to survive, he had to give up something. Only by giving up this dragon could he save his life. Xiao Hua needed to make a choice. "Taoist Master Xiao, don't let go." The dragon had already noticed the trembling of Xiao Hua's arm and hurriedly shouted, "As long as Taoist Master Xiao saves this one, no need to say more." Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and shouted, "This Xiao knows that this Xiao will do his best to save you." Xiao Hua had just said this when a huge boulder flew from a distance and hit the wishful steel staff. Buzz! The wishful steel staff shook slightly, and Xiao Hua's hand couldn't help but tremble. Unfortunately, the brilliance in the slit suddenly increased, and the suction force doubled. Xiao Hua and the dragon's figure fell towards the brilliance. Xiao 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 xiao. Seeing that the dragon and the dragon were about to be swallowed by the thin layer of space, the entire forgotten realm flipped again. Xiao Hua and the dragon were pushed back 100 feet horizontally by a giant dragon. Just as Xiao Hua's figure moved away, a crisp sound rang out, and the man-eating crack actually closed. As soon as the strong suction force disappeared, Xiao Hua and the giant dragon flew up again. After the time it took to eat a meal, the entire folded jade forgotten realm calmed down. After the smoke and dust settled, a desolate remnant realm full of dragon chi once again appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua drilled out from the gap between two mountain rocks and stood there tiredly. In the col of a mountain range a few hundred feet behind him, half of the dragon's body was badly mutilated and flew over with difficulty. "Ao man greets Taoist Master Xiao." As the dragon flew over, he raised his dragon claws and shouted, "Many thanks to Taoist Master for helping me. Otherwise, this one would have been swallowed by the thin layer of space." "Hee, you're welcome." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "You and I both came to the folded jade forgotten realm to gain experience. Meeting each other is fate. Fellow Taoist does not have to worry about this matter." Ao man hurriedly replied, "This matter may not be much in the eyes of Taoist Master, but in this one's opinion, it is more important than the heavens. How about this, Taoist Master? This one has a dragon pearl here that I obtained from a deserted island. Although this thing is useful to me, if it is given to Taoist Master to nourish your bloodline, the effect will be better. This one will use it to thank Taoist Master for saving my life." Chapter 40:12. Fellow immortal, you don't have to be so polite, right? Xiaofan looked at the golden dragon pearl. This thing was indeed different from other dragon pearls. However, Xiaohua's dragon vein was not an ordinary true bloodline, so he might not be able to use it. Therefore, Xiaohua rarely refused. However, Ao Man did not give up and continued to smile stubbornly. Daoist Master Xiao, you are wrong. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Daoist Master saved me, and I only used this dragon pearl to thank Daoist Master. I already feel embarrassed. If Daoist Master doesn't even want this, how can I continue to train in this folded jade legacy realm? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought for a moment and said, all right, since that is the case, then I will be disrespectful. Seeing Xiaohua reach out to take the dragon pearl, Ao Man smiled and said, that's right, Daoist Master Xiao. I just entered the folded jade legacy realm and did not find any helpers. From now on, I will follow Daoist Master Xiao. Oh, right, Daoist Master, this dragon pearl has to be released into the true blood Dharma body to be effective. I just happen to have some secret techniques to teach Daoist Master. So it's like that. Xiaohua smiled and nodded, I will summon my Dharma body now. Alright. Ao Man raised his head and looked into the distance. Strange, isn't Ao Sheng with you? He should have come long ago. Even if there are changes in the folded jade legacy realm, it is impossible for him to not find you. While speaking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua had already flown out from the top of Xiaohua's head. The huge dragon mouth opened and the dragon pearl was sucked into his mouth. Seeing that the dragon was about to be sucked away by Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Ao Man suddenly turned his head and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath that he had been brewing. Within the dragon breath, a hair-thin crystal-like object rushed out and instantly entered the dragon pearl. Ao! The dragon pearl roared and transformed into a 1-foot-long little dragon that crazily pounced on Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly shouted, fellow immortal Ao, what are you doing? Ha ha ha. Ao Man laughed loudly, his face revealing a sinister expression. Xiaohua, a little human like you actually dare to come to my dragon race's sacred realm to train? Why don't you take a piss and look to see your own shadow? Don't think that you have Ao Sheng backing you up. What can a little dragon like him do? We dragons of the 4 seas don't dare to touch him, but what's so difficult about devouring your bloodline? As he spoke, Ao Man moved his body and pounced towards Dragon Vein Xiaohua. On his damaged dragon head, greed overflowed from his eyes. Huh! Xiaohua laughed out loud, Ao Man, have you heard of the story of the farmer and the snake that is widely spread among our human race? Seeing that Xiaohua was so calm, and that the dragon bloodline Dharma body that was still dodging suddenly stopped dodging and even opened its mouth, allowing the little dragon to enter its mouth, Ao Man had a bad feeling in his heart. His expression changed slightly, and he sneered, this old man naturally heard that story, but you are not a farmer, and this old man is not a snake. That's right. This Xiao is not a farmer, and you are not a snake. But the essence of being ungrateful is the same. Xiaohua sneered as well. The bronze light around his body shone brightly, and the heavenly law's embodiment technique was executed once again. Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed sinisterly, opened its mouth, and a strong suction force was produced. Your bloodline Dharma body can actually absorb this old man's dragon chi. Seeing that a suction force appeared out of thin air and enveloped the dragon chi on his body, a strange feeling of being penetrated through his body, Ao Man turned pale with fright. Xiaohua waved his fist, pounced forward, and shouted, not only that. This Xiao also knows how to subdue dragons and tigers. Seeing this, how could Ao Man not know that Xiaohua had long been on guard? And he had fallen into Xiaohua's trap, so he hurriedly shook his head and wagged his tail, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, how could he still have the chance to escape? How could Xiaohua let him go? After a few moves, Ao Man was pressed to the ground by Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua fell into Ao Man's dragon body. Countless dragon runes tumbled in Ao Man's body, and rays of multicolored light swarmed out. Humph! Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed without pity, taking Ao Man's broken dragon body into the space. He snorted coldly and said, "You want to use this Zhao's bloodline to repair your qi and blood, Ao Man, your plan is really shrewd. Fellow Taoist." Dragon vein Xiaohua got the advantage and said with a smile, "Do you know how to fish?" "Fish?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "I know what fishing is. I seem to have fished when I was young." "What does fellow Taoist mean?" Dragon vein Xiaohua looked up at the stacked jade legacy realm that had completely changed and said with a smile, "There are so many small fish here, don't you want to catch a few?" Xiaohua suddenly understood, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay. Let's go and see how many small dragons we can catch." Immediately after, Xiaohua looked around. While using his mind to collect the huge rocks in the surroundings, he walked out of the mountain range. In the next 10 days, not only did Xiaohua harvest a lot of huge rocks, his fishing plan was also very successful. Every dragon that saw Xiaohua pounced on him with bared fangs and brandished claws, wanting to devour his bloodline doppelganger. However, every single one of them became Xiaohua's prey. In 10 days, he actually caught 12 huge dragons. In the end, even Xiaohua himself felt that it was a little inconceivable. "Damn it, fellow Taoist dragon vein." Xiaohua took a huge rock and an earthen-yellow dragon body into the space. Looking at the dragon vein Xiaohua whose body was full of dragon runes, he said with a bitter smile, "Are these dragons all idiots? I stayed in the stacked jade legacy realm for more than 10 days. If I was easy to be devoured, wouldn't I have disappeared long ago? Why do they look at I as if they saw a meat bun?" Fellow Taoist's performance in the Dragon Qi realm is too shocking. Dragon vein Xiaohua seemed to have eaten his fill. He picked his teeth with satisfaction and said with a smile, "I's bloodline doppelganger that is even bigger than Ao Sheng's dragon body has long become another target for them to enter the stacked jade legacy realm." "Alright." Xiaohua smacked his lips and shrugged, "Then let's see who's prey." Roar. At this moment, a huge dragon roar came from afar. Xiaohua's familiar origin thought swept over, and then Ao Sheng's anxious voice came, "Xiaohua, put away your dragon vein doppelganger. Quickly fly up." Xiaohua was slightly startled. Just as he was about to speak, Ao Sheng shouted again, "Quickly, or else it will be too late." Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly put away his dragon vein doppelganger and urged his demon body to fly up. At this moment, dozens of origin thoughts swept over along with Ao Sheng's origin thought. When they landed on Xiaohua's body, they were all ecstatic. Damn it! At this moment, how could Xiaohua not know what happened? He cried out in shock, "So many fish! How can I catch all of them? Quickly go!" Ao Sheng flew closer. With a wave of his dragon claw, he grabbed Xiaohua in the air and shouted, "Quickly sit on my back. Damn it, you are the first human to sit on my dragon's back. I am a dragon destined to be an elder of the Dragon Island in the future. You will have the capital to show off in the future." Xiaohua flew to the back of Ao Sheng's dragon and used his hand to grab Ao Sheng's dragon scales. He smiled and said, "That's right. In the future, if I become an immortal, you can also proudly say that Xiaohua, Taoist Xiao, sat on your back and escaped from the stacked jade legacy realm." Ha! Ao Sheng laughed loudly. Clouds gushed out from his dragon scales, and his flying speed suddenly increased. "I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than me. With your cultivation, wouldn't it take you tens of thousands of years to become an immortal? At that time, I would have already become a clan elder. Then let's compete. Xiaohua laughed and said, will I become an immortal earlier, or will your clan elder die earlier? Go. Ao Sheng scolded, the clan elder told me to protect you well. How can you curse him to die earlier? Moreover, didn't you see that I am being chased by so many dragon cubs? Isn't it all because of you? Then I will have to trouble you. Xiaohua was not surprised and said indifferently. Ao Sheng was a little curious about Xiaohua's calmness and asked, Xiaohua, could it be that, you already know? Xiaohua nodded, this Xiao has already collected a lot of dragon corpses in my universe ring. You. Ao Sheng's body trembled, and he almost threw Xiaohua off his back. How many dragons did you kill? Why would I kill them? Xiaohua replied indifferently, this Xiao is just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Ao Sheng was silent for a moment and laughed strangely, Xiaohua, if I had known earlier, why would I still block for you? If not for the fear of revealing your whereabouts, would not have been surrounded by those dragon cubs. Thank you. Xiaohua patted Ao Sheng's dragon scale and laughed, when we get out, I will give you a few dragon tendons. Damn it, my dragon scale is not something to be patted casually. Ao Sheng pretended to be angry and said, you have to accompany me to kill a few dragon cubs. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and laughed, what? You are a small clan elder of Dragon Island. How can you lead me, a human, to kill other dragons? If the clan elder knows, I am afraid he will punish you, right? What do you know? Ao Sheng laughed, the dragon palace of the four seas has been outside Dragon Island for a long time. They are already disrespecting the orders of Dragon Island. If I teach them a lesson, how can the clan elder say anything? Moreover, I am still young. To grow up, I naturally need to eat. I heard that the dragon pearls of the dragon palace of the four seas are not bad. TSK, I am already drooling. Good. Xiaohua immediately understood and nodded, you should first get rid of the dragons behind you. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's perfect fishing technique. Alright. Ao Sheng let out a soft roar and the light around his body shone brightly. The clouds outside the dragon scale gradually thickened and became transparent. As his flying speed increased, Ao Sheng's figure became blurry. Half a day later, on the side of a cliff, Ao Sheng flew beside Xiaohua's transcendence golden body like a lackey. Seeing Xiaohua smashing a dragon to the ground with a punch, he shouted and pounced forward. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. However, as soon as he got close, he was immediately knocked to the ground by the dragon's tail. Chapter 40:13. Damn it! Xiaohua. Ao Sheng crawled up from the ground and shouted, hold him down, I want to eat his dragon pellet. Dragon pellet? Xiaohua was startled. He had seen Ao Zhan and Ao Shuai's dragon pellet before, but he didn't know about the heavenly dragon speech technique, so he didn't think much about it. Now, Ao Sheng's words woke him up. The bloodline of the Absolute Saint didn't mention anything about Yao pellets, which meant that Xiaohua wouldn't have a Yao pellet like the other Yao beasts. Even the other Yao race that Xiaohua saw didn't have a Yao pellet, so why would the dragon race form a dragon pellet? This seemed to be similar to the cultivation of the human race. In other words, when Xiaohua was slightly distracted, the dragon crawled forward for a moment, then suddenly flew up, trying to escape. Ao Sheng saw this and said anxiously, Xiaohua, are you in cahoots with this evil dragon? Do you want to let him go? Roar! Suddenly, the dragon vein Dharma body rushed out from the top of Xiaohua's head and pounced on the dragon like a dark cloud. Io, your Dharma body. Ao Sheng didn't seem to understand why Xiaohua released his Dharma body at this time, but when he saw Xiaohua and the dragon vein Dharma body working together and devouring the dragon's bloodline, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. The eyes that had never been afraid showed a look of terror. Xiaofan stepped on the dragon that had lost its ability to fight, and turned his head in surprise. "Ao Sheng, didn't you want the dragon pellet? Why don't you come and take it?" Jinren Xiao. Ao Sheng was rarely honest, and his claws covered his chest, and said pitifully, You didn't devour my bloodline too, right? Tsk. Xiaofan sneered, "If I wanted to devour you, I would have done it already, right? Why wait until now? Besides, wouldn't a living clan elder be more useful than a dead Ao Sheng? In my eyes, your bloodline can't even be compared to this dumb dragon." Yes, he is a dumb dragon. Ao Sheng came over with a smile and said, "You let him go just now, but he still wanted to eat you. Instead, he was eaten by you. Serves him right." Xiaofan nodded and said, "What you said is right. What I am fishing for is precisely those dragons who want to devour my bloodline. If no one dares to provoke this Xiao will definitely not provoke them. Spiritual master is wise, spiritual master is merciful." Ao Sheng flattered Xiaofan as he took out the dragon core and happily swallowed it. "Let's go, let's go, let's go." Ao Sheng shouted, "We're going fishing." He, Xiaofan reminded, "Fishing is important, but the dragon jade and the dragon cleansing pool are even more important." Spiritual master. Ao Sheng cried bitterly. "I'm still hungry. You have to let me eat my fill, right? Besides, the dragon cleansing pool is also one of the goals of the dragon's training. If it was so easy to find, why would so many dragons come in? Where's Longyu?" Xiaofan had thought that he was the only one who wanted to find the dragon cleansing pool, but he had not expected the dragon cleansing pool to be the target of this training. He could only ask Longyu about it. Ao Sheng looked at Xiaofan strangely and replied, "You'll have to ask Daoist yourself. You are holding the damaged Longyu. If you don't know, how would I know?" Humph. Xiaofan immediately understood and shouted, "Hurry up and tell me what the elders have arranged. This is my dragon race's secret technique." Ao Sheng bitterly took out a bevan and handed it to Xiaofan. "Originally, the elders wanted me to use the Longyu to search for it. But it seems like Daoist won't give it to me. So, you should use it yourself. However, I'll say this first. In the folded jade legacy realm, Daoist can hold on to the Longyu. Once we leave the folded jade legacy realm, Daoist must give the Longyu to me. Otherwise, the 9 elders won't let you leave the Dragon Island." I understand." Xiaofan took the bevan and released his yuanshi, looking at it while answering. "So that's how it is." Xiaofan looked at the bevan and sneered. He looked at Ao Sheng and said, "In that case, this Longyu can only be used with draconic astronomy? And you, although you don't know draconic astronomy, can you use your draconic language and draconic chi to forcefully use the so-called pseudo-astronomy?" Looks like the Great Elder had already arranged all of this. I have to listen even if I don't want to. Ao Sheng's face was still bitter. He smiled and said, "Daoist, you should also think about me. These arrangements were made by the elders, I can only listen to their arrangements. Moreover, you also saw that I gave the bevan to you. I actually don't like the elders' arrangements." Xiaofan did not return the bevan to Ao Sheng. Instead, he raised his hand and said indifferently, "Let me see that so-called pseudo-astronomy." Ao Sheng was not surprised. He quickly took out the other bevan and said with a smile, "This is the pseudo-astronomy. However, Daoist, it's useless for you to see it. You are a human, even if you have a dragon vein, you can't cultivate it." Xiaofan took the bevan and said with a wave of his hand, "Fellow Daoist, I'll have to trouble you." Roar. Dragon vein. Xiaofan let out a dragon roar and swallowed the bevan. Ao Sheng was shocked as he looked at the dragon vein in disbelief. Xiaohua's body shrank back into Xiaohua's body as he cried out, what's wrong with him? Xiaohua asked with a smile that is not a smile. Ao Sheng stuttered, your dragon vein dharma body, he can cultivate it. Could it be, he was the one who swallowed the dragon bloodline earlier? Xiaohua said proudly, that's right. Could it be that you think it was this Xiao who activated it? Damn it, I understand now. Ao Sheng slapped his forehead and shouted, you actually used this dragon vein dharma body as an avatar to cultivate? Of course. Xiaohua nodded, otherwise, why would this old man help him mold his body? Heavenly Abode River. Ao Sheng remembered, you took Heavenly Abode River's avatar technique. I only comprehended 20 to 30%, it's nothing. Xiaohua looked around and said, let's find a place to let I comprehend your Dragon Island's secret technique. Of course, of course. Ao Sheng had a flattering smile on his face, Daoist, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. In just 3 to 5 days, Xiaohua brought Ao Sheng out from a hidden valley. Then, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and dragon vein Xiaohua rushed into the air. He opened his mouth and let out an extremely mysterious chant. Following this chant, strange waves appeared out of thin air. Immediately, within a few li, millions of dragon chi began to vibrate. One by one, dragon patterns as thin as hair gradually appeared. Finally, these dragon patterns gathered around dragon vein Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not hesitate to take out the broken dragon jade. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A hurricane rolled up. These dragon patterns fell into the dragon jade like a myriad of streams returning to their origin. The entire dragon jade let out a low dragon roar. Circles of ripples rippled out. Then, a phantom was born from the broken part of the dragon jade, just like the missing part of the dragon jade. Roar. Dragon vein Xiaohua let out another low roar. A light golden dragon pattern spat out from his mouth and landed on the dragon jade. The phantom was immediately smeared with a layer of golden light. As the golden light flickered, it actually broke free from the dragon jade and flew towards a place with bared fangs and brandished claws. Let's go. Ao Sheng was overjoyed and shouted, this item can only exist for 6 hours, and this dragon drawing technique can only be used once every 10 days. Alright. Xiaohua put away the dragon jade and landed on Ao Sheng's back. Ao Sheng let out a cheerful cry and rushed into the air. Half a day later, in a stone forest covered with sharp thorns, dragon vein Xiaohua flew in front. The dragon aura within several li rolled into a myriad of flying flowers as he flew. These flying flowers seemed to breathe into dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon body, and then they were spat out. Layers of clouds also surrounded these flying flowers in the air. Roar. Suddenly, a silver-white huge dragon flew out from a crack in the stone. This huge dragon's movements were very fast. Dragon vein Xiaohua had just noticed it, but the huge dragon had already pounced on dragon vein Xiaohua. That kind of seemingly solid killing intent had already driven away the flying flowers and clouds. There was even a kind of vague spirit formation power that imprisoned dragon vein Xiaohua's left and right. Damn it! Dragon vein Xiaohua cursed. Knowing that he had encountered a strong opponent, he urged his dragon body and hurriedly wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, before he could turn around, the huge dragon's dragon claws had already attacked. With a crackling sound, dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon body was torn apart with a several dozen meter-long wound. Oh! When the huge dragon saw dragon vein Xiaohua was actually injured, it couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it opened its mouth and sucked towards dragon vein Xiaohua. Dragon vein Xiaohua rejoiced in his heart. He pretended to escape, but he was unable to endure. As he escaped, he flew towards the huge dragon. Just as he was about to pounce on the huge dragon, countless dragon runes flashed on the huge dragon's dragon horn. Under the resplendent brilliance, those dragon runes were like little stars as they quickly surrounded Dragon Vein Xiaohua. At the same time, the huge dragon even roared. Its tail and claws attacked Dragon Vein Xiaohua together. What was special was that tiny dragon runes appeared on the huge dragon scales. Those dragon runes gathered together, like the protective golden light of Taoism cultivators. They gave birth to a kind of intense repelling force, preventing Dragon Vein Xiaohua from invading. Crap! Dragon Vein Xiaohua felt a warning in his heart. He no longer dared to tangle with this huge dragon. Roar! With a furious roar, the dragon's body skyrocketed. Boom! With a series of loud noises, the dragon runes that surrounded him exploded violently. The surface of Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body was blasted into a bloody mess. Dragon Vein Xiaohua felt pain, but he didn't dare to tangle too much. Although he cultivated the dragon transformation art and his dragon body had been tempered, he still couldn't compare with a real huge dragon. The huge dragon's dragon claws and dragon tail attacked. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body violently shook. The flying flowers that had previously landed on his dragon body all flowed out. At this moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's entire body was covered in cracks, as if he had just been ravaged by this huge dragon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Dragon Vein Xiaohua fiercely cursed and urged, "Fellow Taoist, why are you still not coming out?" Chapter 40:14. Fellow Taoist, don't panic, I'm coming. Xiaohua had long known about the crisis of Dragon Vein Xiaohua, but he was flying far away with Ao Sheng and only arrived at this time. Xiaohua shouted, his whole body flashing with bronze brilliance. He raised his staff and smashed it towards the giant dragon. Roar, I'm coming too, another arrogant voice also came, and Ao Sheng shook his head and wagged his tail. But he just rushed forward, and when he saw the appearance of the silver giant dragon, he couldn't help but be stunned and said, Ao Qin? Ao Sheng? You and, this human? Ao Qin saw Ao Sheng and then looked at Xiaohua's fierceness. How could he not know what happened? He roared, I understand, you actually colluded with the human race? Your grandmother. Ao Sheng was also angry and shouted, what do you mean by colluding with the human race? If you are not greedy for the human race's bloodline, how could Ao Qin allow Ao Sheng to say more? The dragon tail slapped towards Ao Sheng and opened its mouth. Several dragon runes flew out, and streams of dragon chi entered the dragon runes. A few sword lights that were even bigger than flying swords appeared and pierced towards Ao Sheng. Xiaohua, help me. Seeing the dragon chi sword stabbing towards him, Ao Sheng hurriedly shouted, Xiaohua, help me. Ao Qin's dragon runes were not many, but within a few miles, the great power of imprisonment was no less than the domain. How could Xiaohua not know that he and others had hit a nail? Now that he couldn't use most of his magical powers, he could only rely on his powerful monster body and the staff to defeat the enemy. Woo! The wishful steel staff whistled towards Ao Qin's dragon tail. Boom! With a loud bang, Ao Qin's dragon tail was flipped upside down by Xiaohua. Even the dragon scales on the dragon tail were broken. Ao Qin was surprised and even angrier. He suddenly abandoned Ao Sheng and rushed towards Xiaohua again. When Ao Qin turned around, Ao Sheng's dragon tail shattered the giant sword formed by the draconic carvings. However, Ao Sheng's dragon tail was also badly mutilated, causing Ao Sheng to grit his teeth in pain. His dragon body flipped a few times in the air, and under his scales, demonic clouds spurted out as he twisted his waist and tried to escape. At this moment, Ao Qin's eyes were as red as blood. His huge dragon horn produced a strange fluctuation, and the rhythm of the two fluctuations were different. They intertwined and attacked Xiaohua. Moreover, Ao Qin's 2 dragon claws were more powerful than any magic treasure. They slashed through the air and instantly arrived in front of Xiao Hua's chest. Under the fluctuations, the space around Xiao Hua was extremely distorted. Waves of dragon qi were like thousands of wind blades that wanted to tear Xiao Hua's body apart. Xiao Hua didn't dare to take it head-on. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a layer of green seal text appeared. Although the 3 corpses in Thunder's power wasn't obvious under the suppression of the dragon qi, it only destroyed a small part of the fluctuations. More wind blades fell on Xiao Hua's body, and even more fluctuations attacked Xiao Hua's Naiwen Palace, blood vessels, and other places, making Xiao Hua feel an indescribable dizziness. Then, Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and roared, "Fight!" The wishful steel staff struck out again. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon claw knocked Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff askew. The huge force did not stop, and Xiao Hua's body was lifted into the air. To Ao Qin's surprise, Xiao Hua, who was in mid-air, seemed to have been smeared with oil under his feet. He drew a shadow in the air and actually borrowed the force of his blow to fly to the place where Ao Sheng was. Ao Qin was stunned and angry. He hurriedly said, "Want to leave? You stay here obediently for this old man." After saying that, the other dragon claw suddenly extended and inserted itself into Xiao Hua's back with a "ka" sound. However, to Ao Qin's surprise, he saw sparks flying behind Xiao Hua's back. Not only did Ao Qin's dragon claw not pierce into Xiao Hua's back, but it also sent Xiao Hua flying, pushing him onto Ao Sheng's back. Roar! Ao Qin roared, and the dragon qi within 100 miles boiled, and a fierce force of domain appeared again. Woo! Ao Sheng let out a low roar, and a rare 5-colored light appeared from his dragon horns. Wherever this light flowed, the boiling dragon aura calmed down, and Ao Sheng's body became transparent again. Looking at the dragon vein Xiao Hua, who had just escaped, he fell into Xiao Hua's mind, and quickly disappeared along with Ao Sheng's body. Damn Ao Sheng! Ao Qin's dragon claw slashed, and after knowing that Ao Sheng had used the secret technique of Dragon Island to escape, he roared, "If I see you again, I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin." You actually dared to join hands with the human race, even Dragon Island won't say anything about it. While speaking, Ao Qin's expression changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the other side. With a sniff, his dragon body sank into the dragon qi and disappeared in a moment. Damn it! After half an hour, Ao Sheng, who was flying wildly in the air, finally reappeared. He looked back with lingering fear and shouted, "You scared me to death. How did I meet Ao Qin of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace? This mad dragon is really unreasonable." Of course. Xiao Hua also breathed a sigh of relief. This Ao Qin's methods are too strange. If we didn't leave quickly, I'm afraid we would have been tortured by him to the point of begging for death. Not only that. Ao Sheng shouted, "This Ao Qin is the famous mad dragon of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He doesn't recognize anyone. I heard that 500 years ago, a sun-devouring realm dragon accidentally offended him. Today, he chased him for 1,000,000 miles, from the Southern Sea to the Western Sea. Although many dragons came out to persuade him, they were all rejected, and in the end, he killed that dragon in the chaotic sea. Not only that, he also pulled out the tendons and skinned the dragon, cut the dragon's body into pieces and fed it to the fish. Damn it! Xiao Hua was shocked. Isn't this guy a pervert? Of course. Ao Sheng also carefully shrunk his neck. Previously in the Dragon Qi realm, I still didn't see him. However, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Forget it, Xiao Hua laughed. In the future, when we see him, we will take a detour. Can he really chase us to the edge of the stacked Jade Legacy realm? The problem is. Ao Sheng was a little worried. I don't know why Ao Qin came to the stacked Jade Legacy realm. If Xiaohua obviously knew that Ao Sheng didn't want him to know his purpose, so he simply didn't ask, but looked around and asked, "Where are we? Is it the wrong direction from where Long Yu pointed?" Ao Sheng rolled his eyes and retorted, "How would I know where we are? Anyway, I can still use the secret technique in the future, let's wait a few days." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded, "Let's go fishing again. Better be careful." Ao Sheng patted his chest with his dragon claw, "Don't meet a freak like Ao Qin again." With that, Ao Sheng carefully released his yuan sense, far from his previous unbridled appearance. Looking at Ao Sheng's frightened expression, Xiaohua felt quite amused. "Io." Just as Xiaohua was laughing, Ao Sheng suddenly shouted, using his dragon claw to point into the distance, "Spiritual master, quickly, there are many dragon corpses there." "Is that so?" Xiaohua was also shocked, and hurriedly released his yuan sense. When he saw it clearly, he urged his body and flew towards the huge wood in the distance with Ao Sheng. This area was different from what Xiaohua had seen before. It was all those huge round trees, tall enough to reach the sky. Each round tree was pitch black, and within the pitch black, there were strands of gold entwined. These huge trees, except for some branches at the top, didn't have any special branches. The place Ao Sheng pointed to was within the group of huge trees, which was more than 100 miles long. It was a mess. Some huge trees were broken at the waist, and sawtooth wooden thorns were like sharp swords piercing into the sky. On the ground, there were many huge trees lying on the ground, and around the huge trees, there were some meat paste and blood splattered everywhere. Dragon corpses were either on top of the huge trees, or mixed in between them. There are a total of 12 corpses. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, stood in the air and muttered thoughtfully. Ao Sheng didn't answer, and hurriedly flew down. After carefully looking for a long time, he flew up into the air and replied, "It seems to be the North Sea and East Sea Dragon clan, none of them are from Dragon Island. Their dragon cores were all taken away." Xiaohua nodded. His figure descended, and he examined them one by one. After a full meal's worth of time, he sat down on a round log. Using his hand to pinch his chin, he opened his mouth and said, "It seems like they were killed by someone." "Oh, by other dragons. Why?" Ao Sheng was puzzled, "How can you tell?" "The fatal wounds of these dragons are all at the lower abdomen." Xiaohua pointed to a huge dragon and said, "Take a look for yourself, the wound is dozens of feet long, it was obviously torn by a dragon claw." Ao Sheng was a little doubtful. After landing, he looked carefully, then looked at the others, and finally raised his own dragon claw and gestured a few times, nodded and said, "It looks a little strange, it seems to be torn by a dragon claw, but it also seems to be a little different. However, the body of my dragon clan is tough. Ordinary dragon weapons, imperial weapons, and magic treasures are not easy to break, not to mention tearing it in one strike. Only dragon claws or dragon horns have this kind of effect. Do you still remember how this old man made things difficult for you when you entered Dragon Island?" Xiaohua looked at the dragon corpses and asked. Ao Sheng said disapprovingly, "What do you mean by making things difficult? You, a human, want to enter Dragon Island, of course it's not that easy. However, it can be said that I have fate with Daoist." "Don't say so much." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This old man encountered some strange things on the way to Dragon Island." "Oh? What strange things?" When Ao Sheng heard that there was a story, he immediately became interested. Xiaohua then told the murder that happened on the Dragon Island, and finally pointed to the dragon corpses and said, "Looking at these dragon corpses, this old man can't help but think of Dragon Island. Dragon Python and the others are anxious to come to Dragon Island. Is it related to these dragons?" You are right." Ao Sheng replied seriously, "Fourth Elder didn't say much about Dragon Python, but I also heard some rumors, it seems to be related to the Gui clan. In my opinion, these dragons should be killed by the Gui clan. Chapter 40:15. But the problem is. Xiaohua glanced at Ao Sheng and asked faintly, and escaped from Dragon Island with Long Yu, and there were even dragons who brought Long Yu into the stacking Jade Legacy realm. For what? This. Ao Sheng was still a little hesitant. He waved his hand and said, "This is my Dragon Island secret, it's better if you don't know." Why? Xiaohua asked curiously, "Now that things have come to this, you still remember the elder's instructions?" Yes. Ao Sheng sighed, "If it was someone else, I might have said it, but in front of you, I don't dare to say it casually." That's strange, could it be because of my dragon vein Dharma body? Xiaohua wanted to get to the bottom of it. Ao Sheng smiled, "This is naturally one of the reasons, but it's not the most important." Strange, what's the most important thing? Taoist, is a little greedy. Ao Sheng smiled, "I'm afraid that if I say it, you will think too much." You're right. Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand. Wherever his mind went, whether it was the giant wood or the dragon's corpse, they all fell into his space. What's more, Xiaohua actually raised the wishful staff, but in a moment, dozens of giant wood had been taken into Xiaohua's space. No way, Taoist. Ao Sheng opened his mouth and asked, "What do you want these wood for?" "To build a thunder boat." Xiaohua didn't hide it and replied, "Wait until I build it, you will know." Alas, I can't compare to your Dragon Island. Dragon Island has everything, and there is also a group of dragons to show their filial piety. Naturally, I don't need to think too much. I started from scratch, so I have to worry about everything myself. After dozens of days, Xiaohua didn't know fatigue as he searched for the rare giant wood in the world, and Ao Sheng's voice sounded from time to time on the increasingly rare giant wood. "Taoist, it's about time, right? We came to the stacking Jade Legacy realm to gain experience, not for you to cut wood. Besides, you should leave some memories for the future generations, you can't not leave a single giant wood." "All right." Xiaohua straightened up, clapped his hands, looked at the few remaining giant wood, raised his hand and patted his forehead, smiled, "Fellow Taoist can come out now." Roar. Dragon vein Xiaohua roared and flew out. The dragon body that was torn apart by Ao Qin had also recovered. Then, Xiaohua took out the dragon jade. Dragon vein Xiaohua activated the secret technique and found the location of the incomplete dragon jade. Ao Sheng shouted and carried Xiaohua to a place in the Forgotten Realm. This trip was still alright. Although he fished up a few more dragons, he did not meet a freak like Ao Qin. On this day, when he saw a golden sea in front of him, Long Yu's dragon figure dove into the sea and disappeared. After a few breaths, Ao Sheng's figure appeared in the ripples of space. Looking at this strange situation, he cried out, How is this possible? When did the seawater appear in the stacked Jade Legacy realm? Could it be that the seawater was connected to the outside of Dragon Island? The Gui clan has already sent Long Yu out of the Dragon Island? Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng's appearance and said extremely puzzled, "What? Was there no seawater in the stacked Jade Legacy realm? Isn't your Dragon Island in the sea? You don't know." Ao Sheng stomped his feet, swung his dragon tail, and rushed into the sea. He even shouted, "Dragon Island can be in the sea, but the stacked Jade Legacy realm can't have seawater. As for why, I don't know either. You don't have to ask me." Xiaohua smiled, looked at the rolling waves on the sea and said, "There was no seawater in the past, but it doesn't mean that there isn't now, and it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future." TSK. Ao Sheng flew for a few hundred li, but did not see any reefs. He shouted, "Damn it, could it be that the incomplete dragon jade is in the sea?" With that, Ao Sheng lowered his head and was about to dive into the sea. "Ao Sheng." Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the sea, and he was shocked. A layer of goosebumps uncontrollably appeared on the surface of his body as he shouted loudly. "What's wrong?" Ao Sheng listened to Xiao Hua's words and hurriedly stopped in midair. "You." Xiao Hua pointed at the sea and said in shock, "Look at the sea, there was a dragon face inside." When Ao Sheng heard this, his dragon body also trembled. He looked at the sea in disbelief. However, the sea was still turbulent, where could he see a dragon face? Although Ao Sheng did not say anything, he was secretly alert. His dragon body did not dare to delay and flew towards the sky. As he flew, he said in a low voice, "Spiritual Master, what did you find just now?" "Shoo, don't talk first." Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "This sea is a bit strange, let's fly out of the sea first." "All right." Ao Sheng urged his dragon Qi and flew straight towards the shore. However, after flying for half an hour, the promised shore did not appear. Even Ao Sheng's heart began to tremble. "Just when you were about to rush into the sea." Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Ao Sheng's ear, "A huge dragon face with a strange smile, opened its mouth and waited for you to fall, Ao." Ao Sheng wailed like a ghost and almost knocked Xiao Hua off his back. He said anxiously, "Spiritual Master, if you want to speak, can you speak louder? You will scare the dragon to death if you speak like this." Xiao Hua said solemnly, "I just want to tell you, don't waste your energy. This sea is an illusion. If you can't break it, even if you die of exhaustion, you won't be able to fly out." "I already knew it was an illusion." Ao Sheng said angrily, "I don't need you to remind me. Now the problem is how to break this illusion. I'm flying like this. I just want to see how to fly out." Xiao Hua stood on the dragon's back and looked at the seemingly endless sea. He smiled bitterly and said, "If this Xiao's magic power was still here, this illusion would not be able to stop this Xiao. Isn't it just escaping? I'm afraid that no illusion in this world can trap this Xiao. The problem is that Spiritual Master's magic power can't be used, right?" Ao Sheng said snappily, "Could it be that other than magic power, Spiritual Master has no other way? Don't you humans have the best brains?" Xiao Hua smiled and replied, "If it was any other array, this Xiao would have to think about how to break it, but this is an illusion array. Ao Sheng, I'll let you see what this Xiao is capable of." As he spoke, Xiao Hua flew up from Ao Sheng's back and slapped his forehead. Kacha! A faint green lightning flashed, and the delirium breaker eye flashed with a silver brilliance and slowly opened. See! In the delirium breaker eye, strands of golden light filled the entire space. However, in this golden light, there was another dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long that coiled below Xiao Hua and Ao Sheng. The huge dragon head was there, with a big mouth and a sneer on its face. On the dragon head, at the edge of the two dragon horns, there was a small red dragon horn that was extremely eye-catching. Wasn't that the dragon face that Xiao Hua picked up on the sea? Ao Sheng, do you know which Gui race has a third small dragon horn on their head? Xiao Hua's delirium breaker eye flashed, silver like stars in his eyes. Xiao Hua calmly asked Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was shocked and shouted, Ao Jiao. Are you talking about Ao Jiao? How would I know if it's Ao Jiao? Xiao Hua replied indifferently, I'm only asking you if you know such a dragon race. Of course I know. Ao Sheng said with a trembling voice, Ao Jiao is one of the Gui race that brought Long Yu into the folded Jade Legacy realm. Could it be? After so many years, he still hasn't died? He actually set up an illusion array here? If it's Ao Jiao, then it's right. Hearing that, Xiao Hua's heart relaxed slightly. He stared at the sea and replied, I'm afraid Ao Jiao is already dead, but his soul is still here. Perhaps only the soul can exist in this passage of time. And this illusion is probably created by Ao Jiao's soul. I know. Ao Sheng shouted, this is my Dragon Island's Li Hen heavenly technique. Damn it, this Ao Jiao is really vicious and merciless. This Li Hen heavenly technique has always been my Dragon Island's forbidden technique. I don't know how many years have passed, but no dragon race has been able to cultivate it. Even the profound armor pentagonal divine dragon keeps a respectful distance from this forbidden technique. Ao Jiao is really crazy. Of course he's not crazy. Xiaohua seemed to have understood something and said in a low voice, he's trapped in this folded jade legacy realm. What can he do in the face of the passage of time? Other than using a secret technique to cultivate into a soul, what hope does he have to survive? In this illusion, I'm afraid there are many lost dragons. Their blood essence has become the supplement of the Li Hen heavenly technique. Li Hen heavenly technique, heavenly remorse, endless regret into the sea, endless hatred into the heavens. Ao Sheng scratched his ears and cheeks and shouted, if this Li Hen heavenly technique is successfully cultivated, you can use Li Hen heavenly technique. If you don't have a great ability, you can't break it. This Ao Jiao originally had the strength of Tun Ri. How can the Li Hen heavenly that he set up be broken by us? Moreover, don't forget that the current Li Hen heavenly technique is Ao Jiao himself. I really don't know how to break this illusion array. Humph, what do you know? Xiaohua sneered, you're doted on by Dragon Island. You haven't gone through any experience. Who says I haven't gone through any experience? Ao Sheng shouted as if his tail had been stepped on. The size of my Dragon Island is not something you can understand. I've been to all those dangerous places, hee, you're wrong. Xiaohua smiled and looked at the soul of Ao Jiao who was waiting for him at his feet. The most difficult experience is not on Dragon Island, but on the 3 continents. Do you know why Confucian cultivators have to establish a country in hidden immortal continent before they reach the 5th grade of elemental energy? That's not only to test the art of ruling a country, but also to test the human heart. Moreover, it's the same for us Dao cultivators. We also have to go out to gain experience. Without experiencing the mortal world, you won't know what is called cunning, danger, flattery and waiting. Waiting? Ao Sheng was slightly stunned, what kind of experience is this? Chapter 40:16. For his own survival, for the sake of exterminating the other dragons on Dragon Island. Ao Jiao had to wait, he waited for 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, and finally, he waited for you, the purest dragon bloodline. Perhaps. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and stopped. Ao Sheng replied indifferently, what wait, isn't it just patience? I can do it too, you don't know, when I was training on Dragon Island, in order to wait for an opportunity, I hid among the reefs and waited for 3 whole years. That's not right. Xiaohua muttered, since Ao Jiao is still in the form of a soul, and there's still the dragon cleansing pool in this stacked jade legacy realm, why didn't he remodel his body? How would I know? Ao Sheng was a little uncomfortable, his eyes turned and looked in another direction. Looking at Ao Sheng's appearance, Xiaohua seemed to have understood something, he said coldly, could it be, this is still your Dragon Palace's 9th Elder's scheme? Sigh, I don't know what those old fellows are thinking. Ao Sheng sighed, but what I know is, I have never heard of a dragon's soul being able to remodel his body in the dragon cleansing pool. Boom! As if a bolt of lightning struck Xiaohua, he said in disbelief, how is that possible? It's said that your Dragon Island has a dragon cleansing pool that can remodel one's body. That's the Buddhist sect's lotus cleansing pool, okay? Ao Sheng muttered, it has nothing to do with my Dragon Island. However, since someone is spreading the news for my dragon clan, why wouldn't my dragon clan do it? Oh, of course, it's not that my dragon cleansing pool can't remodel one's body, it's just that until now, no one knows how to remodel one's body. I was tricked by a bunch of old farts again. Xiaofan gnashed his teeth and said. Ao Sheng shrugged his shoulders strangely and said with a smile, think about it, didn't you say everything about Dragon Palace? What did the elders say? Didn't they just follow your words? It's your wishful thinking that my dragon cleansing pool can remodel one's body. My elders also admitted it, but they didn't say how to remodel one's body. You have to rely on yourself for all the opportunities. Forget it. At this point, Xiaohua was too lazy to argue with those old farts of Dragon Island. He had to deal with the predicament in front of him first. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't ask about the Dragon Palace, Ao Sheng also wiped his cold sweat. It was impossible that he didn't know of Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace of Dragon Palace. But Ao Sheng of Dragon of Dragon Island, Dragon of Dragon of him. Of Ao, Dragon Islands, Dragon, of Dragons of Dragon of Dragons of Dragon of Dragon of course, of Dragon. However, the development of the situation was beyond Ao Sheng's expectations. Xiaohua's dragon bloodline Dharma body not only had its own primordial spirit, but it could also absorb the dragon chi of other dragon tribes. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was even stronger than the dragon tribes. Xiaohua and the dragon bloodline Dharma body were no match for Ao Sheng, but how could Xiaohua and the dragon bloodline Dharma body be separated? Ao Sheng had completely become Xiaohua's follower in a folded jade. He even got a share of the loot when Xiaohua attacked the dragon clan. In particular, now that he had accidentally fallen into Lihan Heaven, which was set up by Ao Jiao, Ao Sheng knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Lihan Heaven. He could only rely on Xiaohua. If Xiaohua turned against him, he would be the first to die. Yes, immortal. It was rare for Ao Sheng to lower his proud head and smile. What do you think we should do now? Xiaohuaji glanced at Ao Sheng and replied indifferently, didn't I tell you just now? Wait. Yes, wait is patience. Ao Sheng hurriedly replied, but, can we compete with Ao Jiao's patience? Even if we can't, we still have to compete. Only in this way can we have a chance to find a flaw in Lihan Heaven and get out. Xiaohua thought for a moment, raised his hand and pointed in a direction, you fly there, I will fly to the opposite side, let's see how Ao Jiao will deal with it. Immortal. Ao Sheng cried bitterly, you won't leave me, a little dragon, to face an old dragon that has lived for millions of years, will you? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied, do you think I am that kind of person? No, definitely not. Ao Sheng hurriedly smiled. Not like? That means, yes? Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ao Sheng didn't want to answer anymore. He hurriedly urged his dragon body and shouted, yes, I will fly there now. Well, remember, don't let the sea water touch your dragon body. Xiaohua saw this and also flew to another place. He didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Ao Sheng heard Xiaohua's reminder. His originally low heart immediately came to life, and his dragon body flew 100 feet away. As Xiaohua flew, he still opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye to observe Ao Jiao's soul. The dragon head that was very clear in the delusion breaker Dharma eye was slightly blurred, and actually split into two dragon heads. One of them carried a body and rushed in the direction of Ao Sheng. Its speed was 3 times faster than Ao Sheng, and the other one followed closely behind. Xiaohua couldn't help but think to himself, ordinary souls will not leave any trace in my delusion breaker Dharma eye. That is to say, this Ao Jiao either used the Lihan Heaven technique or the fragments of the dragon realm to cultivate her soul to another level. This level is probably beyond the reach of Little White Dragon. The most troublesome thing is that the soul cultivator Xiaohua is now heavily injured and can't come out to fight the enemy. If the soul technique is useful, I can only rely on myself. However, fortunately, I have some gains in the Forbidden Spring Sea. Although I have not comprehended the vast sea of soul technique, it can still be of some use at the critical moment. Xiao Hua was thinking and flying. The huge dragon head also followed under Xiao Hua's body. It was more patient than Xiao Hua. After flying for a while, the distance between Ao Sheng and him had already exceeded the distance when they entered Lihan Heaven, but the scene in front of Xiao Hua's eyes did not change at all. Xiao Hua understood that this simple distance extension would not give Ao Jiao any pressure, and it was even more impossible to find a flaw in Lihan Heaven. What should I do? Xiao Hua pinched his chin. The delusion breaker Dharma eye looked at the ferocious dragon head, and the dragon eyes that seemed to be mocking him, thinking about the next step. Roar! At this moment, in the direction where Ao Sheng was, a huge wave was formed, and the sea water rolled up, forming the shape of a dragon, and pounced on Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was shocked, and with a long roar, his dragon body suddenly rose up, trying to avoid the wave. However, Ao Sheng only flew out 1,000 feet, and in mid-air, there was a flash of light, and layers of water ripples. Like a mirror, another sea surface was hanging upside down above Ao Sheng's head. Ao Sheng rushed into the air, and was about to fall into this new sea surface, and in this sea surface, Ao Jiao's 3 dragon horns revealed a ferocious smile without hiding it. Xiao Hua saw that there was a change where Ao Sheng was, and just as he was about to turn back, woo-woo! Layers of strange wind whistled from under his feet and above his head, and with the sound of the wind, the soul of Ao Jiao, who had been hiding under the sea, suddenly rose up and pounced on Xiao Hua. Moreover, as the wind whistled into the sky, the dragon patterns gradually condensed into water splashes, and these splashes connected together, and a seemingly endless water surface was formed again, and under the water surface, Ao Jiao's figure also appeared. Xiao Hua's delusion breaker Dharma eye had not been closed, and when he saw the faint golden lines fly out from Ao Jiao's soul, and a weak and blurry dragon shape condensed above his head, he already understood that this must be a secret technique similar to the ghost cultivator's inextricable threads. Therefore, without any hesitation, Xiao Hua's delusion breaker Dharma eye flashed with a dark green brilliance, and the technique of lightning and thunder suddenly came out. Rumble. What puzzled Xiao Hua was that the soul technique that did not have any effect before, was now somewhat recovered in the illusion of Lihan Heaven. As the thunder roared, not only did it disperse the dragon patterns above Xiao Hua's head, it also destroyed the soul strands that were gathering. However, Xiao Hua's technique of lightning and thunder was still controlled by the illusion of Lihan Heaven, and the sea water was destroyed a little, but the rest roared, like the anger of Ao Jiao, and rushed toward Xiao Hua. Seeing that the soul technique was effective, Xiao Hua hurriedly urged the soul strands, and a net-like dark green seal text flew out. Although the green seal text was very vague, it was obvious that Xiao Hua had just comprehended it, but as soon as the green seal text came out, the strange sound appeared again, and layers of small whirlpools appeared out of thin air in front of the sea water. Zzzt. A violent sound rang out within a radius of several miles, and more than half of the dragon-shaped sea water controlled by Ao Jiao was destroyed again, and only about 20% of the sea water passed through Xiao Hua's defense and rushed to Xiao Hua's feet. Xiao Hua's flying technique with the demon body was naturally not comparable to Ao Sheng's, and in a hurry, he could not dodge. As soon as the sea water touched the surface of Xiao Hua's body, it immediately turned into a thin red color, and quickly spread along Xiao Hua's legs. The strands of red color were like tiny poisonous snakes, and in a moment, they had completely covered Xiao Hua's legs. Humph! Xiao Hua coldly snorted, and a cluster of soul strands fell. Swoosh! Like rain washing sand, all the strands were destroyed in an instant. However, at the same time, there were still some red lights flashing between the lines on Xiao Hua's skin, and it seemed like they wanted to penetrate, but as the bronze brilliance around Xiao Hua's body rippled, the remaining red color also disappeared without a trace. Roar! The soul that was destroyed by the soul technique seemed to have caused Ao Jiao's pain, and a dragon roar that shook Xiaohua to the point of dizziness came from the sea water. A dragon head that was thousands of feet long surged out from the sea water, and the dragon head that was condensed from the dark green sea water was like a real dragon, exuding an indescribable dragon's might. Even as strong as Xiaohua was, his heart could not help but tremble, and a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Chapter 40:17. Looking further away, Ao Sheng was about to crash into the reflection of the blue sea in the sky. Fortunately, he was quick to react. With a turn of his dragon body, he flew horizontally and stopped his upward momentum. However, Ao Jiao had already made her move. Even if Ao Sheng was temporarily out of danger, what could he do? Just as Xiaohua was channeling his soul technique to defend against Ao Jiao, two water dragons flew out from the blue sea in the sky. They both looked like Ao Jiao and attacked Ao Sheng from both sides. What was more special was that Lihan Heaven was originally an illusion created by Ao Jiao's soul. Now, between the two water dragons, there was another kind of seal that trapped Ao Sheng like a giant hand. While Ao Sheng was panicking, the dragon horn on top of his head shone like a crystal. This light was first restrained and Ao Sheng's golden dragon horn was suddenly transparent. Strands of blood could be seen. Then, a drop of golden dragon blood oozed out from the dragon horn. As soon as this drop of dragon blood came out, the dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly shrank and rushed towards the dragon blood. Woo-woo. The wind was so strong that it seemed like it was going to tear the entire Lihan Heaven apart. Even the two water dragons were cut into countless pieces by the hurricane. Of course, just as the pieces were formed, the water light in the water dragons flowed and the cracks disappeared. The water dragons still surrounded Ao Sheng. The dragon blood flowed into the dragon chi and emitted a strange fluctuation. Then, the dragon blood exploded with a bang. Thousands of dragon runes wriggled in the dragon blood and protected Ao Sheng's dragon body in a few breaths of time. A layer of blood-red dragon armor was formed. Hee. The two water dragons sneered at the same time. Real blood armor. Huh, real blood armor. I didn't expect your blood to be so pure. The heavens are really helping me. Little kid, come over here. As they spoke, the two water dragons rushed towards Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was shocked. Dragon runes rushed out from the scales all over his body, like countless flying swords dancing, trying to stop the water dragons from getting closer. Boom boom boom. The flying swords fell into the water dragons. Although the water dragons were full of holes, Ao Jiao's ecstasy did not diminish. The water dragons also healed instantly and in less than half a cup of tea's time, they were already in front of Ao Sheng. Roar! Ao Sheng roared. His dragon claws slashed through the air. A sharp cold light flashed and the two water dragons were cut in half. Ao Sheng's dragon tail then cut the two water dragons into 4 halves. Huh! Ao Jiao laughed, his voice roaring within 1,000 miles. In my Lihan Heaven, even Ao Jia would be at my mercy, let alone a little kid like you. With this voice, the space around the water dragons inexplicably produced thousands of water silks. The water silks fell into the water dragons, and the two water dragons were as good as new again. They were still rushing towards Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of dragon breath. Several dragon runes also flew out, but the dragon runes flashed in the air for a moment and quickly dimmed. It seemed that the dragon clan's magic could not be used in Lihan Heaven. Damn it! Ao Sheng cursed. His body shone again. This shimmering light began to rotate with Ao Sheng's body. Layers of void cracks appeared around Ao Sheng, forcing the water dragons to retreat. Woo! The ear-piercing sound of water once again soared into the air. The water dragon instantly grew several times in size, and then fearlessly dove into the crack in the void. Sizzle. Nearly 70% of the water dragon was swallowed by the crack in the void, but the remaining 30% passed through the crack and condensed again near Ao Sheng's body. Once the water dragons were condensed, they immediately rushed towards Ao Sheng's body to kill him. Roar. Although Ao Sheng's real blood-bright armor emitted a blood-red color and blocked the fatal attack of the water dragons, the bright armor creaked as it was twisted by the water dragons. Ao Sheng, who was inside, let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, Ao Sheng also knew that he was definitely no match for Ao Jiao. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on Xiaofan. Therefore, even though dragon blood was seeping out of his body, he still ignored the water dragon's greediness and flew towards Xiaofan with all his might. The danger that Xiaofan faced was even greater than Ao Sheng's. The huge dragon head emitted a dragon's aura and rushed towards Xiaofan. The power was like a giant peak, and before it even got close, Xiaohua's body was already shaking from the impact. Xiaohua hurriedly retreated, and the green seal script appeared again between his eyebrows. The mysterious sigh sounded again, and within hundreds of miles, red clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and waves of rain poured down like a torrential downpour. This. Ao Jiao was shocked. The falling dragon head stopped there, and an incredulous expression appeared on its transparent face. And with the washing of the rain, the dragon head that was originally condensed from seawater actually had mottled marks. The marks became bigger and bigger, like boiling water falling into a snowball, gradually melting. Hee. Xiaohua sneered, "Sure enough, there is seawater in Lihan heaven, but in fact, it is all your soul. If I take out rainwater out of thin air, I'm afraid it will be completely opposite to your seawater." Huh. Human race, oh human race, you are indeed smart. But, where did you get the rainwater? Do you think this old man will give you a chance? Ao Jiao laughed loudly. Seeing that half of the huge dragon head had disappeared, the remaining dragon head suddenly opened its mouth. Roar. A wave visible to the naked eye rushed into the sky, and wherever the wave passed, it was like a giant hand, wiping away all the red clouds. Xiaohua's art of clouds and rain was broken by Ao Jiao just like that. Damn it! Xiaohua thought to himself, this Ao Jiao's art of Lihan heaven seems to be similar to a soul technique, and his soul is incomparably tough, comparable to Ao Sheng's dragon body. It is not a big deal that my soul technique was broken by him. But, if that is the case, how can I use the art of clouds and rain? This is really troublesome. Xiaohua pondered in his heart, but his movements were not slow. Just as Ao Jiao's fluctuations calmed down, Xiaohua slapped his forehead with his right hand. Wang. A violent rumbling sound was produced, and a dark green brilliance flashed, and a soul sword completely surrounded by soul threads flew out. This soul sword was not visible to the naked eye, but Ao Jiao could see it clearly. Ah! With a loud cry, Ao Jiao's dragon head suddenly dived, wanting to hide in the so-called sea, but the soul sword was like lightning. Ao Jiao had just descended 100 feet when the soul sword had already pierced Ao Jiao's dragon head. A strange space twisted, and there was a burst of horrifying wailing and howling. One could even see traces of Sanskrit appearing, and the soul sword fiercely rushed into the dragon head. Moreover, the soul sword's momentum did not stop, and it continued to pierce more than 1,000 feet. Wherever the soul sword passed, Ao Jiao's soul turned into nothingness. Alas, what a pity! Xiaohua was happy at first, but when he saw that the soul sword had already pierced more than 1,000 feet, he saw that only a small part of Ao Jiao's huge dragon body was destroyed, and at the bottom of the dragon body was separated from the sea. Xiaohua also understood that he had only killed a wisp of Ao Jiao's soul, and it was impossible to completely destroy Ao Jiao. 1. The soul sword's momentum was extinguished, and it stopped inside Ao Jiao's soul. The remaining soul began to counterattack, and the soul sword let out a roar. Xiaohua's mysterious dark clouds also surged, and an indescribable pain appeared in his mind. Not good. Xiaohua had long known the shortcoming of the soul sword, so he had never used it easily. Today, he had no choice but to use it. He had only killed a dragon's soul, and it had already caused discomfort in his soul. He immediately felt a warning in his heart. Looking at Ao Jiao again, how could she not know Xiaohua's misgivings? Between the evil grins, the previously severed connection was restored. That soul once again danced, preparing to devour Xiaohua's soul sword. Facing such a powerful Ao Jiao, Xiaohua's mind raced. Then, his soul strands trembled, and fell into the mysterious dark clouds. He grabbed Little White Dragon and dragged him out. Roar! Little White Dragon was suddenly dragged out, and it did not understand the situation at all. However, when it saw a kind of dragon's might that could suppress it to the point that it could not breathe, how could it not know that Xiaohua was in danger? Little White roared without hesitation, and its figure flew out, pouncing towards Ao Jiao's soul. Ao Jiao was somewhat caught off guard, and Little White Dragon pounced on her soul. It opened its big mouth and tore at her soul, and that dragon's claws grabbed onto her soul, tearing it apart. Whoosh! Seeing that Ao Jiao's soul was destroyed by Little White Dragon, Xiaohua took the opportunity to retrieve his soul sword. West Sea Fire Dragon Soul. Which West Sea Dragon King's soul are you? When Ao Jiao saw Little White Dragon, he immediately felt the terrifying Fire Dragon Soul's aura within his soul, and could not help but cry out. Why would Little White Dragon answer him? He sneered and said, "Since you know that I am the West Sea Dragon King, why don't you quickly bow down and surrender?" "Ha, little dragon, you indeed have the aura of a dragon king, but your bloodline is different from my Four Seas dragon race. Although it looks noble, it is not a pure dragon bloodline. How can a little dragon like you be the West Sea Dragon King?" Ao Jiao seemed to be in a good mood as he laughed heartily and said, "There's a little kid with an incomparably pure bloodline from the Dragon Island over there who gave me a bloodline, and you, an unknown little dragon, gave me a dragon soul. I really don't know how I should thank you all." "Humph." Xiaohua heard from afar, and sneered, "There is no need for this Xiao will give you dragon vein energy. Let's see if you have the fortune to enjoy it." While speaking, Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and dragon vein Xiaohua rushed out of his body, transforming into a dragon form and pouncing towards Ao Jiao's soul. Hiss! When Ao Jiao saw dragon vein Xiaohua, his heart could not help but tremble in the face of dragon vein Xiaohua's rock-solid dragon chi. As a soul, he could understand the power of dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon chi better than those dragons with dragon bodies. Swish! Without waiting for dragon vein Xiaohua to get close, a loud sound of water rang out, and a dragon head that was several times larger than before once again emerged from the surface of the sea. The dragon head's mouth was wide open, and at the three dragon horns, the scarlet dragon horns flashed a scarlet red, illuminating the entire dragon head in red. This scarlet dragon head's dragon might was even stronger, far surpassing the previous one. Waves of dragon chi condensed in the surroundings, and actually gave birth to a magic treasure like jade. Chapter 40:18. Ao Jiao's means were not limited to this. With a series of splashing sounds, two more dragon heads flew out of the sea, one to replenish the soul that was previously torn apart by Little White Dragon, and the other to roll towards Xiaohua. "It's really tricky." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng flying in the distance, almost strangled by Ao Jiao's soul. He hurriedly urged the heavenly law embodiment technique, took out the wishful steel staff again, and waved it to rescue Ao Sheng. Rumble. Although the wishful steel staff was not the real wishful steel staff and could not completely break away from the five elements, Ao Jiao's soul could still be killed by it. The wishful steel staff struck down, and Ao Jiao's soul was beaten until it was dim, and Xiao Hua was much closer to Ao Sheng. Woo woo woo. Just as Xiao Hua was flying, the wind blew and the clouds shook in the space behind him. The weather changed drastically. The dragon vein Xiao Hua and Ao Jiao's scarlet-red soul clashed. The draconic chi collided, causing the space within 1,000 miles to become chaotic. Looking at Little White, it was even more powerful. Dragon roars resounded and claw shadows appeared one after another. Little White tore the soul that had just been born into pieces in just a moment. Moreover, Little White opened its mouth and devoured the soul fragments. If it was under normal circumstances, Little White Dragon would have already won. Unfortunately, this was Lihan Heaven, and Ao Jiao had been sacrificial refining Lihan Heaven for who knows how many days, and his soul was almost infinite. Roar. There were a few more sounds, and 3 more souls came out one after another, and rushed towards Little White Dragon from 3 different places. Poof. The wishful steel staff stabbed deeply into the head of one of Ao Jiao's soul, and the soul dimmed and dissipated, falling into the sea. Looking at these fragments, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly moved, and his mind sank into the mysterious cloud, and the soul cultivator Xiao Hua was pulled out of it. Roar. Xiao Hua roared and stirred the wishful steel staff. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua took the opportunity to draw these floating soul fragments into his body. Ao Sheng had already flown close, and he seemed to be a little exhausted. The 2 water dragons had twisted Ao Sheng's dragon body into a fried dough twist, and if it were not for Xiao Hua, Ao Sheng would have been killed by Ao Jiao. At this time, when Ao Sheng saw Xiao Hua, he was more affectionate than when he saw the elders of the Dragon Hall, and shouted loudly, "Zhenren Xiao, save me! Don't worry. This old man is coming." Xiao Hua released his secret attack and shouted anxiously. His body expanded to 100 zhang as he flew towards Ao Sheng. But right at this moment, cold laughter resounded from the space around Xiao Hua, and then 3 strands of Ao Jiao's soul transformed into water dragons that flew out from the spatial rift and obstructed Xiao Hua's path. Not waiting for Xiao Hua to wave the wishful staff, the 3 separated souls surrounded Xiao Hua and swam towards Xiao Hua. Damn it! What should we do? Xiao Hua slightly opened his delusion breaker Dharma eyes and saw that although the huge dragon head was staring at Little White Dragon and dragon vein Xiao Hua under his feet, the dragon head was no different from before. In other words, Xiao Hua's hard work for such a long time did not cause any substantial harm to Ao Jiao. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was in the same place as these 3 soul splits. He was complaining even more in his heart. These 3 divided souls were much more powerful than the previous ones. His wishful staff was no longer as weak as before. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua had killed 3 divided souls. However, at the same time, 3 more divided souls were born. Little White Dragon killed 5 divided souls, but at the same time, 5 divided souls were still fighting with Little White Dragon. Only dragon vein Xiao Hua's opponent was still the red dragon head. Although the dragon head was bitten to a pulp, dragon vein Xiao Hua's dragon body also began to be damaged. As for Ao Sheng, he was in the most dangerous situation at this time. He could no longer fly. 2 divided souls were tightly entangling him, and the true blood bright armor on the surface of his body was damaged. Roar. Seeing that Ao Sheng was in danger and that Xiao Hua could not arrive in time, Ao Sheng hurriedly roared again. He opened his mouth and a fist-sized golden light flew out. Inside the golden light was a thumb-sized dragon crown. Purple dragon crown? Ao Jiao found that the dragon face instantly appeared under Ao Sheng's feet. Looking at the dragon crown, she cried out in surprise, "Those damn Dragon Island, they actually gave you the purple dragon crown. They are really biased." As she spoke, the purple dragon crown had already landed between Ao Sheng's dragon horns. A layer of brilliant, dazzling light purple dragon pattern appeared from the purple dragon crown, turning into a dragon robe that covered Ao Sheng's dragon body. Wherever the dragon robe went, Ao Jiao's two divided souls screamed and turned into ashes. Even the wounds on Ao Sheng's dragon body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Ao Sheng roared with joy. His dragon body twisted and the purple dragon crown overflowed with thousands of soaring dragon shapes. These dragon shapes brushed past Lihan Heaven, and the area that Ao Jiao imprisoned was broken. A path to the sky had already appeared in front of Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng moved his body, but only flew a few hundred feet before stopping again. This seemingly spoiled little dragon actually leaped and flew towards Xiaohua. It seemed that he wanted to take Xiaohua with him. Damn it! Ao Jiao's violent voice came from all directions. Huge heads appeared in the area that Ao Sheng had rushed out from. So what if you have the purple dragon crown? I may not be able to kill you now, but I have trapped you for 1,000,000 years. However, this old man has trapped you for over 1,000,000 years. Once this old man refines the purple dragon crown, you will still be my prey. Hiss. Ao Sheng took a breath and turned his head to look at the place that he wanted to fly out from. Were there not a few divided souls waiting for him to fall into their mouths? Damn it, this Ao Jiao is too powerful. Ao Sheng felt a sense of powerlessness. If I didn't turn around to save Jinren Shao, I'm afraid I would have been trapped by him. He's not even afraid of the purple dragon crown. This folded jade legacy realm is indeed a fragment of the dragon realm. Only by cultivating in such a fragment of the dragon realm can one surpass the control of the purple dragon crown. Jinren. Ao Sheng landed beside Xiaohua. The dragon robe around him overflowed and wanted to bring Xiaohua into it. However, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was now quite repelling the dragon chi of the purple dragon crown. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. The silver-white eyes of the delusion breaker eye flashed ruthlessly. After a moment, Xiaohua said, Ao Sheng, is there any flaw in this Lihan Heaven? Or, as far as you know, is there any way to break it? Ao Sheng almost cried out, Jinren. If there was any way to break it, I would have told you. In this Lihan Heaven, unless your cultivation is higher than Ao Jiao's, or you have a way to completely destroy Ao Jiao's soul. What other way is there? Don't you see? Ao Jiao has merged his soul with Lihan Heaven. He can transform into as many souls as he wants. His soul can appear anywhere in Lihan Heaven. Jinren can't find his real soul. Of course, if Jinren has the means to find it, that's another story. However, even if Jinren finds it, how can Jinren compare with this old man's soul? Damn it, why am I so unlucky? To destroy Ao Jiao's soul, I may not be able to do it, but to find Ao Jiao's soul, I naturally have a way. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He looked at Ao Jiao's soul, which was afraid of Ao Sheng's purple dragon crown, and then looked at the dozens of water dragons surrounding the little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua. They entangled the two together like how they entangled Ao Sheng. Both the little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua were trapped and unable to move. Xiaohua said faintly, however, Ao Sheng, you have to swear that you will not say a word about what you saw today. Otherwise. Of course, of course. Ao Sheng was overjoyed and shouted, I can swear to the dragon ancestor that I will never say a word about what I saw today. If I say a word, let me never find my beloved concubine. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder came out of nowhere, and a dragon-shaped phantom appeared in the thunder, giving Ao Sheng a fright. He looked at the phantom in disbelief, and his face was filled with astonishment. Make a proper dragon oath. Xiaohua looked at the shadow with boundless dragon might and said, this is a fragment of the dragon realm. Your dragon oath will be taken away by the dragon ancestor. This dragon oath is also the foundation to protect your little life. All right. Ao Sheng clenched his teeth and a drop of dragon blood flew out. Ao Sheng chanted in the dragon language, "Dragon ancestor above, this little dragon Ao Sheng makes a dragon oath that I will never say a word about what happened today. No matter what the dragon race interrogates me, I will not say a word. If I say a word, I will immediately be stripped of my dragon blood by the dragon ancestor. I will fall into the mortal Tao and never be reincarnated." Roar! The dragon blood boiled and turned into a line of blood that fell into the dragon-shaped phantom. The dragon-shaped phantom lit up as if it was the finishing touch, and then it rushed into the void and disappeared. "All right." Xiaohua nodded and ordered, "Stay away from me. The divine ability that I am about to use is not something that I can control. Of course, if I am unable to kill Ao Jiao, Ao Sheng, you can take advantage of the chaos to escape." Ao Sheng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing Xiaohua's solemn expression, he did not dare to say anything and moved away. Just as Ao Sheng left, woo! The wind howled and countless water dragons with the same dragon head rushed out. Like vines, they trapped Xiaohua's transcendence golden body. As the water dragons attacked, Xiaohua's demon body showed signs of collapsing. This showed how powerful Ao Jiao was. Now, all of Lihan heaven was filled with towering pillars of water. Each pillar of water was a part of Ao Jiao's soul. It was like a ghostly cultivator, and as Ao Sheng said, Xiaohua would not be able to escape from Lihan heaven if he could not kill all of them at once. Wang. Xiaohua did not care about the strangulation of Ao Jiao's soul at all. He patted his forehead and there was a buzzing sound. A silver light pillar the size of a fist appeared from the delirium breaker eye. With a loud bang, it rushed into the sea below him. Woo! As soon as the light pillar touched the sea, it immediately created a silver vortex. This silver vortex rotated extremely fast and the silver color covered the sea like lightning. Chapter 40:19. Swish, swish, swish. As the silver color dyed the dozens of water dragons that were entangling Xiaohua, the little white dragon, and the dragon bloodline Xiaohua, these water dragons first lost the appearance of Ao Jiao, and then disappeared into thin air. Even in a moment, all the water pillars fell on the surface of the water, and they no longer looked as arrogant as before. However, the entire sea surface of Lihan heaven still existed and did not completely disappear. Damn it, what kind of supernatural power is this? Under the silver light pillar, within the vortex, Ao Jiao's face appeared. His face was full of surprise, but there was little fear. You can actually pin this old man's soul? However, how long do you think this supernatural power of yours can pin this old man? As he spoke, Ao Jiao's face began to distort. The vortex under the light pillar also began to reverse, and the silver color that was previously all over the sea surface gradually retreated. Even in Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye, the silver eyes began to flicker. Even the delusion breaker Dharma eye could not control Ao Jiao's supernatural power. Just at that moment, an angry roar came from Xiaohua's mouth. Shortly after, Xiaohua abruptly raised his left hand. Woo! A pitch-black light flashed and the moan of an ancient demonic creature was heard. Along with that moan, the bronze light around Xiaohua's body instantly disappeared and was replaced by pitch-black flames and crimson blood. The flames were even darker than the demonic flames from before. It was like a sparkling and translucent crystal. In particular, there were tens of thousands of tiny threads, and within those threads were countless malevolent demonic creatures that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wanting to pounce out. With the birth of the flame and the crimson color, a demon armor appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's body. This demon armor was also filled with crimson and demons, and a kind of power that could swallow the heavens and the earth continuously gushed out. Not only that, at this moment, around Xiaohua's body, a layer of several inches of space had been burned out by the dense flames. This space was collapsing at an extremely fast speed, and not a single ray of light was able to escape. One after another, indescribable demonic creatures flowed out from within the space. These demonic creatures flowed into a hexagonal region behind the demon god Xiaohua's head, and then flowed out from within the hexagonal region. At this moment, the hexagonal region was merely an outline, but that outline distorted the nearby space, making it impossible for the naked eye to see through it. You. Ao Jiao did not know what to say in the face of such a strange change. His soul had survived in the fragment of the dragon realm for so long, and this was the first time that absolute fear appeared in his heart. The aura emitted by this terrifying flame was not inferior to the dragon qi in the realm of the folded jade. Ao Jiao looked at the demon god Xiaohua's face that was covered by a layer of demon armor. The two blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust, and complemented the ruthlessness of the silver-white eyes. Ao Jiao's heart panicked, and hurriedly wanted to abandon the silver-white pillar of light and escape, but the silver-white pillar of light was like a nail that nailed Ao Jiao's soul. No matter how Ao Jiao moved, he could not break free. Who? The demon god Xiaohua did not give Ao Jiao any chance to struggle. With a wave of his left hand, the demon blade appeared, and the entire Lihan heaven celestial phenomenon changed. From the void around the demon god Xiaohua's body, countless tiny black threads flew out. These black threads carried with them a thick flame and crimson color, and instantly covered the entire Lihan heaven. Even Ao Sheng, who was far away, was surrounded. Poor Ao Sheng was like a child who had a nightmare. He tightly curled into a ball, and looked at the demon god Xiaohua in horror. The demon god's murderous aura seemed to be able to strangle Ao Sheng at any time. He also finally understood why Xiaohua must make him swear a dragon oath. Damn it! Ao Jiao cursed angrily. Purple qi appeared at the dragon's head. As soon as this purple qi appeared, the dragon's head instantly shrank. However, this purple qi actually held up the pillar of light of the delirium breaker Dharma Eye, and the dragon's head took the opportunity to escape. Even when the dragon's head just left the vortex controlled by the silver-white pillar of light, it immediately divided into countless tiny dragon souls, and swam in all directions. The demon god Xiaohua saw it clearly through the delirium breaker Dharma Eye. The demon blade in his left hand chopped down, and a faint black light flashed. Not only was Ao Jiao's soul split in half, but the endless dragon souls that were born were also split in half. However, the strange thing was that after all the souls were split, they only paused for a moment. Then, ha ha ha. Big and small laughter could not be suppressed in the whole Lihan heaven. All the souls were active again. Even Ao Jiao's main soul was split into two, twisting arrogantly. Woo. Just when Ao Jiao felt that she had escaped the fatal blow of the demon blade and wanted to counterattack again, the demon blade roared and turned into a demon dragon. It rushed out from Xiaohua's hand and flew towards one of Ao Jiao's main souls. At the same time, at the edge of all the souls that were split by the demon blade, strands of black silk appeared strangely. With the appearance of these black silk, the demon flames that were previously all over Lihan heaven suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of demons, madly pouncing on Ao Jiao's soul and the seemingly endless sea. The soul cultivator Xiaohua that Xiaohua had sent to the sea surface earlier, now also quietly appeared. Just like an ear-piercing sound, it was attached to another soul of Ao Jiao. The soul cultivator Xiaohua's soul silk was even denser than the black silk and wrapped around Ao Jiao's main soul. The soul silk tore and devoured the soul strands. The image of the soul cultivator Xiaohua was becoming clearer little by little. Roar! Half of Ao Jiao's main soul was fighting with the demon dragon. The other half roared madly, resisting the demon formed by the black silk and the soul cultivator Xiaohua. In the distance, little white dragon and dragon vein Xiaohua roared at the same time. They separately pounced over and attacked the other half of Ao Jiao's main soul. Ao Jiao's Lihan heaven was formed by her soul. In this kind of illusion that was comparable to an enchantment, Ao Jiao was almost invincible, not to mention being killed by others. Any trace of his soul could be turned into the future Ao Jiao. This was similar to the ghost cultivator Huang Yi's inextricable links on that day. Moreover, Ao Jiao cultivated Lihan heaven in this fragment of the dragon realm. It was far more advanced than the dragon qi of the dragon island. Even if the ninth elder of the dragon island came, he may not be able to escape from this Lihan heaven, let alone kill Ao Jiao's soul. However, he was unlucky to encounter Xiaohua. The demon god Xiaohua's blood drop paradise had undergone the tempering of the fluctuations in the blood pool of the gods and devils. It had already undergone a qualitative improvement. Moreover, the demon blade had suppressed countless demons. These demons were the incarnations of the demon dragon, which was just enough to restrain Ao Jiao's thousands of divided souls. Now, even if Ao Jiao wanted to split a trace of her soul to escape, it was not realistic. Roar! Demon god Xiaohua saw that they were evenly matched. He roared and pounced forward. With a wave of his hands, a not-so-successful blood drop paradise trapped the other half of Ao Jiao's main soul. Layers of black flames and layers of blood light alternately burned and attacked. The soul was cut off piece by piece. The whole world was fighting, endless devouring. The demon qi chased after the soul, and the soul fought against the demon qi. In the demon qi, Ao Sheng looked at the distant demon dragon and demon god Xiaohua enviously as they devoured Ao Jiao's soul. To be able to cultivate Lihan heaven's soul, how could ordinary souls compare? It was rare in the world. If he used the secret technique of the dragon clan to devour some, it would definitely be of immeasurable value to Ao Sheng's future cultivation. Unfortunately, Ao Sheng did not dare to get close. When the demonic saber was waved, the saber's blade also stopped in front of Ao Sheng for a moment. Although he was protected by the purple dragon crown, Ao Sheng could already smell the blood in the demonic saber's blade. The incomparably pure blood in his body froze at that moment. He was afraid that Xiaohua had forgotten that he had already made a dragon oath. Fortunately, the demon blade flashed away, and Ao Sheng felt that he had returned to the human world from the underworld. Therefore, he now only hoped that Xiaohua could devour Ao Jiao's soul, so that he could get rid of this feeling of fear. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to one's wishes, even if it was a small elder of the dragon island. The devouring of the entire Lihan heaven lasted for dozens of days. The battle within was not known to outsiders. Ao Sheng himself was in Lihan heaven and did not know the specific situation. He only saw that the demon qi in the space was either rich or thin, and the sea blue color was also changing with the thinness of the demon qi. However, in the end, the demon dragon devoured half of Ao Jiao's main soul, rushed to the left hand of the demon god Xiaohua and disappeared. The entire Lihan heaven was completely filled with demon qi. Roar! As the demon god Xiaohua roared to the sky, all the demon qi rapidly rolled back like thousands of streams returning to the origin, and disappeared into the blood-red armor of the demon god Xiaohua. When the armor slowly disappeared into the surface of Xiaohua's body, the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who seemed to be nearly 100 feet tall, flashed into the mysterious dark clouds in the demon qi. The little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua also shook their heads and wagged their tails, and returned very comfortably. In the end, the demon god Xiaohua withdrew the blood drop cave, revealing a plain thousands of miles in size. The endless dragon qi set off a gust of wind from all directions, blowing the dust into the air. Ah! The demon god Xiaohua groaned in a low voice. All the demon qi and the demon armor disappeared, and Xiaohua's body also shrank. Pa! Xiaohua fell out of the sky, smashing into a huge rock on the ground. Zhenren Xiao. Ao Sheng was like a fish in water, wantonly for a moment in the dragon qi. Seeing Xiao Hua's body fall, he flew closer for a moment in fear, but then he looked into the distance again, as if thinking about something. However, in just a few breaths, he made the wisest choice. He flew in front of Xiao Hua and said anxiously, Zhenren Xiao, yes. Following Ao Sheng's call, Xiao Hua opened his eyes. A touch of blood mixed with a wisp of cold light flashed in Xiao Hua's eyes. Even Ao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and his dragon body trembled slightly. Xiao Hua stood up, closed his eyes for a moment, and sighed, alas. I am a little further away from the mortal world. Zhenren Zhao's cultivation has increased again. Ao Sheng said with a flattering smile, then I must congratulate Zhenren Zhao. What cultivation? Xiao Hua shook his head, although this Zhao's demonic secret technique is extremely powerful, I do not dare to use it lightly. Because every time I use it, some of my emotions will be taken away. Over time, this Xiao will become a demonic creature that only knows how to kill. At that time, under that blade, although I can kill Ao Jiao immediately, you will also be killed by this Xiao. Chapter 40-20. Yes, it's better if Daoist doesn't use such a powerful secret technique. Ao Sheng shrunk his neck and smiled. At the same time, I also thank Daoist for sacrificing himself to save me. Xiao Hua looked coldly at Ao Sheng, as if he still hadn't escaped from the devil's realm, and said, you only need to remember your dragon oath, don't say anything else. Yes, Xiaolong understands. Ao Sheng replied obediently. Then, Xiao Hua took out a yin-yang bracelet and handed it to Ao Sheng, saying, go, collect all the stones here. Stones? What does Daoist want them for? Ao Sheng was a little confused. Xiao Hua didn't answer, he also took out a yin-yang pouch, flew towards a place, and used his body and mind to collect the stones. All right. Ao Sheng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Hua starting to collect the boulders and reverting back to his greedy self. He looked at the seemingly endless plains and released his essence force to collect the boulders as well. After collecting all the stones, Ao Sheng returned the yin-yang bracelet to Xiao Hua and probed, Daoist, do you have news of Long Yu? Not only do I have news of Long Yu, I also have news of the crystal dragon scripture. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng and replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ao Sheng's body shook, and he hurriedly asked, then, where is the crystal dragon scripture? Don't you think you should tell me the use of the crystal dragon scripture first? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and chuckled. Ao Sheng sighed and said with a smile, Daoist, don't tease me. Since Daoist has already swallowed Ao Jiao's soul, how can you not know the use of the crystal dragon scripture? You're wrong. Xiao Hua replied, Ao Jiao doesn't know the use of the crystal dragon scripture, it's also not here. Where is the crystal dragon scripture? Ao Sheng asked. Tell me first, what is the use of the crystal dragon scripture? Ao Sheng smiled bitterly, Daoist Xiao, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know what the crystal dragon scripture is for. The elders only told me that the crystal dragon scripture was brought into the stacked jade legacy realm with Long Yu and other things. If you find Long Yu, you can find the crystal dragon scripture. I really don't know anything else. Xiao Hua stared at Ao Sheng for a moment, and Ao Sheng didn't dare to shift his gaze away. After a moment, Xiao Hua nodded and said, this old man will believe you. Since the crystal dragon scripture was taken by Ao Yi and separated from the dragon jade, the crystal dragon scripture must be extremely important. Ao Yi. When Ao Sheng heard this name, he was even more scared than if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed, He can't be alive too. Damn it, no, he can't have also cultivated Lihan Heaven, right? Xiao Hua shrugged, shook his head and said, I don't know about this. There was no more information in Ao Jiao's memory. However, it seems like only Ao Jiao has this hatred heavenly skill. Ao Yi doesn't. How is this possible? Ao Sheng exclaimed. Ao Yi is the patriarch of the Ji clan and the 10th elder of the Dragon Hall. How could he not have it? However, after Ao Sheng finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth as he realized that he had revealed something. As if he didn't hear anything, Xiaohua flew up and searched around with his Yuan Shen. Ao Sheng hurriedly flew up. He didn't dare to disturb Xiaohua and only followed closely behind. After half a day, they came to an extremely ordinary place. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked around. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and pointed. Come here, use your dragon breath to perform the soaring dragon technique. All right. Ao Sheng didn't dare to delay. He flew over, opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Then, ripples appeared around his dragon horn and the dragon breath turned into a faint dragon in the ripples. Go! Following Ao Sheng's soft command, the dragon rushed to the sky like a cloud. However, just as it rushed out a few feet, a strange barrier blocked the dragon. The dragon's body paused for a moment and actually drilled into the barrier. Roar! A strange sound came from inside the barrier. An invisible wisp of Ao Jiao's soul flew out from the barrier and seemed to be trying to escape. Before Ao Sheng could do anything, the delusion breaker Dharma eye in Xiaohua's forehead opened again. The silver-white light beam fell on the place where the dragon disappeared. The wisp of Ao Jiao's soul flew around fiercely, but in the end, it couldn't escape the control of the light beam. As the light beam stirred, it fell into it and disappeared in an instant. Following the disappearance of the last wisp of Ao Jiao's soul, swoosh. As if a layer of color was cut off from the sky, Long Yu's head appeared in the sky. This Long Yu's dragon head looked very ordinary, similar to the one in Xiaohua's space. In between the dragon head's eyebrows, there was a strange rune. It was somewhat different from the dragon rune, but it was also somewhat similar in shape. It looked very eye-catching. Ao Sheng only saw Long Yu's shadow, he didn't even see the rune clearly. Xiaohua's mind rolled and Long Yu's head fell into his space. Taoist. Ao Sheng hesitated for a moment and mumbled, "You must remember what you said earlier. After leaving the stacked Jade Legacy realm, you must give Long Yu to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back. Can't you use the crystal dragon seal?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "If it wasn't for this old man, I'm afraid you would have lost your life here." "Ai, that's right." Ao Sheng sighed and said, "I also think so. Of course, I know the truth of the matter, but the elders don't think so. They wholeheartedly want to take Long Yu and the crystal dragon seal back. Unless Taoist wants to fall out with my dragon island, otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. However, I feel that Taoist's future is limitless, there is no need to provoke Dragon Island now." He. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng and said, "This old man was somewhat negligent. I should have let you make a bigger dragon oath earlier." Looking at Xiaohua's gaze, Ao Sheng felt his hair stand on end. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Of course, I will also talk to the elders and ask them to give Taoist some more time to comprehend." Xiaohua nodded and asked again, "The time in the stacked Jade Legacy realm is somewhat different from Dragon Island, right? And, although when the stacked Jade Legacy realm opens, the time here will tend to be the same as Dragon Island. However, the time here will ultimately be faster than Dragon Island. I have been waiting here for dozens of days. Maybe only dozens of days have passed on Dragon Island." Ao Sheng explained, "And when the stacked Jade Legacy realm closes, the time here will accelerate again." Xiaohua squinted his eyes and asked probingly, "If this old man comprehends the Dragon Jade in the stacked Jade Legacy realm, will it take less time than on Dragon Island?" When Ao Sheng heard, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said with a smile, "Taoist, for our training this time, other than the dragon jade, the most important thing is the crystal dragon scripture. Since you are here comprehending the dragon jade, what should we do with the crystal dragon scripture? Haha, Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, Ao Sheng, this old man's goal is the dragon jade. What is the crystal dragon scripture? What does it do? This old man never knew about it. Taoist, you can't be like this, right? Ao Sheng, other than you, do the other dragons on Dragon Island also have a mission to find the crystal dragon scripture? Yes, the 9 clans of Dragon Island, each clan will send 20 dragons to specifically search for the crystal dragon scripture. Ao Sheng no longer concealed and nodded his head as he answered. Isn't that the case? Xiaohua smiled, other than you, there are still 179 dragons looking for the crystal dragon scripture. One more you doesn't count, one less you don't count. Why don't you cultivate here with this old man? Ao Sheng thought for a moment and said in a low voice, Taoist Xiao, if you don't want to search for the crystal dragon scripture, that's fine too. Can you tell me where the crystal dragon scripture is? I'm going to search for the crystal dragon scripture. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng's helpless expression and advised, actually, Ao Jiao only knows that Ao Qin went to a place called Deeper Yuan. Furthermore, the scenery in this stacked jade legacy realm will change at any time. It has been so many years, who knows where Deeper Yuan is? Of course, if you know, you can go by yourself. Deeper Yuan? Ao Sheng frowned and said, I have heard of this name before. It seems to be a dangerous place in the stacked jade legacy realm. Since Taoist doesn't want to go, then I will go and search for it first. If I can find it, then I will turn back. At that time, I hope that Taoist can help me. What does Taoist think? The current Ao Sheng seemed to have matured a lot. He was extremely different from the Ao Sheng that Xiaohua saw at the edge of Dragon Island. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng and then looked around. He nodded and said, all right. You and I will each take half a step back. You go and search for that Deeper Yuan. I will meditate here. If you find it, you can come back and look for me. However, I am afraid that the scenery in the stacked jade legacy realm will change again soon. You have to hurry over before it changes. Many thanks for Taoist's help. Ao Sheng smiled and said, as for the problem of returning, this is not something that Taoist needs to worry about. My Dragon Island knows about the various changes in the stacked jade legacy realm and already have countermeasures. Even if Taoist went somewhere else, I will still be able to find Taoist. Looks like you've already prepared for this. Xiaohua replied meaningfully. Ao Sheng naturally understood Xiaohua's meaning. Xiaohua was saying that he could easily find Deeper Yuan. He didn't say anything more. He swayed his dragon tail and flew into the air. He nodded towards Xiaohua and flew towards a direction. After Ao Sheng flew far away, Xiaohua released his yuan sense. After seeing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, he flew to a hidden place and used the wishful rod to dig a small cave. He drilled in and sealed the cave with crushed stones. After sitting down cross-legged, his mind hastily entered the space. In the space, the complete dragon jade had already fused into one and turned into a sparkling and translucent dragon shape. This dragon shape had a multicolored luster overflowing. A kind of holiness was faintly born from the dragon's head. This holiness was so bizarre. It seemed to be different from everything in Dragon Island. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the jade archive for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed at the strange rune on the dragon jade. Roar! An extremely loud dragon roar came from the rune. Then, an extremely powerful dragon might gushed out from the dragon jade, as if it wanted to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua was not anxious at all. He raised his hand and grabbed slightly. The space where the dragon jade was located was immediately sealed. All the dragon might disappeared without a trace. Chapter 40-21. This is strange. After Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the Dragon Jade, he noticed that the Dragon Jade had calmed down. There was no change, and the complete dragon transformation art did not appear. He could not help but be surprised. Previously, I could easily see the dragon transformation art. Why is it not possible this time? Oh, could it be that it also needs dragon blood? Jade Archive Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He raised his hand and took out a drop of dragon blood from the dragon's corpse that was previously stored in the space. The drop of dragon blood fell into the rune. The rune melted and decomposed in the dragon blood. In the end, tens of thousands of dragon runes gushed out from the dragon blood like a swarm of ants falling into the dragon jade. Then, the entire Longyu shone with a five-colored brilliance. Halos of light wrapped around the Longyu's body, and like a bamboo, the Longyu was divided into 6 parts. When the brilliance began to calm down, Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed a finger at the tail of the dragon jade. Buzz! The dragon jade issued a rumbling sound. More dragon runes than before turned into strands of crystal light and fell into Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand. Moreover, as the number of crystal light increased, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure gradually changed. In the end, it also turned into the image of a huge dragon. However, this huge dragon's eyes were tightly closed. A halo appeared on its scales, resonating with the flickering of the dragon jade. After an unknown amount of time, the dragon shape shook and Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared within the dragon shape. Longyu's halo also retracted. The runes that had disappeared appeared once again as the light rushed into the dragon head. He. Jade Archive Xiaohua opened his eyes. There was a trace of ecstasy on his face. No wonder Ao Jiao wanted to take this dragon jade away from Dragon Island. This dragon jade actually concealed a mystery. Not only does it have the dragon transformation art that I wanted, it also has the inheritance of Dragon Island's heavenly dragon language technique. This is strange. This heavenly dragon language technique, why didn't it pass down through the bloodline of the dragon clan? Why did it pass down through this dragon jade? Moreover, this dragon transformation art is actually not a secret technique for demon beasts to cultivate into dragons. In the inheritance of Dragon Island's dragon clan, there is a method to mold the body in the dragon cleansing pool. However, since this method can mold the body, it can also be used to temper the body. Especially for demon beasts like Little White Dragon, whose original form is a python, it can use the dragon transformation art to cultivate and evolve into a dragon. As such, it became the so-called dragon transformation art. Ao Jiao only has the first half of Longyu's body. Without the complete dragonization incantation, it's impossible for him to reconstruct his body in the dragon cleansing pool. Damn it, so the dragon cleansing pool wasn't what I thought it would be. The Little White Dragon's body would be molded as soon as it entered. However, Little White Dragon was already able to transform from a python into a dragon, completing all 9 levels of the dragonization incantation. Now, all that's left is just a few crucial parts. He only needs to cultivate a little more. Thinking of this, Jade Archive Xiaohua flashed into the mysterious dark clouds. Seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua appear, the Little White Dragon hurriedly asked, "Xiaohua, where are you now? I feel that the draconic energy here is too dense. What's up with the soul that you and I devoured? My soul seems to be undergoing some inexplicable changes. This is the Dragon Island's stacked Jade Legacy realm." The Jade Archive Xiaohua explained the ins and outs of the matter. The dragon cleansing pool that can remodel your body is here. However, if you want to remodel your body, you must first cultivate the complete dragonization art. Of course. The Little White Dragon smiled and said, "Isn't my dragonization art complete?" Speaking of this, the Little White Dragon came to a realization. Could it be, my dragonization art isn't complete? I still can't remodel my body? What should I do? The dragon race can't be compared to our human race. Similarly, it can't be compared to your original body. Jade Archive Xiaohua explained, the dragon body is very mysterious. Not only can it absorb the power of the stars and moon, it can also absorb draconic energy. The dragon race even has the heavenly dragon technique. Therefore, the remodel of the dragon body isn't as simple as we thought. It requires a special method to successfully remodel it. And this method is the dragonization art. Oh. Xiaohua, could it be that you found the last piece of the dragon jade? The little white dragon finally understood and said in surprise. Hehe, that's right. Jade Archive Xiaohua extended his index finger, and like a cold star, it landed between the little white dragon's eyebrows. It was also the place where the rune of the dragon jade was located. Boom! The little white dragon felt one rune after another rushing into his mind. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly coiled his body to carefully comprehend it. Jade Archive Xiaohua withdrew his index finger and looked at the little white dragon's soul. He nodded slightly and looked at Soul Cultivator Xiaohua inside the soul formation sky. At this time, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua looked a little strange. His whole body was several times bigger than before. In addition to his original appearance, there were also scales on his skin. These scales were faintly discernible, and there were also thousands of dragon patterns. Above Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's closed eyes, there were even two phantoms that looked like dragon horns. Hehe, it seems that eating too much dragon soul also has its disadvantages. I'm afraid this dragon image won't disappear in a short time. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and flashed out of the mysterious cloud. He shouted, "Where is fellow Daoist dragon bloodline?" "Many thanks, fellow Daoist." Dragon bloodline Xiaohua's figure appeared, his face filled with ecstasy. "I have a place to cultivate in the future. This dragon jade not only has the dragon transformation art, but also so many heavenly dragon technique and other dragon clan techniques. This time, we have really hit the jackpot. Hehe, fellow Daoist should quickly comprehend the dragon transformation art." Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled proudly. If there is a chance, fellow Daoist should also follow the little white dragon's body molding. Okay. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua agreed and his figure disappeared. Jade Archive Xiaohua returned to the space and instructed the green-robed Xiaohua a few words. He was preparing to help the green-robed Xiaohua comprehend the dragon transformation secret art with him. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua's expression changed and he immediately escaped from the space. Whoa! Outside the space, inside the stacked Jade Heritage Realm, the wind howled like a tiger. Another round of scenery began to change. Xiaohua's figure swayed along with the cave in the air. Really troublesome. Xiaohua stabilized his figure and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Xiao has just adapted to the appearance of the stacked Jade Heritage Realm, and now I have to start again. Who knows what the scenery will be like after this? At this time, the gravel in front of the cave had already been blown away by the wind without a trace. Xiaohua hid in the cave and looked at the scenery outside that was as gorgeous as a layer of dusk. Inside, not only were there mountain ridges shifting, there were also many dragons struggling. After several hours, the changes in the scenery began to slow down. Boom! Xiaohua's figure shook and the mountain range also fell. It's finally over. Xiaohua smiled. Now I can cultivate in peace for a while. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua closed his eyes, woo-woo. Outside the cave, the sound of wind rose again. Then, with a loud boom, something hit the mountain range not far from Xiaohua. In these several hours, there were indeed many things that collided with the mountain range, but this time was different. A low groan sounded from that place, and then, a spiritual sense similar to an elemental thought swept through the cave and landed on Xiaohua's body. Huh! A faint human voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. At this time, it was already too late for him to hide anything. After thinking for a while, he simply walked out of the cave and looked up. The scenery outside the cave had completely changed. A tall man with a full beard was wearing armor and holding a long spear in his hand. He was standing on top of a mountain rock not far away in astonishment. This man's armor was already abnormally damaged. There were many bloodstains on the armor, and there was even a bloody wound on the man's neck. Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao. When the man saw Xiao Hua, he recognized him at a glance and asked curiously, "Why are you hiding in the cave?" He. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This stacked jade heritage realm is full of slaughter, and this Xiao's Dharma body is the delicious food of those dragons. This Xiao is not a descendant of the dragons. Coming to this stacked jade heritage realm to train is just a coincidence, and I don't plan to gain anything from this training. Therefore, this Xiao simply found a place to hide, and when the time comes to train, I'll just follow you out. So that's how it is." When the man heard this, he said somewhat enviously, "Taoist Master's calm heart actually makes this one jealous. This one risked my life to enter the Dragon Island to train, just to obtain some of the ancient dragon's legacy. Now that I'm in the stacked jade heritage realm, I clearly know that I'm the prey of others, but I can't help but be greedy for some things. Oh, Taoist Master Xiao, this one is Jing Province's Ao Fengping. Previously, I saw Taoist Master in the Dragon Qi territory. Oh, so it's Jing Province's Taoist Ao." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This one wishes Taoist Ao victory in advance, and success on the spot." When Ao Fengping heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. He lowered his head to look at his appearance, and said with a bitter smile, "Taoist Master must be joking. Look at this one's sorry state. Just now, this one was sneak attacked by a cunning dragon. If it wasn't for this change in scenery, I'm afraid I would have already fallen into the dragon's stomach. But now, even if this one dodged the sneak attack, his injuries are quite heavy." Xiao Hua nodded, "Since it's like this, Taoist Ao can heal his injuries here. This one can protect Taoist Ao." When Ao Fengping heard this, his eyebrows raised in joy, and he said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble Taoist Master." As he spoke, Ao Fengping took out a box of medicine from his bosom and consumed it. Immediately, clouds gushed out from his body, and wisps of awe-inspiring aura inexplicably gushed out, covering the surface of Ao Fengping's body. This is actually a bit strange. Seeing that Ao Fengping was actually able to use the Confucian cultivation technique in the stacked jade heritage realm, Xiao Hua was a bit bewildered. How can he use the Confucian cultivation technique? After a full 2 hours, Ao Fengping finally withdrew his true qi, and then took out another set of armor to change into. "Alright, Taoist Ao." Xiao Hua cupped his hands again, "Since your injuries have already healed, this one will return to hide." "Taoist Master." Ao Fengping hurriedly said, "This one has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." If Ao Sheng had said so, Xiao Hua would have directly replied with, "Since you don't know, then don't say it." But looking at Ao Fengping's sincerity, and thinking that they were both in the stacked jade heritage realm, he still nodded and said, "Taoist Ao, please speak. This one is all ears." Chapter 40-22. Taoist Master Xiao, I want to say 2 things. Ao Fengping softly said, "First, the stacked jade legacy realm is not like the other places on Dragon Island. This is a fragment of the dragon domain, there are countless treasures inside. If Taoist Master can find one, it will definitely have a significant effect on your future cultivation. Taoist Master entered the legacy realm and actually hid in this mountain range to cultivate. Isn't this the so-called entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? If Daoist master regrets in the future, you won't have this kind of opportunity again. Then what about the second? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Second, in this stacked jade legacy realm, our human cultivators have become food for the dragons. Daoist master's cultivation is extraordinary. How can you watch so many humans being eaten by the dragons? Daoist master is a cultivator of the Dao sect. If you don't take this opportunity to form a relationship with the descendants of the dragons, when will you? The descendants of the dragons are also a force that can't be ignored in the hidden immortal continent. In the future, in fact, there is no need to wait for the future. Daoist master's current strength is already intolerable by the immortal palace. If Daoist master doesn't want to be killed by the immortal palace, forming a relationship with the descendants of the dragons is a bright path. If I form a good relationship with Dragon Island, wouldn't it be more beneficial for me to fight against the immortal palace? Xiaohua asked back. Daoist master is looking down on Dragon Island too much. Ao Fengping laughed. Dragon Island has always only cared about the dragons of the 9 clans on the island. They don't even care about the dragon palace of the 4 seas, let alone us descendants of the dragons. As for forming a relationship with Daoist master, it is only a joke in their eyes. That day when Daoist master revealed his dragon body in the Dragon Chi realm, they thought of using Daoist master. This kind of scheme, Daoist master doesn't know. Then what does fellow immortal Ao mean? Xiaohua asked with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Fengping replied, I have made an appointment with some fellow immortal to go to a certain place in the legacy realm. If Daoist master can, please follow me. With my strength, I'm afraid I can't reach there safely. With Daoist master's help, I have confidence. Oh? You actually know the place in the stacked jade legacy realm? Xiaohua was a bit surprised. And you have a relationship with some fellow immortal? Could it be that you have already planned it? Ao Fengping smiled proudly. Since we are descendants of the dragons, we naturally have our secrets. The stacked jadeite legacy realm is the most important part of the Dragon Island. We naturally know some of the secrets inside. Don't worry, Daoist master. We're all cultivators of the human race. There's something vital to the cultivation of the human race there. If Daoist master can help us, we definitely won't disappoint you. Can you tell this Xiao what it is and where it is? Xiaohua probed. Ao Fengping hesitated for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, this. I'm afraid I can't casually tell you this. When Xiaohua heard this, he shook his head even more. Then why would I go? The dragon chi here is very rich. Even if this Xiao casually cultivates a bit, it will still be stronger than outside. This Xiao will not do things that I have no confidence in. Alright. Ao Fengping thought for a moment and said, I can tell you the name of that place, but I can't tell you what it is. Xiaohua asked, where? Deeper Yuan. Ao Fengping immediately replied. Xiaohua's body shook violently. He swept a glance at Ao Fengping and asked curiously, why did you go to that place? Oh, forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. Then, Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He pinched his chin and bargained with a smile that wasn't a smile. This? If you tell this Xiao the secret to activating the true chi of a Confucian cultivator in the folded jade legacy realm, this Xiao can consider it. Ao Fengping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Daoist master, what do you want that Confucian cultivator's secret technique for? That thing can only be activated by Confucian cultivators with dragon chi. You're a Taoist cultivator. That secret technique is useless to you. This Xiao also understands Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua said with a smile. If you tell this secret technique to this Xiao will have another magical ability to help you. Isn't this what you need? Ao Fengping was surprised but also overjoyed. He hurriedly took out a jade eye and respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua. Daoist master is really amazing. You're actually a Confucian cultivator. My previous words were rude. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and placed it on his forehead. He looked at it while waving his hand. Ao Fengping smiled. He was puzzled again. Since Daoist master is a Confucian cultivator, even if you have some outstanding Taoist cultivation, the Immortal Palace won't force you like this, right? Now that Daoist master and the Immortal Palace are in a terrible situation, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them in the future. Alas, this matter is hard to explain in a few words. Let's not talk about it. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked around and said, since we're going, we'll leave now. You lead the way. This Xiao will study this jade eye for a while. Daoist master doesn't need to be anxious. Ao Fengping said with a smile. There are some other secret techniques in this jade eye. Daoist master should take a look. Okay. Xiao Hua said. He gave the jade eye to Xiao Hua and asked again, right, the scenery in the folded jade legacy realm has completely changed. How can you find the location of Deep Air Lake? Ao Fengping's figure flew up. It was actually a Confucian cultivator's flying technique. He smiled mysteriously. This is of course a little secret of us dragon race descendants. Hehe, although the strength of the human race can't be compared to the dragon race can't compare with their brains. Xiao Hua smiled. He thought to himself, Ao Sheng is a small clan elder of this dragon island. Even he can't be sure that he can find Deep Air Lake. Ao Fengping, a human outside of this dragon island, can do it. Just thinking about it makes me feel strange. What kind of secret is there in Deep Air Lake that can't be hidden by experts? Along the way, Ao Fengping kept changing directions. Sometimes he even had to turn back. However, Ao Fengping never had the slightest hesitation. It was as if he knew exactly where he was going. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. Although they met some dragon race members during this period of time, they were all around the 5th or 6th grade of elemental energy. Their true strength couldn't be counted as anything. They were completely relying on the draconic chi of the stacking jade legacy realm to bully others. Facing Xiao Hua, they were miserable. Xiao Hua didn't release Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. He only let Dragon Vein Xiao Hua control the draconic chi within 10 miles. He himself used both his hands and feet to become a dragon-subduing arhat. He took all the Dragon Vein Xiao Hua into his space. Ao Fengping was dumbstruck. He had seen fierce people, powerful people, but when had he ever seen a Daoist cultivator who treated the dragon race like a loach? Wasn't this a little too fierce? That reverence in his heart was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. So much so that, in the end, that reverence in his heart turned into fear and unease. He even suggested in a low voice, Daoist master. Occasionally killing a dragon race member doesn't count as anything, but Daoist master took in so many dragon race members. Aren't you afraid that the dragon island will get angry? After all, the dragon race is originally very few, and the dragon race itself reproduces extremely slowly. Every dragon, especially the pure-blooded dragon race, they are all recorded in the Dragon Book of the Dragon Island. The dragon race members who entered the stacking jade legacy realm this time all have great origins. You doing this? Hehe, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, who would know? Xiao Hua looked at Ao Fengping with a double meaning and replied with a grin. Alas, I was wrong. At this moment, Ao Fengping was already regretting. He clearly knew that Xiao Hua was hiding in the cave to meditate, but it definitely wasn't hiding as Xiao Hua had said. As for what Xiao Hua's purpose was, Ao Fengping was afraid that even if he cracked his head, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. Since you're regretting it, then you and I can part ways here. Xiaofan smiled as he took out the jade eye and returned it to Ao Fengping, saying, however, fellow Taoist Ao won't be able to take back those secret techniques. Alas, it's too late. Ao Fengping raised his eyes to look at the distant mountain peak that seemed to be covered by a thick fog and said, we've already arrived at the edge of the deeper Yuan. Huh? Is that so? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. He was somewhat bewildered. Since he had already arrived at the edge of the deeper Yuan, then what about Ao Sheng? Where did that Ao Sheng who claimed to be able to find him at any time run off to? Could it be that Ao Sheng didn't come to the deeper Yuan at all? Just as they were talking, Ao Fengping stopped in midair and said in a low voice, Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Immediately, Ao Fengping took out a fist-sized object from his bosom. This object looked like a walnut, it was black and had many wrinkles on it. Ao Fengping placed the object in his mouth and circulated his true qi. He used all his strength to blow into a groove on the object. Xiaohua's ears didn't hear anything, but he could sense that there was a strange fluctuation coming from it. After Ao Fengping finished blowing, he put away that object and quietly waited in midair. His two ears slightly flapped, and after a long while, his ears trembled as if he had heard something. Then, he softly said to Xiaohua, Daoist Xiao, there's been some unforeseen events. Right now, we can't directly go to the deeper Yuan. Daoist Xiao, please follow me. Xiaohua disagreed and nodded, I'll listen to Daoist Zhao's arrangements. Alright, Ao Fengping didn't dare to be negligent. He descended and brought Xiaohua to a nearby valley. Xiaohua followed Ao Fengping and didn't release his true qi. At this time, he turned around a large stone in the valley, and his eyes lit up again. This was a bright and spacious place. The surroundings looked tall, but compared to other places, they were somewhat short fruit trees. Some lantern-like fruits hung on the fruit trees' branches. These fruits looked unripe and didn't have any special fragrance. Within these fruit trees, there were some collapsed fences and broken walls. When Xiaohua and Ao Fengping appeared, 3 human cultivators in the fruit trees raised their heads and looked at the two rather vigilantly. This is Daoist Xiaohua, Daoist Xiao. Ao Fengping hurriedly introduced, I presume that the 3 of you have already met in the Dragon Qi realm. When I just arrived here, I was attacked by the Dragon clan of the West Sea, and then I encountered the changes in the Forgotten Realm. After that, I met Daoist Xiao. When I was recuperating, Daoist Xiao stood guard for me. Thinking that we needed manpower and that Daoist Xiao possessed remarkable abilities, I boldly invited Daoist Xiao to come with me. Ao Fengping, you are too bold. A human cultivator coldly said, what authority do you have to bring a stranger here? Chapter 40-23. That's right. What did we discuss before? The other human cultivator's face was also unkind as he asked. Ao Fengping's face was somewhat embarrassed as he said, I naturally know about the previous agreement, but, without Daoist Xiao, I wouldn't have been able to come here. Moreover, Daoist Xiao is a human cultivator. You all have seen his bloodline Dharma body. He is also a descendant of the Dragon clan, so he is also qualified to participate. Shut up. The first human cultivator berated, don't quibble about anything. You are blatantly arbitrary, you two don't need to say anything more. The other human cultivator laughed, since Daoist Xiao has come here, he must also know about the matter of deeper Yuan. What's the use of saying so much? Since we need manpower, Daoist Xiao's arrival will be a great help. Immediately, the human cultivator turned his head and said, I am Qing Zhou's Ao Jianhong. Greetings, Daoist Xiao. Greetings, fellow Daoist Ao. Xiaohua smiled as he cupped his hands towards Ao Jianhong and said, since these two fellow Daoists don't welcome this Xiao, and this Xiao also brought fellow Daoist Ao Fengping here as an explanation to Ao Fengping, this Xiao won't stay here any longer. This is goodbye. No. Before Ao Jianhong could speak, the two human cultivators from before shouted at the same time, since you are here, how can you come and go as you please? Ao Fengping was shocked. He was clear about Xiao Hua's strength. He was afraid of causing trouble, so he hurriedly shouted, fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. Taoist Xiao, please calm down, this old man will leave if he wants to leave, and stay if he wants to stay. Xiao Hua smiled coldly and said indifferently, this old man wants to see who dares to keep this Xiao. You dare to leave. The two human cultivators flew up and blocked Xiao Hua's path. Just as they were about to draw their swords, another wave of strange fluctuations came from another direction. Ao Jianhong saw it and immediately advised, Ao Yunqing, O Yuzhong, don't be anxious. There are only 4 people here. Ao Fengping and I agree that Daoist Xiao should leave, but we can't make a decision now. How about we listen to fellow Daoists' opinion? Ao Jianhong hurriedly took out something similar to Ao Fengping, and said something while blowing it. Why would Xiao Hua care about this? He said indifferently, how can the likes of you decide where I come and go? As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure floated up, and he didn't even look at Ao Yunqing and Ao Yuzhong before flying out of the gorge. Daoist Master Xiao. Ao Jianhong saw that Xiao Hua wasn't giving him any face, and his complexion slightly changed. Ao Fengping, who was at the side, also knew Xiao Hua's temperament these days. He knew that Xiao Hua was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He hastily pulled on Ao Jianhong's scholarly robe, hinting Ao Jianhong to stop talking. Humph. Ao Yunqing and Ao Yuzhong coldly snorted at the same time, and raised their hands at the same time. 2 barricade-like confinement forces were born, and like shackles, they closed in on Xiao Hua's flying figure. With one look, it was clear that the 2 of them had practiced joint attack techniques. Xiao Hua coldly smiled, and his figure suddenly moved strangely. He raised his right fist, and with a boom, his fist hit Ao Yunqing's strength. With a crisp sound, that awe-inspiring qi was instantly collapsed by Xiao Hua's attack. Xiao Hua's fist didn't stop, and it passed through space. With a pa sound, it hit Ao Yunqing's body. The true qi around Ao Yunqing's body surged, and his figure flew back uncontrollably, shua. Xiao Hua didn't chase after Ao Yunqing. Instead, he raised his left hand, and casually chopped down. The true qi sword in his left hand suddenly split Ao Yuzhong's strength into 2 halves. Even Ao Yuzhong's scholarly robe, which was not far away, had a sword mark. Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing both turned pale with fright. Humph, your scholarly cultivation technique is not bad. If you were outside the overlapping Jadeite legacy realm, you would still have the strength to fight with this old man. Xiao Hua coldly snorted, and his figure didn't stop. He indifferently flew over and said, but under this dragon qi, you're using scholarly cultivation techniques again. In this old man's eyes, it's just a child's play. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, the 2 of them were ashamed and angry. They looked at each other, and at the same time raised their hands to slap their foreheads. OM. A clear sound rang out, and 2 dragon qi emitted from their bodies. Soon after, 2 dark dragon blood dharma bodies rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. Damn it! Ao Fengping didn't dare to wait any longer. Thinking that Xiao Hua had even captured a real dragon, how could Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing's dragon blood dharma bodies be his opponent? They couldn't even be counted as an appetizer. Huh? Daoist Master Xiao. Why are you here? Seeing that the situation was already bad, when Ao Fengping didn't know what to do, a clear voice sounded from afar. Wasn't it Ao Moyun whom Xiao Hua was familiar with? Xiao Hua's figure stopped in the air. Looking at Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing's ink-colored dragon blood dharma bodies, and then thinking about Ao Moyun's pitch-black dragon body in the dragon chi realm, he seemed to have understood something. He, Mr. Moyun, we meet again. Xiao Hua ignored the two dragon descendants who thought themselves infallible. He cupped his hands towards Ao Moyun, and said meaningfully, "It seems that Mr. Moyun came to the overlapping Jadeite legacy realm prepared long ago." Ao Moyun also didn't have any special secrets. He said with a smile, "What the spiritual master said is right. I came to the Dragon Island to gain experience because of this deeper yuan." Saying that, Ao Moyun turned his head and berated Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing, "Why aren't you too quickly withdrawing your dharma bodies? These methods are useless in front of the spiritual master. Moreover, the spiritual master is a merciful and compassionate person. He definitely won't spoil our plans." The two seemed to listen to Ao Moyun's words. They withdrew their dragon blood dharma bodies, flew to the side, and stood there seemingly unconvinced. "Spiritual Master Xiao, don't lower yourself to their level," Ao Moyun said with a smile. "Presumably, the spiritual master has already seen it on the traveling dragon island. Because of this matter, too many dragon descendants have been lost. We have to be careful. This matter has nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "This Xiao just happened to meet Ao Fengping and sent him here. This Xiao will pretend that he didn't see anything. Goodbye." Spiritual master, don't worry." Ao Moyun hurriedly said again, "I was saved by the spiritual master on the traveling dragon island earlier, but I never had the opportunity to repay you. Now that I see the spiritual master again, it's the heavens who gave me to the spiritual master. It's also an opportunity for me to repay the spiritual master." "What do you mean?" Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked. Ao Moyun looked around, raised his hand, and said, "Spiritual master, please come with me. I'll break it down for you." "Good." Xiao Hua was still at ease with Ao Moyun. He nodded and followed Ao Moyun to the broken wall between the fruit trees. "Spiritual Master Xiao." Ao Moyun pointed at the fruit trees and said with a smile, "Does the spiritual master know what these fruit trees are?" "How would I know?" Xiao Hua glanced at the fruit and replied. "Spiritual master can pick a few fruits to try." "Oh? Is there anything strange about it?" Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He raised his hand, and sure enough, the fruits on the fruit trees didn't move at all, as if they were cast in iron. Xiao Hua was about to use more strength when Ao Moyun hurriedly stopped him. "I know that the spiritual master is strong. Spiritual master shouldn't use too much strength. This is the dragon heart fruit of the dragon domain. It's precious. However, the dragon heart fruit can't be picked from the fruit tree before it ripens. Otherwise, it will turn into water vapor and disappear." "That's strange." Xiao Hua withdrew his hand and said puzzledly, "The stacked jade Forgotten Realm has been closed for so many years, and the time inside is different from the Dragon Island. This dragon heart fruit should have ripened, right? Why is it still like this?" "I don't know." Ao Moyun shook her head. "It seems that the ripening of the dragon heart fruit requires other opportunities, right? What's the use of the dragon heart fruit?" Xiao Hua asked again. Ao Moyun shook her head and said, "I don't know the specific use, but it is said that the profound armor pentagonal holy dragon obtained a ripe dragon heart fruit in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, tch." Xiao Hua didn't believe it and shook his head. "The dragon race only has one great sage of the demon race, and there are many rumors about him. Who knows which is true and which is false?" At this point, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked again, "Since the dragon heart fruit can't leave the fruit trees, can the fruit trees leave the land of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm?" "I don't know either." Ao Moyun smiled even more bitterly, not knowing why Xiao Hua asked this. "Huh. Then let me see whether it is true or not." As Xiaohua spoke, he flew in front of a dragon heart fruit tree, and a bronze brilliance appeared around his body, turning into a transcendence golden body that was several hundred feet in size. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed a fruit tree. Up. Following Xiaohua's light command, a dragon heart fruit tree was easily pulled out by him. Daoist Xiao, what are you doing? Ao Moyun was shocked. Xiaohua ignored her and moved one after another. In a short moment, he had pulled out more than half of the fruit trees, making Ao Yuzhong and the others dumbfounded. Daoist Xiao, stop. Ao Moyun hurriedly stopped him. This dragon heart fruit is an extremely important part of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. If you continue to pull it out, I'm afraid this place will no longer exist. After the Dragon Island knows, they will definitely investigate. He. Xiaohua withdrew his transcendence golden body and landed. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, it seems that this fruit tree can still survive after leaving the land of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. Daoist Xiao. Ao Moyun didn't understand Xiaohua's actions. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Daoist Xiao, why do you have to do this? I just want to use this dragon heart fruit to explain to you that there are countless ancient treasures in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, and that there is an ancient golden core in the deep air abyss that can be used by Dao sect cultivators. Ancient golden core? Xiaohua was shocked and asked, how can there be a golden core used by Dao sect cultivators in the Long Yu fragment? Besides, even if there is one here, how do you know? Ao Moyun chuckled and said, Daoist Xiao doesn't need to ask how I know. When I heard this news that day, the first person I thought of was Daoist Xiao. With Daoist Xiao's current cultivation, it is suitable for him to take this golden core. This golden core is simply prepared for Daoist Xiao. That day, this was just a piece of news, I can't guarantee it. Chapter 40-24. Mr. Moyun, why don't you tell me why there are golden cores used by Dao sect cultivators here? Xiaohua asked with interest. Ao Moyun asked straightforwardly, I wonder if Daoist Xiao has heard of the heavenly dragon language technique? I didn't know before, I only found out after coming to Dragon Island. Then does Daoist Xiao feel that this heavenly dragon language technique has anything to do with Dao sect techniques? Ao Moyun's words hit Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua's heart jumped for no reason. I have some thoughts, but I don't have any answers. Fellow Daoist Ao Zhantian also has the same doubts in his heart. Ao Moyun explained, however, according to his thoughts, the Dragon Clan is a demon clan, but they are separated from the demon clan and have a separate Dragon Island. Moreover, the Dragon Clan is closer to the human clan. It is very likely that it is related to this heavenly dragon language technique. Although the human clan's Dao sect has declined in the hidden immortal continent, it was extremely powerful in ancient times. At that time, the Dragon Clan and the human clan might have been one family. This heavenly dragon language technique might be a Dao sect technique itself. In that case, if Dao sect cultivators can refine pills, why can't the Dragon Clan do so? Even if the Dragon Clan can't refine pills, what's so strange about Dao sect cultivators refining pills for the Dragon Clan? An ancient golden core appearing in this Dragon Realm fragment. That's even less strange, right? Ao Moyun had obviously thought about it a long time ago. One sentence after another moved Xiaohua's heart. Yes, since the Dragon Clan can use the heavenly dragon language technique, why can't they take golden cores? The origin of the golden core appearing in this Dragon Realm fragment must be extraordinary. The Dragon Realm is comparable to the immortal world. How can this golden core be an ancient golden core? Xiaohua thought to himself. Actually, now that I think about it, this golden core might not be used by the Dragon Clan. Ao Moyun struck while the iron was hot again, maybe it's a useless pill refined by the Dragon Clan, and it was left here because it was useless. That's why the dragon clan hasn't taken it away for so many years. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Finally, he sighed and said, Mr. Moyun, it's not that I'm not greedy for this ancient golden core. The problem is that after entering the deep air abyss, I will be in a difficult position. When we entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm, I'm sure Mr. Moyun had already seen who I was with. Ao Moyun was startled and hurriedly said, Reverend, are you saying that Ao Sheng, Ao Sheng has a good relationship with me? He has Dragon Island behind him. Mr. Mo Yuan has a good relationship with me too. You have the human race behind you. Xiao Hua explains, moreover, this Xiao really doesn't want to participate in the grudges between your Gui tribe and Dragon Island. Therefore, even if that gold core is very tempting, this Xiao also doesn't want to obtain it. Goodbye. Hiss. Hearing that Xiao Hua knew so much, Ao Moyun was dumbfounded. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air and blankly looked at Xiao Hua cupping his hands and flying away. Mr. Moyun. Ao Yuzhong hastily flew over and anxiously said, How can you let Xiao Hua go? If he reveals our whereabouts, what should we do? There's no need to be afraid of being exposed. Ao Moyun shook his head and said, Our whereabouts have already been exposed. Or rather, the Dragon Island already knows the location of the deep air abyss. Quick, inform the leader, we have to enter the deep air abyss as soon as possible, buzz buzz. At this time, at the location of the deep air abyss in the distance, the entire space was shaking. The fog that originally covered the mountain range quickly filled the entire heaven and earth along with the shaking, and the blurry mountain range became clear. It didn't seem to be any different from the mountain range they had encountered before. Quick! Seeing this, Ao Moyun hastily urged, We are already too late. The leader has already made his move in the deep air abyss. Let's go quickly. All right. Whether it was Ao Yuzhong or Ao Fengping, they didn't have time to care about Xiao Hua's departure at this time. They hastily urged their figures and rushed in the direction of the deep air abyss. Xiao Hua had only flown a few thousand feet away. Naturally, he also sensed the change. That cloud of fog rolled up and formed a cloud pattern that rushed past him and spread far away. Xiao Hua somewhat reluctantly turned his head to look and sighed, Alas, ancient gold core, I also want it. Unfortunately, one side is Ao Sheng Dragon Island, and the other side is Ao Moyun's Gui tribe. I don't want to help anyone. Moreover, in this Xiao's opinion, the possibility of Gui tribe's defeat is extremely high. The elders of the Dragon Palace Hall are not fools. Since they dared to let you enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm, they must have some means. Anyway, this Xiao has already reminded Ao Moyun. If they insist on going their own way, then there is no other way. However, just now, I seem to have heard Ao Moyun mention some leader. This human is really mysterious. I don't know who he is. But what does this have to do with this Xiao? This Xiao has obtained the dragon heart fruit. There are still many dragon crystals outside to pick up. When Ao Sheng comes out from the deep air abyss, there is no need to wait for him. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool and help little white dragon form its body. After that, we will wait for the stacked Jade Legacy realm to close. Xiao Hua's little abacus was extremely good. Unfortunately, after flying for several hundred miles, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the end of the layer of fog. This barrier was very strange. Xiao Hua flew to this place and actually couldn't pass through. Xiao Hua tried to use the Transcendence Golden Body, the Confucian Cultivator's Flying Sword, and the Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye, but it was all to no avail. Damn it! Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this Xiao needs to activate the Devil Blade? Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't activate the Devil Blade for the sake of escaping. He tried a few more methods and simply gave up. Turning his head to look in the direction of the deep air abyss, he said with a bitter smile, "Looks like this deep air abyss needs to be visited. However, this Xiao will definitely not make a move. They can fight however they want. This Xiao will take advantage of the chaos to look for that ancient golden core." Thus, the greedy Xiao Hua finally turned back. When Xiao Hua flew to the left side of the deep air abyss, he activated the dragon race's invisibility technique and quietly approached. When Xiao Hua flew closer, he could see clearly. That deep air abyss was a huge ring-shaped mountain range. At a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. Perhaps it was thousands of miles in size? This ring-shaped mountain range was light black in color. The heavy rocks that stretched thousands of miles also reflected the black color. It looked very strange. What was strange was not only the mountain range, but also the ring-shaped space in the middle of the mountain range. The naked eye couldn't penetrate it. It could only be seen that there was a layer of similarly black dragon patterns in the space. The black dragon patterns were like grass in the grassland. Each dragon pattern was like a tiny dragon, and each dragon pattern was emitting a kind of condescending dragon might. When Xiao Hua's gaze fell on it, he couldn't help but feel small in his heart. Looking at the black dragon patterns, he saw that there were already two groups facing each other. The ones closest to Xiao Hua were Ao Moyun and a dozen other humans and monsters. They gathered together, and in front of them were another dozen or so huge dragons. Opposite them were completely made up of dragons, and the one in front was Ao Sheng. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng very strangely tilted his neck and twisted his dragon head towards Xiao Hua. "Damn it," Xiao Hua secretly cursed in his heart, "this little bastard must have sensed that I came to the deep air abyss. That's why he didn't go back to look for me. I hid here and there, but I still couldn't hide." These dragons behind him should be the helpers he found using the dragon race's secret technique after he found the deep air abyss. Why is Ao Zhan also here? He's injured, seems like he's in trouble. Behind Ao Sheng, there were 20 or so dragons. Their strength was about the same, and some of them were even injured. Ao Zhan, whom Xiao Hua was familiar with, appeared in front of him. "Ao Tao." Ao Sheng's voice came, "Although you're from the Hui race, you've been adopted by the Western Sea Dragon Palace since you were young. The Western Sea Dragon Palace has always regarded you as a descendant, and my dragon race has never treated you differently. All the training and gifts have always been given to you every year. Why do you know that the deep air abyss has something that the dragon race has always been looking for, but why don't you say anything? Moreover, at this time, you still want to go against my dragon race and ruin my dragon race's big matter? This kind of ungrateful thing, do you think you can do it?" Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng coldly said to the black dragon opposite him, "You're just a small elder of the dragon race, of course you don't know the situation of the Hui race. Do you really think that the Western Sea Dragon Palace really treats me as a descendant? Isn't it because you want to find the secret of my Hui race from me? Furthermore, you dared to let the Hui race and their descendants come to the Stacking Jade Legacy realm to train, isn't it all to find this secret? Now that I've lured you here, isn't it helping your dragon race? Don't say that your dragon race belongs to my dragon race." Ao Sheng said impatiently, "You and I are both from the dragon race, the dragon race belongs to both of us. If you don't even have the dragon race in your heart, then you're not afraid of being a dragon. Hee, it's not that we don't regard ourselves as a dragon race, it's that the dragon race doesn't regard us as a dragon race. If the dragon race is regarded as one of the 10 races of the dragon race, then why did you exterminate my Hui race back then? Isn't it because your dragon race, Pang Bai, Luo Luo Shrine, and the other 9 Hui races were jealous of my Hui race's elites, and were afraid that my Hui race would control the dragon race, so you worked together to exterminate my Hui race? Back then, you already didn't regard my Hui race as a dragon race, so why do you still have to say it today?" Che. Ao Sheng was really disdainful. He coldly waved his hand and said, "Kill them all. Break the restriction first and get the thing first." "Yes." Ao Shan and the others behind Ao Sheng responded, and urged their dragon bodies to pounce forward. Ao Tao naturally didn't show any weakness. He raised his head and roared, "Sons of the Hui race, today is a great opportunity for my Hui race to rise up. As long as we kill these bastards of the dragon race and retrieve the relic of the Hui race left behind by my clan's elder, my Hui race will be able to stand tall in the four seas, and even build another dragon island that belongs to my Hui race in the four seas. For the sake of my Hui race's sacrifice, for the sake of the dragon race's hope, for the sake of my clan's elder, kill." As soon as Ao Tao's words left his mouth, the descendants of the Hui race, be it the dragon race, the human race, or the monster race, were all envious. They all urged their divine abilities and pounced towards the dragon race of the dragon race on the dragon island. Roar! The battle between the giant dragons was very spectacular. Wherever the dragon claws passed, dragon blood splattered, and dragon scales fluttered in all directions. The roars shook the surroundings, and countless dragon chi and clouds madly surged within the radius of 1,000 miles. Chapter 40-25. Although Ao Sheng was a minor elder of the Dragon Island, his strength was limited, and his opponent was not Ao Tao. The one fighting Ao Tao was another giant dragon whose strength was also at the upper stage of the 6th stage. In less than 5 minutes, both Ao Tao and that giant dragon were covered in blood, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The large drops of dragon blood and large pieces of dragon meat fell on the black dragon patterns under the dragons. These dragon patterns began to flash and gather toward the center after receiving the dragon blood. Damn it! Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not understand that the restrictive spell of the deeper Yuan was also strange? He sighed secretly in his heart. This Ao Tao is the leader that Ao Moyun mentioned, right? He is also sinister enough. The restrictive spell of the deeper Yuan should also be set up by Ao Qin. It seems that a blood sacrifice is needed to break the restrictive spell, and this blood sacrifice must be the dragon blood of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island. The 9th elder of the Dragon Palace let the descendants of the Ho in so that they could follow them to find the deeper Yuan. Ao Tao used the dragons of the Dragon Island to follow them and kill them for dragon blood. Presumably, before Ao Tao came to the deeper Yuan, he had already killed a lot of dragons, and what triggered the restrictive spell of the deeper Yuan was the blood essence of the dragons that he had hunted before. Alas, the cunning of these dragons is no less than that of the human race. Oh, these tricks to lure the enemy are probably done by the descendants of the human race, such as Ao Moyun. Thinking of Ao Moyun, Xiao Hua looked in another direction. Over there, a dozen or so humans and demons were together with several giant dragons. The strength of these humans and demons was greatly reduced in the folded jade ruins. Although they could use dragon energy with the help of the dragon bloodline Dharmakaya, they were still a little weaker than the real dragons of the Dragon Island. In less than 5 minutes, 2 demons had already been killed by the dragons. As for Ao Moyun, he was now struggling bitterly. Seeing Ao Moyun try his best to resist the attacks of the dragons with his strong faith, Xiao Hua felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. First, he watched the revenge of the dragons of the heavenly abode river, then the revenge of the Ho. He was really tired of living because of hatred. How could he live because of love, be free and happy? However, looking at the battle in front of him and thinking about the hatred he had to bear, Xiao Hua sighed again. Even now, he still didn't understand why the 2 nascent soul masters from the Dawn Rain continent were chasing after him. Was there someone else behind these 2 nascent soul masters? If he was facing the people behind them, how could he not make a move? There was also Shang Huaming. Once he returned to Dawn Rain continent, how could he not attack Shang Huaming sect, 7 possibilities sect, and Xuanyan school? Roar! Several dragon roars resounded. Dragon chi surged around the bodies of many huge dragons. One by one, they spat out dragon pearls. Different kinds of fluctuations and brilliance appeared on the dragon horns. The killing intent of the entire battlefield immediately became more austere. Ah! A huge dragon's chest was dug open by its opponent. It screamed miserably and fell into the restriction. If it was somewhere else, this huge dragon might still be able to struggle and rely on the strength of its dragon body to heal. However, as soon as he touched the restriction, the dense dragon patterns immediately swept across his dragon body. The dragon patterns were like sharp dragon sabers. In a few breaths of time, his flesh and blood were sliced off. Damn it! Ao Tao roared. He opened his mouth and a huge tornado rushed out. It instantly hit his opponent's face, and the dragon claws followed closely behind. Swish! A cold light flashed. The dragon general in front of him actually turned into an illusion. Not good. Ao Tao felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to twist his dragon body, he heard a cold laugh behind him. Ao Tao, since you've already lured us here, your mission is complete. Go to hell. Woo! As the wind and clouds surged, a dragon tail appeared out of thin air. The dragon scales on the tail were as sharp as flying swords. It suddenly slashed Ao Tao's back. Although Ao Tao tried his best to dodge, under the dragon tail, 30% of his flesh and blood was still torn off and fell on the restriction. Ah! Ao Tao was in so much pain that he could only roll in the air. His opponent didn't give him a chance to escape at all. After the dragon body appeared, the dragon claws grabbed at Ao Tao's heart. Leader. The few dragons closest to Ao Tao, as well as Ao Moyun, who was not far away, were all shocked. They urged their bodies to come to his rescue. Unfortunately, they were still far away. Ao Tao was about to die under the opponent's sharp claws. Roar. At this moment, there was another roar. A jet-black dragon aura suddenly appeared behind Ao Sheng. A voice that Xiao Hua was very familiar with shouted, "Whoever dares to touch the scales of the descendant of my Hui clan, I'll kill the little elder of your dragon island." Xiao Hua, who was watching from the side, was stunned. He looked at the familiar Ao Zhan in disbelief. Suddenly, his whole body was dyed black. Even the sharp claws that grabbed Ao Sheng's dragon body had turned black. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was a little confused. Wasn't Ao Zhan injured by Jiang Che of the Heavenly Abode River in the Relic World? How could he be the descendant of the Hui clan? Not to mention me, even the Dragon King of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm afraid he wouldn't have thought of this, right? Ao Zhan's strength was very strong. Now that he had obtained the bloodline of the Dragon clan, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. How could Ao Sheng be his opponent? Ao Zhan suddenly appeared and captured Ao Sheng. Those two sharp claws pierced deeply into Ao Sheng's dragon scales. With Ao Zhan's change, the situation of the entire battlefield changed. The two Hui clan dragons that were fighting against Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng immediately pounced on the other two dragons. The dragons of the Dragon Island were even more afraid because Ao Sheng was captured. They were dragons that could have killed Ao Tao. With a slight hesitation, Ao Tao's dragon body rolled and escaped. You're the leader of the Hui clan? Ao Sheng grimaced in pain, but he couldn't help but ask. That's right. Ao Zhan said coldly, I was going to come to Deeper Yuan. Since you're leading the way, I don't have to bother. Roar. Ao Sheng roared. His body suddenly rolled. Large pieces of flesh and blood were cut off from his body. Ao Zhan was caught off guard and Ao Sheng actually broke free. Once Ao Sheng was free, his figure immediately flew towards Xiao Hua. He even shouted, Spiritual Master Xiao, save me. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to reveal his figure. However, before Ao Sheng's dragon body could fly over, O Moyun, who had just returned to save Ao Tao, suddenly raised her head. At this time, she was the closest to Xiao Hua. Her body was suddenly surrounded by a pitch-black dragon blood Dharma body. As soon as this Dharma body appeared, pitch-black flames immediately appeared in the space. As the flames burned, Ao Moyun's body teleported in front of Xiao Hua. Ao Moyun looked at Xiao Hua and said word by word, "Spiritual Master, you saved my life. I shouldn't have done this to you. However, I have made the revival of my Hui clan my own life. Now that it's about to be realized, I have no choice but to stop you. I have no face to see you in the future. Please forgive me." Boom. Just as Ao Moyun's voice fell, her physical body and dragon blood celestial body both exploded. Pitch-black flames mixed with black blood splashed onto Xiao Hua's body, and similarly landed on the restriction. Previously, the restriction had already transformed into a vague dragon shape after receiving Ao Sheng's flesh and blood. At this moment, when Ao Moyun's blood essence landed, the dragon shape suddenly became clear. When Xiao Hua saw Ao Moyun blocking him, he thought she was going to use some method, but he didn't expect Ao Moyun to be so resolute. Without saying anything, she had already self-destructed. Caught off guard, the black flames and black blood fell on him. The black blood and black flames instantly soaked into the surface of his body. Ouch! Xiao Hua's face changed greatly. His body was on the verge of collapse in midair. He said in shock and anger, This is the poison of the dragon clan? Spiritual Master Xiao. Ao Zhan shouted in the distance. This is the black poison that my Hui clan specially used to deal with the Dragon Island. Don't be afraid. At this time, you just can't use your dragon chi. When I kill Ao Sheng and the other dragons, I will give you the antidote. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed loudly. I just came to watch the show. You even want to poison me to death. Ao Moyun, even if you don't want to live, you don't have to drag me down. You are really called Mr. Moyun in vain. Kill. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Ao Zhan's pitch-black dragon body gave birth to an indescribable dragon might. His figure once again pounced on Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng looked at Xiao Hua rather meaningfully, then hurriedly shook his tail and fled to another dragon. What are you looking at? Xiao Hua looked fiercely at Ao Sheng's back and cursed inwardly. In order to prevent me from making a move, a human has already died. How am I supposed to make a move? I am a human after all. Damn it, this is Ao Moyun's real intention. Although Xiao Hua was cursing, his mind had already been released. It wrapped around the space where Ao Moyun's flesh and blood exploded. The netherworld origin power spread out along with his mind and took Ao Moyun's soul into the inside of the space. Of course, Xiao Hua also knew that the soul collected by the netherworld origin power was different from the soul collected by the Permitha, so he didn't enter the inside of the space to explore. The dragons of the Dragon Island naturally wouldn't let Ao Zhan capture Ao Sheng, but Ao Zhan was really powerful. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had already torn his enemy into pieces. And at this time, the situation of the entire battlefield was completely in favor of the Gui clan. After Ao Zhan tore his enemy into pieces, his whole dragon body coiled in midair and coldly looked around. His gaze swept past Xiao Hua, and a faint joy flashed through his eyes. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's tacit understanding. And Xiao Hua looked at Ao Zhan's expression. That kind of arrogance, that kind of condescension, that kind of confidence, he felt rather uncomfortable in his heart. Only now did he understand the true meaning of some of the words Ao Zhan said in the relic realm that day. Ao Zhan was indeed not a simple dragon guard. The so-called Ao Qian was nothing but a trash in his eyes. His ambition was lofty and far beyond what dragons like Ao Qian could understand. However, after the experience of joining hands to fight the enemy in the relic realm, Xiaohua still had a certain understanding of this dragon who was arrogant to the bone and had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that he was still a man who could be trusted. Ao Sheng. Ao Zhan saw that the Gui clan had the situation under control, so he looked at Ao Sheng and said, "You don't have to hide anymore. You are a junior elder of the Dragon Island, and in the future, you will also be the leader of the Dragon Island. No matter what, I am still a member of the Dragon Island. I will definitely not take your life. It's just that the things in this deeper Yuan were obtained by the Gui clan's elder at the risk of his life. I must take them away. If you know what's good for you, then order them to stop right now. Sprinkle your blood essence and I won't hurt you." Chapter 40-26. Huh. Ao Sheng laughed, "What's the point of saying all this now? The crystal dragon scripture is the sacred item of my Dragon Island, it's owned by all 9 clans. Since when did it become your clan's private property? Besides, if we spill our essence blood, wouldn't that be the same as letting ourselves be captured?" Cough cough. Xiaohua tried to smooth things over. Ao Sheng, I can vouch for Ao Zhan, his words should still be trustworthy. Xiaohua. Ao Sheng looked at Xiaohua with interest and asked, "You know Ao Zhan? Could it be that you entered the stacked jade legacy realm with Ao Zhan in secret?" Xiaohua shook his head. "Ao Sheng, I came to Dragon Island for Ao Zhantian, but also for other things. I already told the elders in the Dragon Palace. I only met Ao Zhantian before entering the stacked jade legacy realm. I don't know his plan at all." "Oh, do you think I would still tell you the name of the deeper Yuan if I knew his plan?" "Who knows?" Ao Sheng sneered. "Opening the seal of the deeper Yuan seems to require the essence blood of my Dragon Island's 10 clans. If I didn't come, the essence blood of the Dragon clan wouldn't exist. Is there such a coincidence?" Xiaohua looked at the dozens of dragons around Ao Sheng, dumbfounded. Ao Zhan said coldly, "Ao Sheng, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. If you want to live, if you want to rule the Dragon Island in the future, you better give up now. If you still resist after 10 breaths, don't blame me for not giving the Dragon Island any face. You dare." Ao Sheng was furious. 10. Ao Zhan ignored him and counted by himself. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Ao Sheng yelled in exasperation. As Ao Zhan counted, his body expanded again, and the dragon chi around the ring-shaped mountain flocked into his body. Between the pitch-black dragon scales, a pitch-black dragon stone appeared. Roar. Before Ao Zhan counted to 5, Ao Sheng roared, and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. The originally injured dragon body expanded as if it was inflated, and the dragon horns glowed with a brilliant light. A destructive dragon aura emitted from his body. Not only Ao Zhan, but all the dragons, demons, and humans present were shocked because the dragon's might was rising steadily. In just a moment, it had reached an unbelievable level. The shock that came from the bottom of their hearts made them not only stop, but they also hurriedly retreated. Their claws were also trembling, and they were unable to resist. First Elder. Naturally, Xiaohua was also intimidated by this dragon's might. His body couldn't help but tremble. He is somewhat familiar with this dragon's might. Isn't this the aura of the great elder of the Dragon Island? Ao Zhan. As expected, Ao Sheng's dragon body expanded several times, and the terrifying dragon aura covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Only then did he lower his huge dragon head and look at Ao Zhan, saying, "This old man has waited for you for thousands of years, and you have finally appeared. Ha ha ha, you really didn't disappoint me. Although Ao Zhan had obtained the dragon's bloodline inheritance, it was still too early after all. At this moment, he tried his best to urge his dragon chi to resist, but under this power, his pitch-black dragon body was suspended in the air. The dragon flame was also transparent like a crystal, and he didn't move at all. However, even though the great elder of the Dragon Island sealed his divine ability, he couldn't seal his battle intent and anger. Ao Zhan said loudly, "I am a descendant of the Gui clan, so I naturally won't be the same as the other 9 clans of the Dragon Island. How can I disappoint the great elder?" However, the great elder actually used the body of a little child to deal with me personally. I am really overwhelmed by the favor. Ao Zhan's words were naturally sarcastic, but why would the great elder care? He smiled coldly, just as the previous generation's elder said, "You Gui clan have always had an unruly character. You only think about yourself and not the other dragon clans. Do you know why Ao Qin took the crystal dragon and escaped into the folded jade legacy realm? Do you think it's because of those self-righteous reasons that you obtained from your ancestors? Do you think you are the only one who knows about your many schemes? All the truth is the declaration of the victor." Ao Zhan smiled faintly. "Don't you think your explanation is too weak? Instead of explaining this to me, why don't you explain how you can borrow Ao Sheng's dragon body? If I knew you had this kind of divine ability, how could I have fallen into your trap? The 10 clans of the Dragon Island each have their own secret bloodline divine ability. There are so many." The great elder answered, "Just like how you Gui clan can naturally hide your own bloodline and transform into another clan's bloodline at will, the primordial spirit of my dragon clan is extremely similar, and we can perform the divine ability of primordial spirit residence. Do you know why Ao Sheng is called the Little Elder? Not only because his bloodline is pure, but also because his primordial spirit is extremely similar to mine, the previous generation's elder." "Forget it," Ao Zhan sighed, "we have left the Dragon Island for a long time, and this kind of secret has long been forgotten. If not for this, our Gui clan would have succeeded today." After saying that, the black flames around Ao Zhan suddenly surged up, and a series of dragon roars came out from his body. Ao Zhan's scales overflowed with dragon blood, and his body expanded, and the dragon's aura began to rise. "Oh, this is really beyond my expectation." The great elder was surprised to see that Ao Zhan actually had the strength to fight. Roar! While he was talking, Ao Zhan raised his dragon claws, and a shadow flashed past. Swoosh! The great elder's chest was instantly covered with blood. Although the great elder had occupied Ao Sheng's dragon body, Ao Sheng's dragon body was not the great elder's. Under this attack, Ao Sheng's chest was almost torn apart. The great elder was shocked and had no time to think about why Ao Zhan had such a mysterious divine ability. He raised his claws and stabbed forward. Sizzle! Dozens of thunderbolts were produced, completely sealing Ao Zhan's neck. No matter how Ao Zhan shook his head and tail, he could not break free. The great elder's sharp claws fell, and Ao Zhan was about to be torn apart. And in Ao Zhan's eyes, there was no fear except regret. The resentment of the 10 clans of Dragon Island can finally be settled at this time. The great elder said indifferently, "This old man killed you, the leader, so there shouldn't be any more trouble in the future. My Ji clan has tens of thousands of descendants. If you kill me, there will be other dragons." Ao Zhan shouted unyieldingly. "Kill them one by one." The great elder laughed, "There will always be a time when we kill them all." As he spoke, the sharp claws were about to fall, but at this time, a voice sounded, "Wait. Wait." The great elder's sharp claws did not stop, and he replied indifferently, "Didn't Daoist Xiao say just now? Not participating in the internal strife of my Dragon Island's 10 clans, why are you going back on your words now?" "I don't plan to participate." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. However, this Xiao saw a future great sage of the Dragon clan, who has yet to show his talent and is about to fall. It's a pity for your dragon clan, so I wanted to say a word. You mean him? The great elder was a little stunned. Looking at Ao Zhan, who had already given up struggling, he laughed and said, "How could he be a great sage? Why don't you tell me? I will only say one word, I won't say anything else." Xiaofan laughed, "If there's anything, you should ask Ao Zhan." Humph. Ao Zhan snorted coldly and did not answer. The great elder sneered and said, "Even if he is a great sage of the dragon clan, he is still a great sage of the Ji clan. The more powerful he is, the more harmful it will be to my dragon island. My dragon island is already a little tired to deal with a pentaceratops. If there is another enemy of the Ji clan, how can my dragon island be peaceful? Damn it, this is bad." Xiaofan complained in his heart, his eyes turned rapidly, and shouted, "Sigh, great elder, could it be that you didn't see Ao Zhan's mercy towards Ao Sheng just now? If he could kill Ao Sheng, when he captured Ao Sheng earlier, he would have already killed Ao Sheng, right? Don't you think that with the method he used to injure you just now, it would be easy for him to kill Ao Sheng?" This. The great elder was a little hesitant. Xiaofan was right, Ao Zhan did have a lot of opportunities to kill Ao Sheng. Especially what Ao Zhan said to Ao Sheng just now, he also heard it. Ao Zhan was really thinking about the dragon clan's inheritance. Xiaofan struck while the iron was hot and said, "My human race often says that family is a relationship of blood and flesh where the bones are broken and the tendons are connected. Your dragon island's 10 clans are all dragon clan, their bloodline originated from the same source, no matter what, they are close. They are originally from the same root, why are you so anxious to kill each other? I don't know what grudges the Ji clan has with the other 9 clans, but after hearing a few words just now, I feel that there seems to be some misunderstanding. Actually, a lot of things are misunderstood because they can't be explained clearly. As long as things are explained clearly, the misunderstandings will vanish like smoke. Now, it is really rare. One is the son of the Ji clan, the other is the great elder of the Dragon Palace. I don't believe that there is anything in this world that can't be explained clearly. Of course, great elder, if you really have a reason to kill, not to mention this deeper Yuan, not to mention this folded Jadeite legacy realm, even on the entire Dragon Island, who can stop you? The matter of the Ji clan is too long ago. The great elder was moved by Xiaohua's words and said. Xiaohua at the side hurriedly waved his hand, "Great elder, this is your dragon clan's secret, it is not suitable for me to know. You should talk to Ao Zhan alone." Secret? Heh. The great elder faintly smiled, he understood the double meaning of Xiaohua's words. He laughed and said, "You are right, this old man really wants to know, just how much does the Gui clan hate my Dragon Island 9 clans." After saying that, a layer of faint dragon chi rose between the great elder and Ao Zhan. Wherever the dragon chi passed, the 2 giant dragons froze on top of the dragon chi, and not a trace of movement could be heard. Looking at the other dragon clan, human clan, and demon clan, there was surprise on their faces. What was happening in front of them had long surpassed their imagination. They all stopped fighting and separated into 2 places, waiting for the result. Looking at everyone, Xiaohua sighed a little, alas, poor Ao Moyun, to be called Mr. Moyun in vain, in the end, he really thought himself clever. But, if she didn't stop this Xiao from taking action, how should this Xiao face Ao Sheng's request for help? After all, it is a living life. It is really a pity. Chapter 40-27. Ao Moyun's poison naturally couldn't hurt the current Xiaohua, he was just giving Xiaohua a reason not to attack. And the price of this reason was a life, which made Xiaohua feel that it was not worth it. Xiaohua waited for half a day, but the longer the time, the more Xiaohua felt at ease. After all, Ao Zhan had to bargain with the great elder, which would take time. And if the Great Elder didn't want to listen, he would probably come out in a moment, right? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, the two dragons above the dragon Qi moved, and the dragon Qi instantly disappeared, revealing the Great Elder and Ao Zhan. However, the expression of the two dragons was different from what Xiao Hua thought. There was no crying, no ecstasy, only calmness, as if nothing had happened. This old man can't occupy Ao Sheng's dragon body for a long time. Once the Great Elder appeared, he immediately ordered, "You don't have to fight with the Hui dragons anymore, just listen to Ao Sheng's orders." "Yes, Great Elder." The dragons on the Dragon Island all heaved a sigh of relief and replied. Then, the Great Elder glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, this old man will leave everything here to you. If you help Ao Sheng get the Crystal Dragon Scripture, you can get the friendship of my Dragon Island. Of course, other than the Crystal Dragon Scripture, this old man also doesn't know what else there is in the deeper Yuan. If you are fated to get the ruined dragon core, it might be possible. Don't worry, don't worry." Xiao Hua saw that the Great Elder was about to leave, and hurriedly shouted, "Do I need to eat the dragon core? Great Elder, you have to tell me where the dragon cleansing pool is, right?" "Hee, this old man has already said what needs to be said. You can ask Ao Sheng yourself." The Great Elder's voice became softer and softer as he replied with a smile. After saying that, Ao Sheng's dragon body rapidly shrank, and the terrifying dragon pressure from before also weakened, revealing Ao Sheng proudly. "Ao Sheng." Ao Zhan's tone was not particularly intimate, and said, "Did you hear what the Great Elder said?" "Of course." Ao Sheng said with a smile. Ao Zhan nodded, "Good. You all rest for a moment, then listen to my arrangements. We will break the seal of the deeper Yuan." "All right." Ao Sheng agreed and prepared to bring the rest of the dragons to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. "Don't be hasty." Xiao Hua called out again, "Ao Sheng, tell me the truth. Where is the dragon cleansing pool?" "Reverend." Ao Sheng smiled bitterly. "Didn't I make it clear to you earlier? I really don't know where it is. Why don't I look for it with you after we come out of the deeper Yuan?" "Humph, if you can't find the dragon cleansing pool, don't blame me for not returning it." Before Xiao Hua could finish his sentence, Ao Sheng, who was swimming, naturally knew what he meant. However, in Ao Sheng's eyes, Long Yu was no match for the Crystal Dragon Scripture. He could only throw Xiao Hua's threat to the back of his head. Ao Zhan, on the other hand, looked at his subordinates and instructed, "You all should also rest for a while. When we return from the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, the Dragon Hall will issue the Dragon Hall Order. Because my Gui clan knows our wrongs and repents, we will return the Crystal Dragon Scripture and pardon some of the sins of my Gui clan. Then when will my clan return to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island?" A dragon asked somewhat anxiously. "The road to return to the Dragon Island is still very long." Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. "Unless my clan can produce a great sage of the demon clan." "How is that possible?" All the dragons were astonished. "With the first step, it's always good. Take your time on the road from now on." Ao Zhan seemed to be extremely satisfied with this result. He waved his hand and said, "The problem now is to find the Crystal Dragon Scripture. If the Crystal Dragon Scripture doesn't return to the Dragon Hall, we still have to think of a way to leave the Dragon Island." "Yes, leader." All the dragons agreed and flew to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. Ao Zhan flew in front of Xiao Hua and cupped his hands. "Reverend Xiao, I have received your grace again." Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. "This matter has nothing to do with me. It's because you didn't have any killing intent in your heart. You saved yourself. Furthermore, I have to congratulate fellow immortal Ao. Although you have yet to complete the heavy responsibility on your shoulders, the road has already appeared under your feet. Fellow immortal Ao, sooner or later, you will be able to bring our clan back to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island. Hee, others may not know, but how could enlightened master not understand? If it wasn't for your grace, how could I have such a fortuitous encounter? Ao Zhan said very sincerely. I won't say any more, I won't say any more. Xiao Hua knew what Ao Zhan wanted to say. He waved his hand and said with a smile, if I can help you settle your grudges, how much less killing will there be in the future? How many fewer dragons would die? This Xiao is very willing to accept this merit. Things might not be as simple as you think. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. After all, my race has been at odds with the Dragon Island for many years. The 9 races of the Dragon Island, Pangbai, Luo Luo Shrine, and Swan Ni have suffered many losses because of my race. Even if I offer the Crystal Dragon scripture, the other 8 races will still try to stop me. Nonsense, how could it be possible without obstruction? Xiao Hua replied, but since there is a righteous cause, they will have one less weakness to use against you. Your wish will come true sooner or later. By the way, since the Gui clan has been pardoned, what about the Dragon clan in the heavenly abode? What about them? Ao Zhan was a little hesitant. They are naturally a branch of my clan, but my Gui clan hasn't settled down yet. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for some time to settle the matter of the heavenly abode. Wait until you are strong enough. Xiao Hua understood that the Gui clan had many things to do, and Ao Zhan was probably facing many more difficulties. At this point, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly quivered as he thought of Jiang Che in the Legacy Realm. After all, the appearance of Jiang Che and the other 2 heavenly abode dragons in the Legacy Realm was too strange. If no one had tipped them off, how could they have found that place? However, at this point, Xiao Hua felt that there was no point in asking Ao Zhan anymore, so he might as well keep this secret in the bottom of his heart. Ao Zhan nodded and looked at the restriction below his feet. The dragon patterns had already gathered into a black dragon, and its appearance was very frightening. Ao Zhan stared at the black dragon, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said, this is the former patriarch of my Gui clan, Ao Qin. A dragon that could be the great elder of Dragon Island. When he was training in the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, he used the strength of a single dragon to obtain the Dragon Jade and Crystal Dragon scripture. According to his thinking, he would definitely be able to obtain the position of Great Elder because of this, but the Great Elder of that generation wasn't him. In his anger, he took away the Dragon Jade and Crystal Dragon scripture from the Dragon Hall, and from that moment onwards, the fate of my Gui clan changed. Ao Zhan didn't say the specific reason, but he had obviously accepted the Great Elder's explanation. Xiao Hua sighed and said, perhaps Ao Qin was wrong, or perhaps the Dragon Hall was wrong, but what's right is, the fact that has already happened. Our human race has a saying that it's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Now that the bloodline of the Gui clan still exists, it's not too late. Yes, I understand. The burden on this Ao's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. Ao Zhan nodded. This Xiao Hua has other thoughts in his mind. At this point, he asked again in a low voice, that's right, Ao Zhan, tell this old man the truth. Is the Great Elder's words true? Does he really not know where the Dragon Cleansing Pool is? There are 2 Dragon Cleansing Pools on Dragon Island. One is real and one is fake. Ao Zhan glanced at Xiao Hua as he replied meaningfully, the one outside the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm is a fake. The Dragon Cleansing liquid inside was extracted from the real Dragon Cleansing Pool inside the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm. This Dragon Cleansing liquid is the essence of the Dragon Domain, it can't leave the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Once it leaves the Dragon Cleansing Pool, it can't be called Dragon Cleansing Liquid anymore. However, this liquid can still nourish and repair the body of my Dragon Clan, so Dragon Island still values this fake Dragon Cleansing Pool very much. Generally speaking, the so-called dragon cleansing pool outside of Dragon Island is this fake dragon cleansing pool. As for the real dragon cleansing pool, Taoist Master Xiao, have you heard of the Ascension Pool in your Tao sect's immortal world? Ascension Pool? Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said with a bitter smile, this Xiao has never heard of it, this Xiao has only heard of the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple. What's the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple? Ao Zhan sneered, that's just a bunch of bald donkeys playing reincarnation. How can it be compared to the Dragon Cleansing Pool on Dragon Island? If you want to compare it, it's at most similar to the fake Dragon Cleansing Pool outside of the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiao Hua also looked at Ao Zhan meaningfully. Ao Zhan, who was only at the 6th or 7th stage of origin energy, seemed to care more about Dragon Island's reputation than the Great Elder. Even the Great Elder compared the Dragon Cleansing Pool to the Buddhist sect's Lotus Cleansing Pool, but Ao Zhan immediately stepped on the Lotus Cleansing Pool. It was probably because of Ao Zhan's understanding that the Great Elder was reassured to let Ao Zhan lead Ao Sheng and the others to find the Crystal Dragon Seal. What does immortal friend Ao mean? Xiao Hua asked. It said that the immortal qi in your Tao sect immortal world is very dense. Ordinary cultivators can't withstand the higher grade immortal qi after ascending to the immortal world. Therefore, every cultivator who ascends has to remodel their body in the Ascension Pool. The dragon realm of my dragon clan is half a level higher than the immortal world. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon realm can only be compared to the immortal molding liquid in the Ascension Pool. Does immortal friend Ao Zhan understand what I'm saying? So, after your dragon clan breaks through the void and reaches the dragon realm, you also have to use the dragon cleansing liquid to remodel your body? Xiao Hua understood. Ao Zhan nodded. Of course. Didn't immortal friend Ao Zhan feel that the dragon qi in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is several times stronger than on Dragon Island? And this is just a fragment of the dragon realm. If it were the real dragon realm, then the dragon qi. Yes, it should be called dragon spiritual qi. Then how terrifying would dragon spiritual qi be? Ordinary dragon bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Damn it! Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth. Your dragon clan's dragon body is already incomparably tough. If you remodel your body after reaching the dragon realm, how are the immortals of the immortal world supposed to survive? You humans don't really rely on your physical body after ascending to immortality. It doesn't make a difference whether it's tough or not, right? Ao Zhan replied with a smile. Don't try to change the topic. Xiao Hua snorted. I just want to know the whereabouts of the dragon cleansing pool. After saying so much, do you think the Grand Elder knows? Of course he doesn't. Ao Zhan smiled. If he knows where the dragon cleansing pool is, doesn't that mean he knows where the deeper Yuan is? Wouldn't he have found this place long ago? Chapter 40-28. With that, Ao Zhan glanced at Ao Sheng and sneered, don't think that Ao Sheng knows that the crystal dragon is here. If I didn't deliberately lead him here, he wouldn't be able to find this place. Why? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Ao Zhan looked around and actually transmitted his voice. The dragon cleansing pool, deep air abyss, and a place called the Mirage are the three most mysterious places in the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm. The dragon cleansing pool is called the dragon cleansing pool because of the dragon cleansing liquid, which is the essence of dragon spiritual qi. It is the closest to the dragon domain. No primordial consciousness or divine ability can find it. Furthermore, when the Stacked Jade Forgotten Realm changes, the dragon cleansing pool is hidden outside the Forgotten Realm. And this deep air abyss. To be honest, it is the earliest place connected to the dragon realm. It can be said that it is the source of the dragon spiritual energy in the entire Stacked Jade Legacy realm. If it wasn't for my clan leader, I wouldn't be able to find this place. What? This deep air abyss is the connection between the Dragon Realm and the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm? Xiaofan was shocked and said, so, when clan leader Ao Qin came here. Yes, that should be what the old man meant. Ao Zhan nodded. However, without the strength of breaking the void, it is impossible to pass through this connection. Of course, even if you have the strength of a great saint, you may not be able to pass through this connection. So, no dragon has ever entered the Dragon Realm through this connection. In the past, I seem to have heard that this is a place to send messages. Of course, by the time of clan leader Ao Qin's generation, this connection was already broken. See. Xiaofan sucked in a mouthful of cold air, as if he understood something. Of his 2 broken dragon jade, one was from the Dawn Rain continent, the other was from the Little White Dragon, and the Little White Dragon was from the 10,000 Demon Realm. Those 2 places were not the Dragon Island, nor were they the 3 continents. Previously, the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace didn't ask about the origin of the Dragon Jade because they thought that Xiaohua's Dragon Jade was only lost in the 3 continents. What they didn't expect was that Xiaohua's Dragon Jade was not obtained in the 3 continents. If this deep air abyss was the passage connecting the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm to the Dragon Realm, it was now closed. That is to say, the Dragon Clan wanted to go to the Dragon Realm with the 2 broken Dragon Jade. Because they failed, they ended up in the Demon Realm and Dawn Rain continent. What's wrong? Ao Zhan asked when he saw Xiaohua's strange expression. Xiaohua naturally couldn't pursue this matter any further, so he changed the topic and asked, what about the mirage? I don't know. Ao Zhan shook his head. Back then, when clan leader Ao Qin divided the dragons, some of them fled to the Dragon Realm, while others fled to the 4 seas. I am a descendant of the dragons who stayed in the 4 seas. Only through the long bay that Patriarch Ao Qin had passed down did he know all of this. I don't know anything else. In other words, Xiaohua smiled. You might not pass through Dragon Island and directly return to the 4 seas? Sure. However, the risk is extremely high. Ao Zhan nodded. There are some spatial layers around the Stacked Jade Legacy land, and there are some distorted spatial veins that lead to the 4 seas. However, these spatial veins also lead to the void. Once we fall into the void, even if we have the body of a dragon, we won't be able to survive. Forget it. Xiaohua extinguished the thought of escaping with the long U and smiled at Ao Zhan. Fellow immortal Ao, you seem to have told me everything you know. Spiritual Master. Ao Zhan said with extreme sincerity. I work together with Spiritual Master in the Legacy Realm, so I'm very confident in Spiritual Master's character. Back then, I didn't know that Spiritual Master also had the bloodline of a dragon. Otherwise, would have communicated with Spiritual Master more. Furthermore, Spiritual Master wasn't moved by the bloodline of a true spirit in the Legacy Realm. I really don't know what else in this world can make Spiritual Master interested. If I don't trust such a Spiritual Master, who else can I trust? Now, if my Gui race wants to be ranked as one of the 10 races of Dragon Island again, not only do I need to cultivate to the Great Sage Realm, I also need more help. Spiritual Master has a bloodline comparable to Ao Sheng's and is favored by Meng Longhall's Great Elder. I naturally won't hide anything from Spiritual Master. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. He didn't really want to care about the revenge of the Heavenly Abode River, but he didn't expect to encounter the revival of the Gui race here. He didn't even have time to cultivate in seclusion, so how could he want to spend more time on these things? He didn't want to say anything more here, so he asked again, oh right, is there really a ruined dragon pill in the deeper Yuan? There is. Ao Zhan nodded. Senior Ao Qin said clearly in the dragon shell that he saw the aura of a dragon pill here, but the aura of the pill wasn't particularly strong. He guessed that it might be a ruined dragon pill. How many years has it been? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. is the dragon pill still effective? Ao Zhan shook his head. I don't know about this. But this place is actually a fragment of the dragon realm, nourished by dragon qi. Even if the dragon pill is ruined, it should still be effective, right? However, spiritual master, this dragon pill, even if it's ruined, I'm afraid it's not something you can consume. That day, I spread the news just to encourage the human race cultivators. Sai, let's take a look first. Xiaohua waved his hand. Didn't you hear what Great Elder said? Leave everything to me. If I don't go in and take a look, he won't let me go. Roar. At this time, Ao Sheng flew over from afar and asked, Ao Zhan, we've already rested. Can we break the seal now? Of course. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Sheng and replied, the dragon sons of the 9 clans of Dragon Island, release half of your dragon blood. What? Ao Sheng was shocked when he heard this. Why do we have to release so much dragon blood? To break this seal, we need the blood essence of the 10 clans of Dragon Island. We already had some before, plus the dragon that fell from my Ji clan, and the 7 clans that didn't release enough blood essence. Especially you, your blood essence is the most important. Ao Zhan replied without any trace of politeness. You. Ao Sheng was a little flustered and exasperated. But after he said a few words, he became dejected again. After all, Ao Zhan's purpose of luring them here was to kill them and use their blood essence. Now that he was only allowed to release half of his blood essence, although it made his heart ache, compared to the previous deadlock, there was a fundamental difference. Roar. Ao Sheng roared, opened his mouth, and a stream of dragon blood fell like a fountain. The dragon blood fell on the black dragon seal, and the black dragon seal began to slowly rotate. When Ao Sheng was dispirited in mid-air, the other dragons also spat out their blood essence. The black dragon above the seal sped up and surrounded the ring-shaped mountain, forming a huge whirlpool. The hurricane above the whirlpool also took the shape of a dragon. Seeing Ao Sheng curled up and not moving, Xiaohua smiled and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood? Why can't you move? Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see. Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see." Ao Sheng shouted, "This is blood essence. I'm also a dragon. If I was a human, I would have died long ago." "Huh, you also know about dying?" Xiaohua laughed, "Your dragon clan doesn't have pills." What pills do I need?" Ao Sheng said disdainfully, "If you want to eat, wait until you enter the deep air lake to eat dragon pills." Xiaohua smiled, took out a jade bottle, and said with a smile, "This Xiao has refined blood replenishing pill, do you want it?" No. Ao Sheng waved his hand, "This thing is useless to me." "All right." Xiaohua nodded, "This blood replenishing pill is refined by this Xiao. It is most suitable for humans, but it seems that the Yao race can also use it. If you don't want to use it, then forget it. It's a waste not to eat it." Seeing that Xiaohua was about to take the jade bottle, Ao Sheng raised his dragon claw and shouted, "Give it. Let me try. Just now I wanted to give it to you, but you didn't want to eat it. Now I want to eat it, but I won't give it to you." Xiaohua smiled, pretending to take it and said, "Woo." A strong wind swept past, and Ao Sheng snatched the jade bottle. He put the jade bottle into his mouth, and with a crunch, his dragon teeth crushed the seal on the jade bottle, and the bottle of blood replenishing pill fell into his stomach. Xiaohua was a little stunned, and slapped his forehead, "Damn it, this Xiao now knows what it means to be an old cow chewing peony. I am a little dragon, not an old cow." Ao Sheng shouted angrily, "I am a little elder of the dragon race, yet I can eat your pill. In the future, if you sell pills in the hidden immortal continent, this will be a big gimmick." What kind of pill is this?" Suddenly, the dragon qi around Ao Sheng's body surged, and layers of blood color gushed out from the dragon scales. When this blood color reached Ao Sheng's face, his entire face turned red. Spiritual Master Xiao. The dragons at the side could not compare to Ao Sheng, and their expressions were even more dispirited. Seeing Ao Sheng like this, they were all overjoyed and shouted, "Do you still have more pills? Can you wait for me a moment?" Xiao Hua beamed with joy and said, "Of course. However, this is the pill refined by this Xiao. In the future, you must remember it. And this Xiao is now cooperating with Luo Yi Merchant Union. If you need it in the future, feel free to look for Luo Yi Merchant Union." Luo Yi Merchant Union, okay, we will remember it. The dragons hurriedly urged, "Spiritual Master, give us the pills first." When Xiao Hua took out some blood-replenishing pills and gave them to the other dragons, the blood qi around Ao Sheng's body finally stopped. He blinked his eyes and asked puzzledly, "What's going on? It's obviously very comfortable, and my blood qi is surging. Why did my blood essence recover so little?" "Huh." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Can blood essence be recovered by ordinary methods? That is to rely on one's own recovery. This Xiao's blood-replenishing pill can only replenish ordinary blood qi. It is only somewhat beneficial for you." "That's not bad." Ao Sheng nodded. "Luo Yi Merchant Union, I will also remember it." "Spiritual Master Xiao, do you still have more?" "Indeed no more." Xiao Hua shook his head. "This Xiao does not use these things, they are all sold in Luo Yi Merchant Union." "Spiritual Master how can you play without them?" Ao Sheng shouted, "You have piqued my interest, how can you not care? There is really no more." Xiao Hua shook his head, and then mysteriously probed, "Of course, if you can tell this Xiao the location of the dragon cleansing pool, this Xiao will consider refining some more for you after the stacked jade legacy realm." Chapter 40-29. I also want to know. Ao Sheng smiled bitterly, "But I really don't know. If you don't want to give me the pills, just say it. Don't use these to brush me off." Alright. Xiao Hua smiled, "I won't make things difficult for you. I still have some pills that I refined before. The effect is not as good as the one just now. I'll give them to you." Xiao Hua took out a jade bottle and threw it to Ao Sheng. This time, Ao Sheng did not act rashly. He raised his sharp dragon claw and opened the jade bottle. He threw a pill into his mouth. Sure enough, although there was some blood energy surging around Ao Sheng, it was much smaller than before. "Daoist Master Xiao, you are really stingy." Ao Sheng looked at the jade bottle in his hand as if it was useless. Excuse me. Xiao Hua replied, "This was refined when I was learning alchemy. Naturally, it can't be compared to now. Forget it." Ao Sheng waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. He took advantage of the situation and said, "No matter what, it's still a gift from you. It's not appropriate for me to not accept it." Gotcha. At this moment, the black dragon that was spinning rapidly in the ring-shaped mountain suddenly made a crisp sound. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that the black dragon had actually split into two, turning into two identical black dragons. Roar! The two black dragons let out different rhythms, but they sounded exactly the same. Then, their huge dragon bodies stretched out from the two sides of the whirlpool. Ho! Obscure, different rhythms of inexplicable syllables were produced between the two dragon bodies. A layer of black and white light film was revealed as the dragon roared. Whoosh! The light film had just appeared when Ao Zhan, who was silent at the side, opened his mouth and a black dragon shell fell into the air. Pooh! Ao Zhan also spat out a mouthful of blood essence that flashed with black light onto the dragon shell. The dragon shell instantly turned blood red and clusters of blood mist surged on the dragon shell. Woo! Two light threads stretched out from the black and white light film, respectively, making different strange sounds. The light threads seemed to be attracted by the blood mist of the dragon shell and landed on the two sides of the dragon shell. The blood mist on Longbei followed the light threads and landed on the light membrane. The light membrane seemed to come alive in an instant. Its flashing black and white wings gradually expanded and turned into a huge butterfly. Butterfly transformation technique? Ao Sheng was shocked. Ao Qin actually used the butterfly transformation technique in the restriction? Of course. Ao Zhan said proudly, if it wasn't for me, even the Grand Elder wouldn't have been able to break the seal. Ao Sheng did not refute. It seemed that Ao Zhan was right. Xiaofan naturally didn't know what the butterfly transformation technique was. However, as the butterfly grew bigger, it covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Roar, roar. The two identical black dragons roared and rushed into the butterfly's body. The butterfly's body trembled violently for a moment before it pounced into the vortex where the black dragons had been. Puff. There was a strange sound. The butterfly fell, and the two black dragons' bodies quickly split apart along with the black and white light screen. Then, an extremely dense dragon aura rushed out like a tidal wave. This dragon aura seemed so strange. Once it rushed out, it was stopped by the restriction of the deeper yuan. Therefore, a sharp whistling sound came from the ears of everyone and the dragons. Then, wang wang. The bodies of several humans flashed with an intense brilliance, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. Run! Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. This is the source of the dragon aura of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Although you all have the bloodline of the dragon race, you are still humans. You can't withstand the cleansing of this dragon aura. Quickly hide at the edge. Yes. The group of humans did not dare to delay and hurriedly flew away. However, just as the humans flew away, the group of dragons could not bear it anymore. The dragons of the Hui race were the first to appear with dragon patterns on their bodies, and their bodies rapidly expanded. Ao Zhan did not panic and shouted, according to the previous plan, you all will leave this place like those humans. Yes. The dragons of the Hui race responded and flew away. After the dragons left, the fake leader Ao Tao was left alone on the spot. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao with some surprise, but did not say anything. He turned his head and stared at the dragon aura that rushed out, deep in thought. In just a moment, the dragons of the Dragon Island could not withstand it and left one after another. In the end, beside the light screen opened by the butterfly, only Ao Sheng, Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and Xiao Hua were left. Damn it! Ao Sheng muttered and moved closer to Xiao Hua, as if this was the only way to be safer. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao, who was also flashing with faint black dragon aura, and said, Ao Tao, the dragon aura of the deeper yuan has stabilized. If you can withstand it, follow me down. Yes, leader. Ao Tao said respectfully. I also did not expect that my bloodline could be considered pure and could actually withstand the remnant dragon aura of the dragon domain. To be able to follow the leader and contribute to the revival of my Hui race is my lifelong wish. All right. Ao Zhan nodded and shrunk into his human form. He then opened his mouth and a dragon pearl flew out. Another dragon breath landed on it, and the dragon pearl turned into a battle armor that covered Ao Zhan's body. Woo! Ao Sheng was not to be outdone. He also took out the purple dragon crown, and a light purple armor appeared to protect his human form. Ao Tao looked at Xiao Hua and hesitated for a moment before he also transformed into his human form. However, he did not take out any dragon pearl. Instead, he took out a set of slightly old black soft armor from the dragon shell. This soft armor looked very ordinary, but when the dragon aura of the deeper yuan rushed into this soft armor, it immediately let out an indescribable dragon roar. The entire soft armor trembled slightly, as if it was excited. When Ao Zhan saw this soft armor, his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he looked at Ao Tao with even more interest as he put on the soft armor calmly. Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body. At this point, even Ao Sheng felt that something was wrong. His dragon eyes moved up and down as he stared hard at Ao Tao. On the other hand, Xiao Hua, as a human, had a faint dragon aura on the surface of his body. He did not make any special preparations and said, "We are ready. Ao Zhan, will you lead the way?" Phew. Ao Zhan took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He nodded and said, "Of course I will lead the way. Everyone, please follow me." With that, Ao Zhan moved his body and landed at the entrance of the deeper yuan. Woo! Just as Ao Zhan approached the dragon aura that rushed out, the dragon armor around his body flashed with black dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were like wings and dragon whiskers, protecting Ao Zhan's body. When the dragon aura blew past these dragon patterns, it produced a very ear-piercing whistling sound. Ao Tao flew down with Ao Zhan. His black armor actually turned into a dragon shape to protect him. The dragon shape flowed in the dragon aura like a fish in water. After Ao Tao, Xiao Hua and Ao Sheng flew down and followed the two dragons into the deeper yuan. The deeper yuan was a space with an inexplicable brilliance. These brilliances were like strands of light that collided with each other, and little sparks appeared at the places where they collided. Following the fiery threads and sparks, Xiao Hua could clearly see that there were countless vortexes in the space. In the center of these vortexes was a sparkling and translucent, almost invisible dot. The rich dragon qi in the deeper yuan was emitted from these dots. Ao Sheng. Ao Zhan landed in the space and paused for a moment. He then flew in a direction and warned, "These vortexes are the crystallization of dragon aura. They are a great supplement for dragons who have broken through the void. But for us, they are a great danger. You must not let these vortexes touch your dragon body. Otherwise, your dragon body will definitely be blown to pieces." "I know." Ao Sheng pouted and replied disdainfully, "I have the purple dragon crown to protect me. There will be no problem. You should ask Ao Tao more." "Leader, don't worry." Ao Tao hurriedly said, "My dragon armor should be able to protect me as well." Ao Zhan responded casually and sped up. There were many vortexes in the space. They were like fireflies flying around without any order. Although the three dragons were in human form, they were still huge. It was inevitable that they would come into contact with some vortexes. Boom boom. Occasionally, there would be some rumbling sounds. It was the sound of the vortexes landing on the three dragons' armor. However, the explosion of these crystals was blocked by the armor and did not cause any harm to the three dragons. As for Xiao Hua, it was even simpler. Not to mention that his body was originally small, just using the ethereal steps was enough for him to easily avoid all the vortexes. After flying for a full 2 hours, he saw a black mountain rock in front of him. Many strands of light fell on it, and it was as gorgeous as fireworks. Ao Zhan and Ao Zhan stopped and flew down. In the time it took to eat a meal, the fireworks actually lessened. There were actually rocks with a radius of several miles on the mountain peak like a monster. Ao Zhan said, "It's close to the left." "Is it here?" Ao Tao moved forward and said respectfully, "This subordinate will help the leader take out the crystal dragon." "Good." Ao Zhan nodded. "After you take it out, give it to Ao Sheng directly." Ao Tao responded casually and flew to the front of the stone wall. He only turned his dragon head to look at it for a while before decisively flying to the upper left. When he came to a triangular protrusion, he stretched out his right claw. Kacha Kacha, the stone wall that had been tempered by dragon spiritual energy for God knows how many years was pierced by him. As Ao Tao's dragon claw went deeper, a large amount of stone fragments fell and a deep hole of more than 10 feet appeared on the stone wall. Wait! Ao Zhan suddenly spoke. Ao Tao was stunned. He unwillingly retracted his dragon claw and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Leader, could it be that this subordinate has found the wrong place?" "No." Ao Zhan answered indifferently. "You found it very accurately. The crystal dragon is here. However, this Ao has changed his mind. I want to take it out myself." "Good." Ao Tao retreated to the side and glanced at Ao Sheng from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 40-30. Roar. Ao Zhan raised his head and let out a long roar, revealing his dragon form. Along with the appearance of his dragon body, the roaming whirlpools immediately rushed over like a swarm of bees, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Woo! Ao Zhan couldn't care less about these. He opened his mouth and spouted a strand of black flame along with the dragon breath, pouncing towards the cave dug by Ao Tao. Whether it was Xiao Hua or Ao Sheng, their gaze followed the black flame and fell into the cave. But just at this moment, woo! Another dragon roar resounded, another dragon flame and dragon breath that was almost identical to Ao Zhan's fell into the cave. Boom! Another loud sound resounded, a surge of dragon might emerged from the cave, rushing out like a flash flood. Ao Tao! Ao Zhan was furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Ao Tao didn't seem to be afraid of Ao Zhan. His gaze fell on the inside of the cave, only to see a crystal-like small dragon flying out along with the dragon breath of the two dragons. On the small dragon, one after another, thunderbolt-like dragon patterns crazily rushed out. Within the dragon patterns, there were scenes of small worlds appearing and disappearing all the time. "If you're not doing anything, why are you stopping me from collecting the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Ao Tao and asked coldly. Ao Tao retracted his gaze, looking straight at Ao Zhan. He asked word by word, "I'm not stopping you, but I also want to collect the crystal dragon spell." "You, what right do you have to collect the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan was so angry that he laughed. "Huh." Ao Tao laughed loudly, twisting his dragon body and pouncing towards the crystal dragon spell. He shouted, "What right do I have? Because I am a dragon of the Hui race, because this crystal dragon spell was obtained by the patriarch of the Hui race, Ao Qin, at the risk of his life, I can't just casually offer this crystal dragon spell to the Dragon Island." Woo! Ao Zhan was furious hearing this. He swam his dragon body and pounced towards Ao Tao. That incomparably ferocious aura immediately blocked Ao Tao to the side. Roar! Ao Tao bellowed loudly, pouncing towards Ao Zhan again. He shouted, "Ao Zhan! Do you know what it means to obtain the crystal dragon spell? You are the descendant of the Hui race, you actually dare to take the proud head of the Hui race of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island." The pitch-black dragon aura around Ao Zhan surged out rapidly. The large number of vortexes rushed into the dragon armor formed by the dragon pearl. The dragon aura surged into Ao Zhan's body, causing his body to expand rapidly. Swoosh! With a deafening sound, Ao Zhan's dragon tail strangely appeared out of thin air. That dragon tail was like a pair of scissors that instantly slashed Ao Tao's back. Ao Tao let out a wild howl. The pitch-black dragon armor trembled, and some dragon blood flowed out from under the dragon armor. Ao Tao! Ao Zhan didn't continue his attack. Instead, he said coldly, "I'm warning you. You don't have to say anything. I know what this crystal dragon scripture means. At the same time, I also know what the Dragon Island's 10 clans and Dragon Island's 9 clans mean. I naturally have my reasons for doing so. Since you know what the crystal dragon scripture means, then you should understand. Ao Tao's body trembled slightly. However, he still shouted, "My Hui race obtained the crystal dragon scripture. If we can comprehend the profundity of the dragon race's reproduction from the crystal dragon scripture, our descendants will naturally be able to reproduce and prosper. Not to mention suppressing the dragon race, even suppressing the dragon islands and 9 clans wouldn't be difficult. At that time, even if you don't want to occupy the dragon island, my Hui race can occupy the other dragon islands. Who would have the patience to mingle with the dragon island's 9 clans? This crystal dragon scripture was obtained by Patriarch Ao Qin and the others who risked their lives. They even spent a lot of effort to hide it here. With just a few words from you, you can easily give it to the dragon island? You. How can you face the seniors of my Hui race who died for the crystal dragon scripture? Ao Tao. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly and sighed, I know you have always thought of yourself as the leader. Normally, you would also command the people of my Hui race. When I suddenly appeared, you were very unconvinced. You are thinking too much. Ao Tao said coldly, although you have never shown yourself, I have long known that there is a true leader like you. I have never been unconvinced. Ao Tao replied very calmly, I just don't understand. My Hui race has fought for so many years. Why is it that with just a few words from you, all the sacrifices we made in the past, are all for nothing? We have sacrificed enough in the past. This kind of sacrifice is not worth it. Ao Zhan said indifferently, not to mention the dragons who died in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, not to mention the dragons who died around the Dragon Island, just the dragons in the Paradise River were implicated because of my Hui race. How many dragons have died? In order to take revenge, how many dragons have died in the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? My Hui race can no longer sacrifice any more. If this continues, even if we obtain the Crystal Dragon Scripture and comprehend the profundity of the Crystal Dragon Scripture, how can my Hui race have any more dragons to reproduce? If these sacrifices are for my dragon race, I have nothing to say. However, these sacrifices are purely for the internal strife of my dragon race. There is no meaning at all. You are wrong. Ao Tao shook his head firmly and said, those who can persevere, must be meaningful. Although you are the leader of my Hui race, you cannot completely represent my race. You do not have the right to decide who this crystal dragon scripture belongs to. I want to take this crystal dragon scripture away and listen to the decision of all the descendants of the Hui race. You dare! Ao Zhan roared. The pitch-black dragon aura around him was like his soaring anger. Ao Tao was also emitting the same dragon aura. However, this dragon aura was clearly not as dense and pure as Ao Zhan's. Roar! Ao Tao did not say anything else. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced towards Ao Zhan. As Ao Tao waved his dragon claws, countless explosions occurred around Ao Zhan's dragon body. The dragon horns on his head even produced black crystal-like objects. These crystal-like objects turned into huge spikes amidst the dense dragon aura and rapidly pierced towards Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan roared and similarly pounced towards Ao Tao. The two dragons actually started fighting in the deep air lake. In just a short moment, the dragon armor of the two began to tear apart. The dragon scales under the dragon armor flew everywhere and dragon blood splashed. Xiaofan was somewhat dumbstruck. Looking at the crystal dragon scripture that the two dragons were fighting over, it was quietly floating in the air. Many whirlpools fell on it, but they only accelerated the birth and death of the small thousand world inside the thunderbolt. Xiaofan urged his figure to fly over. Ao Sheng was very obedient. He did not go near the crystal dragon scripture and even avoided the two dragons' desperate fight. Xiaofan flew in front of the crystal dragon scripture and stretched out his hand to grab it. See! Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cold air. Because in his hand, an indescribable burning sensation appeared. Even the dragon aura could not block it. Clearly, this crystal dragon scripture was not something that a human race could collect. Roar! Xiaohua released the dragon vein Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua opened its mouth and swallowed the crystal dragon scripture into its stomach. Immediately after, it entered Xiaohua's meridians. What made Xiaohua puzzled was that not only did Ao Zhan not care about him collecting the crystal dragon scripture, even Ao Tao did not even glance at him. Fellow Taoist. Just when Xiaohua was puzzled, the dragon vein Xiaohua's voice sounded, "This crystal dragon scripture is a bit strange. You delay Ao Sheng and the others. Wait until we get out of the stacked jade legacy realm before returning it to them." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng who was sitting at the side and replied, "If it was Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan, naturally it would be fine. But Ao Sheng still has the great elder of the dragon race in his body. How could he let I take it? I can take the dragon jade for you to comprehend. This is already the limit of his tolerance. How about?" The dragon vein Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. "Fellow Taoist can comprehend it inside the space? This crystal dragon scripture contains a huge secret. I'm afraid it won't work." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng who seemed to have regained his senses and flew towards him. He said in a low voice, "I will deal with Ao Sheng. You quickly comprehend it yourself. I will delay it for as long as I can." "All right." The dragon vein Xiaohua said a word and did not speak again. Xiaohua. Ao Sheng flew over and opened his mouth. "Where is the crystal dragon scripture? This old man is afraid that there will be some unforeseen event. I will keep it first." Xiaohua looked at the bloody battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao and seemed to reply casually. He sighed and said, "Ao Sheng, tell me, these two dragons are fighting like this. Is it the saying of us humans that there is no need to be so anxious?" "AI, of course it is." Ao Sheng also sighed. "I also did not expect that Ao Tao would reject my dragon island so much. In his heart, there is really a lot of hatred. Taoist, why don't you hand the crystal dragon scripture to me first?" "Oh, don't be anxious." Xiaohua waved his hand. "Tell me, between Ao Tao and Ao Zhan, who is right and who is wrong?" "This." Ao Sheng hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Actually, no one is wrong. Doesn't the human race often say that those who walk different paths cannot make plans together? These two dragons are probably like that. However, I feel that Ao Zhan is still right. After all, what he did will allow many dragons to live. It is already difficult for my dragon race to reproduce. One less dragon is really one less dragon. It cannot be compared to your human race. That, can you?" Without waiting for Ao Sheng to say more, Xiaohua interrupted again. "The problem is that this Ao Tao's strength is not comparable to Ao Zhan at all. Furthermore, there is still a great elder in your body. No matter what, Ao Tao cannot succeed. Why did he choose to fight here?" Ao Sheng's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. Maybe he wants to take advantage of this crucial moment to threaten us?" Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng with doubt in his eyes. From Ao Sheng's repeated requests, Xiaohua understood that Ao Sheng wanted to get the crystal dragon scripture. But why did Ao Sheng not go to get the crystal dragon scripture at the first moment, but pay attention to the battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao, these two dragons without any suspense? Xiaohua did not have time to think anymore. He saw Ao Zhan roar furiously from afar. The black flames around his body soared into the sky. When they fell, the black flames wrapped around Ao Zhan like a black robe. Ao Zhan's huge dragon body turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced towards Ao Tao. As for Ao Tao, he did not have any intention of dodging. He roared furiously and the black dragon armor grew sharp spikes. The dragon horns rushed forward and met Ao Zhan's attack head-on. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked. Ao Sheng at the side was also stunned. It seemed that he could not understand Ao Tao's actions. Seeing that the two dragons were about to collide, Ao Zhan's body suddenly rose. Obviously, he did not want to kill Ao Tao. Ao Tao's body suddenly accelerated. His heart was facing Ao Zhan's dragon horns. It seemed that he did not care about his own life. Chapter 40-31. Pooh. As the white horse passed by, Ao Zhan's dragon horn pierced deeply into Ao Tao's heart. The dragon head that couldn't stop pierced through Ao Tao's body and tore it apart. It even brought Ao Tao's body and crashed into the mountain with a boom. You. Aren't you courting death? Ao Zhan pulled out his dragon horn and blocked the falling rocks from the mountain. He shouted coldly, "What exactly are you thinking?" Humph. Damn traitor. Ao Tao snorted coldly, "I would rather die in the hands of the traitor than lower my head to the 9 clans of Dragon Island. Get lost. After I die, no dragon clan will interfere with your plan. You can obediently become the 10th elder of Dragon Palace." You. Ao Zhan's dragon eyes were filled with anger. He shouted, "If you have such thoughts, it's better for you to die." Ao Tao's dragon body slid helplessly on the mountain rocks. There was an unyielding expression in his eyes. Taoist Master Xiao. Ao Tao's low and powerless voice came, "You. Can you take me out? I have something to tell Taoist Master. I don't want other dragons to know." Okay. Xiao Hua originally wanted to stall for time. When he heard that Ao Tao had something to say, he immediately agreed. He glanced at Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng and asked, "Do you want to come out too?" Ao Zhan hesitated for a moment and said, "Taoist Master, take Ao Tao up. I still want to go down and take a look." Since Ao Zhan wanted to go down, Ao Sheng naturally didn't want to be left behind. He replied, "I'll go down too." "Taoist Master, take Ao Tao up first." Okay. Xiao Hua took Ao Tao's body that was starting to feel cold and flew up the ring-shaped mountain. Just after flying for a meal, Ao Tao couldn't hold on anymore. He said in a low voice, "Taoist Master Xiao, I can't go up anymore. Let's just stay here. I'll explain everything to Taoist Master." Okay. Xiao Hua nodded, "I'm also very curious. You're obviously not Ao Zhan's opponent. There's also the avatar of Dragon Palace's great elder beside you. Why do you have to seek death?" "It's very simple." Ao Tao said in a low voice, "I have the same pure bloodline as Ao Zhan. I'm also the leader of the Gui clan." Xiao Hua was startled and instantly understood. In other words, although you are the leader on the surface, Ao Zhanji is the leader in the dark. But in reality, you are also the real leader, and you are the real leader in the dark. You could say that. Ao Tao replied, "The bloodline of the Gui clan can be divided into 2. Ao Zhan and I should be the same dragon." As he spoke, the black gas around Ao Tao slowly receded. The black armor also fell off, revealing a dragon head that looked exactly like Ao Zhan's. See. Xiao Hua was shocked, "What do you mean? No one knows my true appearance." Ao Tao said, "Not even the 2nd elder of Dragon Hall or the Dragon King of Dragon Palace. They only know that my bloodline is pure, they only know that I am a leader on the surface." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. "I was forced by the 2nd elder and had no choice but to submit to them. As long as I remain in this world, Ao Zhan will never be able to lead the Gui clan back to Dragon Island. Even if he really cultivated to the Great Sage Realm. So, to fulfill his wish, to let the 10 clans of Dragon Island have true peace, I must die. Does Great Elder know about this?" Whether Great Elder knows or not, I don't know. It's also not something I care about. Ao Tao squeezed out a smile. I can't even tell Ao Zhan about this. If he knows, there will definitely be a knot in his heart and he will definitely not be able to step into the great sage realm. But if I don't say it, who knows what methods the second elder and the rest of the dragon clan will use to deal with Ao Zhan. So, Taoist, I hope you can remind Ao Zhan when you have the chance. Why does it have to be this Xiao? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Because of Taoist Zhao's dragon bloodline. Ao Tao replied, and also for Taoist to complete Ao Zhan's true dragon bloodline. How do you know? Xiao Hua was shocked. I originally came from Ao Zhan's bloodline, my strength is similar to his. It can even be said that, we should be exactly the same. Ao Tao explained, and in the past, under the nurturing of the Dragon King of Dragon Palace, I was even a bit stronger than him. But now, his strength is more than a bit stronger than mine. Looking at his attitude towards Taoist, how can I not know? As for Taoist's bloodline, if I'm not wrong, it should be the Dragon Clan's Ho clan. At this point, Ao Tao's face turned red. Xiao Hua knew that it was the final radiance of the setting sun, and Ao Tao himself was also clear. No longer entangled in Xiao Hua's matter, he changed the topic and said, the dragon armor on my body belongs to the Ho clan's patriarch. Taoist, please give it to Ao Zhan. About my matter. Taoist, please don't tell Ao Zhan a single word. Moreover, if the second elder uses this as an excuse to blackmail him, you must clarify for me. This matter is of great importance. Taoist, please help me, help my Ho clan. Good. Don't worry. Xiao Hua nodded, I will definitely help you with this matter. Moreover, I will also try my best to not let you die. No, I must die. Ao Tao hurriedly said, if I didn't want to die, why would there be today's matter? Taoist, if you save me now, you will be harming Ao Zhan and my Ho clan. Forget it. Xiao Hua understood and sighed. Letting Ao Tao breathe his last, he put his soul into the inside of the space. Looking at Ao Tao's dragon body that was exactly the same as Ao Zhan's, Xiao Hua also put him into the space. This dragon body must not be allowed to be obtained by any other dragon clan member. Otherwise, it would be used against Ao Zhan for not being able to become a saint. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Ao Tao painstakingly asked Xiao Hua to send him up. Xiao Hua packed up, took the dragon armor and flew down. As he flew, he shouted, green-robed fellow Taoist, you take control of the body. I will go and see the secret of the crystal dragon seal. As he spoke, Xiao Hua pulled out the green-robed Xiao Hua and sent the crystal dragon seal into the space. His mind also entered it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Looking at the crystal dragon that was still surging with endless dragon patterns in the air, he raised his hand and pointed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's entire body turned into the shape of a dragon. As the dragon pattern changed, he gradually merged with it. Then, the entire space was gradually filled with a huge dragon-shaped shadow, just like a pillar of the sun's brilliance. About half an hour later, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure came out of the crystal dragon seal. In his hand was something that looked like a key. His face carried a kind of penetrating understanding. However, there was even more confusion in this understanding. The dragon-shaped shadow in the space also disappeared. Strange. It seems, this crystal dragon seal doesn't have any secret of the dragon clan's reproduction. How come there are some secrets of the dragon field? If I take this key. Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought to himself, damn it, even if I take this key, so what? I can't go to the dragon field anyway. What's the use of knowing this secret? But, since this thing is in my hands, can I still return it to them? These dragon clan members are scheming against each other. They are not much stronger than the human clan. Jade Archive Xiaohua came out of the space. Green-robed Xiaohua urged his figure to go deep into the deeper yuan. After finding Ao Zhan, Xiaohua raised the dragon armor and said with a smile, Ao Zhan, this is Ao Tao's battle armor. I think it's not bad, so I'll give it to you. Humph. Ao Zhan looked at the thick blood stains on the dragon armor and sneered, who would have the patience to use something left behind by this rebel dragon? Hee hee. Ao Sheng laughed, Ao Zhan, this is the dragon armor of your Ji clan leader. I'm afraid Ao Tao got it from the Dragon Palace. If you don't want it, won't you have to return it to the Dragon Palace? Won't that be too convenient for the Dragon Palace? Ao Zhan muttered. He kept the dragon armor and asked, where's Ao Tao's corpse? What corpse is there? Xiaohua spread out his hands, I originally wanted to send him outside, but I didn't leave. He couldn't do it. After saying a few words, the dragon chi was broken by the dragon spirit chi. Humph, he got lucky. Ao Zhan snorted and said, Daoist Xiao, don't talk about these unhappy things. There seems to be the aura of the dragon core below. It can't be. How can it be so easy to get the dragon core? Xiaohua was a little happy. Ao Sheng smiled and said, Daoist Xiao, can you give me the crystal dragon seal? What's the hurry? Xiaohua said impatiently, I'll give it to you when we get out of the deeper yuan. Hee hee. Ao Sheng smiled and said, I seem to have suddenly thought of a clue about the dragon cleansing pool. I wonder if Daoist Xiao wants to hear it. All right. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and agreed. After Ao Sheng said a few words, Xiaohua sneered, Ao Sheng, since you know this, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ao Sheng smiled. First of all, I want to say that I just found out about this. Secondly, I don't think Daoist Xiao has told me everything he knows, right? Xiaohua didn't understand what Ao Sheng was referring to, but he didn't want to argue. He took out the crystal dragon seal and handed it to Ao Sheng, asking Ao Zhan, is there really a dragon core here? I don't know if it's a dragon core or something. Senior Ao Qin left the crystal dragon seal in the deeper yuan, so he naturally felt the aura of this pill. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell Daoist Xiao about it? Ao Zhan replied, however, we're close to the folded jade forgotten land. There are broken space veins inside. Not only do we not dare to go in, even someone as strong as Senior Ao Qin doesn't want to take the risk. I have to go down and take a look. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, you all have your gains, but I'm the only one who is empty-handed. Whether this pill is a dragon core or not, I have to get it. I'll go with you. Ao Zhan answered without hesitation. Let's go. Ao Sheng also didn't hesitate. However, as the two dragons roared and flew for a while, the dragon chi in front of them became more and more unpredictable. Moreover, there were hidden spatial veins appearing in the space. The two dragons almost fell into them several times. Thus, the two dragons didn't dare to move forward and waited on the side. Chapter 40-32. Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't say much. After moving stealthily for a moment, he immediately opened his illusion breaker eyes and saw everything clearly. He saw that this place was somewhat similar to the space vein that Xiaohua encountered when he was in the nascent soul stage. Hidden void passages were connected together, and he couldn't distinguish where they went and where they came from. Moreover, within these space passages, there were some strange and incomprehensible brilliances that faintly appeared. Of course, this place was very different from before. Within Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes, there were countless splendor that resembled dragon patterns gushing out like a fountain. Each dragon pattern was so dazzling that Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes were somewhat sore. Moreover, each of these void passages was curved, and there were sections of pitch black where the curves were. Clearly, these were broken areas that couldn't be passed through. Even some of the passages that were slightly further away from Xiaohua, there were web-like light threads that covered the entire path. Not to mention the dragon body, even if Xiaohua used a transformation technique, he might not be able to pass through. The Dragon Hall's Great Elder is right. Xiaohua roughly looked for a moment and thought to himself, this should be the location of the broken space. When it was intact, it should have been connected to the so-called dragon field. But since there is still dragon chi rushing over, it means that there are still some places that have some connection to the dragon field. As for the size of the connection, I can't casually judge. While speaking, Xiaohua separated a trace of Yuan Shen. However, just as this trace of Yuan Shen left his body, a thunder-like sound rang out. His Yuan Shen was hit by the dragon patterns, and Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly withdrew his Yuan Shen. This is troublesome. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the web-like space vein in front of him. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. I can't even use my Yuan Shen. What else can I rely on? However, thinking about the temptation of the dragon core or the ancient golden core, and then thinking about how there was no warning in his heart until now, Xiaohua's heart became lively again. He urged his body and carefully flew towards the place where the dragon chi was the densest. Xiaohua's ethereal steps didn't require true chi. Moreover, he had a marvelous sense of direction in the void. Therefore, he was able to effortlessly fly towards the depths of this void vein that even the great elder of the Dragon Hall feared. If this fragment of the dragon domain was truly related to the dragon domain, then perhaps Xiaohua's fleshly body could really transform into a dragon and enter the dragon domain. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure was blocked by layers of fence-like light patterns in the time it took for Emil to fly in. This light pattern was black and white, and there was almost no space in the middle. Moreover, in this small space, strands of dragon patterns fiercely penetrated through. Clearly, this was the end of the stacked jade forgotten realm. Behind this light pattern was either a dragon realm or an inexplicable void. The black and white patterns of light did not flicker at all, as if they were engraved in that space. However, between the black and white, there was an absolute majesty that made Xiaohua's heart tremble. Xiaohua could sense the will of the world above the black and white patterns of light, but his delusion breaker Dharma eye could not see any trace of it from the black and white. At first, Xiaohua wanted to test the might of these light patterns with magic tools and other objects. However, when he sensed the powerful will within, he immediately strangled the thought of testing it. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would face if he touched the might of the world. Of course, the money grubber Xiaohua also wouldn't give up on any opportunity. He flew slightly closer to the light patterns. The dragon patterns that flew out from the light patterns were so sharp that when they landed on Xiaohua's fleshly body, it almost gave birth to a pain of being cut into pieces. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Clenching his teeth, a strand of divine sense came out from the space between his eyebrows. Rumble. Just as the strand of divine sense came out, countless thunder-like vibrations instantly entered Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. One after another, sparks that were 100 times more brilliant than the previous ones were born on top of the innate divine restriction. Outside the entire Naiwen Palace, all the innate divine restriction seemed to have come alive and slowly overflowed on the surface. Seeing that the dragon patterns had actually activated the innate divine restriction, how could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? The strand of divine sense hurriedly came out and landed on the black and white light patterns. Just as the strand of divine sense came in contact with the black and white light patterns, two indescribable ripples came out from the black and white light patterns respectively. When the ripples came in contact with the strand of divine sense, the strand of divine sense immediately turned into countless granules. These countless granules then immediately disappeared into the dragon patterns without a trace. The strand of divine sense disappeared, but the ripples didn't disappear. Following the origin of the strand of divine sense, they landed on the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Boom! There was a soundless muffled thunder, as if the entire world had collapsed in an instant. Xiaohua only felt one black and one white, one from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. All of his senses immediately disappeared, and everything ceased to exist. Looking at Xiaohua's fleshly body again, in an instant, it was like a strand of divine sense. As the ripples entered his body, they turned into granules from the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, although each granule was half black and half white, they weren't scattered by the dragon patterns like the strand of divine sense. Moreover, after the countless dragon patterns fell into these granules and caused the granules to shake, some more dragon patterns actually seeped out from the other side of the granules. Xiaohua's fleshly body was almost destroyed, and the Tao foundation that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was even more annihilated by the ripples. However, just like the granulation of the fleshly body, after the Tao foundation was destroyed, it also left behind a tiny, almost inaudible like a red seed. This unforeseen event came really quickly. Xiaohua's mind didn't have time to hide in the space. He saw black and white filling his eyes, and his mind also became pure. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe it was a snap of a finger, maybe it was millions of years, but Xiaohua's mind already didn't have any concept of time. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded in his mind, "I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts." Actually, from the moment Lu Zhen met sister-in-law, I've been thinking about why we were bullied by others but didn't have the power to fight back. It wasn't until this time, when I was injured by the bandits when I was marrying sister-in-law, that I knew the answer. It was because we didn't have martial arts, we didn't have enough strength to make others fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people definitely wouldn't dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come to our door? There's no guarantee that we can always rely on other people's protection. Only by mastering martial arts can we truly face the bandits. Only by learning martial arts will I be able to protect myself and everyone else. This voice was so childish, but also so determined. Hearing it, Xiaohua's mind, which seemed to be an idiot, suddenly woke up. Similarly, under the Tao foundation, the weak seed also began to beat. Is this my original intention? Xiaohua asked himself. It was as if this distant memory had been erased from his mind, and was suppressed to the bottom of his memory by hundreds of years of radiant splendor and light dust. Is this what I did? Following Xiaohua's rhetorical question, a series of familiar yet strange old memories jumped out one after another. These memories were not connected, nor were there any order to them. However, the more Xiaohua looked at them, the more resolute his heart became. And the seed under the Tao foundation grew crazily, as if it had been watered with spiritual liquid. Previously, there might have been some flaws or cracks in the Tao foundation, but now they were all gone, crystal clear and flawless. Not bad. In the end, after the huge sea monster got the immortal morning pill, the light screen and memories no longer appeared. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, and an indescribable determination appeared like a mountain. I treat the world with kindness, I treat the people with benevolence, I treat the world with firmness, I treat the sun and the moon with sincerity. If I don't become an immortal, who will? Shua. At this time, in the space, where Xiaohua of the Way of the Heavens was, an obscure fluctuation came out from the space and fell on the granulated Xiaohua. The countless granules gathered together, seemingly to form a complete Xiaohua. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's figure was about to heal, another fluctuation came out from the black and white, and Xiaohua's figure was forcefully separated. Just when Xiaohua's mind became blurry again, the familiar flickering light in his childhood dream slowly appeared. Under the fluctuation, Xiaohua's figure finally became complete. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and the flickering light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Then, Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer, and urged his figure to fly back. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's figure stopped at a place. This place was also a space passage, and Xiaohua also knew that this passage was basically closed, and there wouldn't be any exit. However, Xiaohua had a very strong feeling that there was something very important inside. Dragon Core? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and stared at the entrance of the passage. The entrance of this passage was a little strange. Several irregular light patterns were faintly discernible. These light patterns not only blocked the dragon aura from gushing out, but also covered up the remaining brilliance. It seemed that there was a lot of danger inside. Facing the strange light patterns, Xiaohua already didn't dare to make any attempts. Previously, if there wasn't the fluctuation of light tracing, Xiaohua would have already turned into dust. But if he had to give up the dragon core, Xiaohua was also somewhat reluctant. After quietly observing for a moment, Xiaohua found some opportunity. When the light patterns disappeared again, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to urge his figure, and drifted into the passage. Just as Xiaohua entered, the concealed light patterns appeared from another direction, and blocked Xiaohua's retreat. So close! Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and continued to fly forward. Not only the entrance of this passage was strange, even the inside was also very strange. It was like a winding path on top of a mountain, mostly twisted. This is... After flying for a while, Xiaohua didn't even remember how many turns he had taken. Suddenly, a scarlet dragon shape appeared in front of his eyes. This dragon-shaped brilliance was too brilliant, dazzling Xiaohua's delirium vision to the point of dizziness. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly closed his delirium vision. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a palm-sized crystal dragon quietly floating in the air. And far away from the dragon, there was a fist-sized pill, like a stardust, slowly rotating. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hands, one in each hand grabbing the dragon and the pill. Chapter 40-33. Xiaohua's hand had just touched the medicinal pill. 1. The medicinal pill unexpectedly issued a roaring sound like a magic treasure. However, even though the medicinal pill seemed to have spirituality and jumped a few times, it still obediently fell into Xiaohua's left hand, smoothly exceeding Xiaohua's expectations. But at the same time, before Xiaohua's right hand could touch the crystal dragon, roar. The crystal dragon suddenly moved, turning into a stream of light and flying in the direction Xiaohua came from. Damn it! Although Xiaohua had obtained the medicinal pills, he still felt very uncomfortable seeing the little crystal dragon fly away. Cursing under his breath, he sent the medicinal pills into his space and chased after it. After chasing for a while, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the path the crystal dragon flew was exactly the same as the path he flew in. Even when he came in previously, it would appear again when he stopped at certain places. Damn it, it can't be. Xiaohua woke up. Could it be, this crystal dragon accidentally entered this space passage? It has been waiting for a dragon to come and find it? If this crystal dragon is like this, then what about the dragon pill? Could it have also entered here by mistake? While Xiaohua was thinking, the crystal dragon had already flown out of the light pattern. The timing was really just right. Xiaohua had no choice but to wait at the place where the light pattern was, waiting for the next time to disappear before coming out of the space passage. After coming out, Xiaohua flew out of the space passage and flew towards where Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were. However, when Xiaohua flew back, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were already gone. Humph! Xiaohua sneered. Needless to say, the crystal dragon must have appeared. The two dragons chased after it at the same time. Neither of them wanted this mysterious dragon to fall into the other's hands. Xiaohua stopped for a while, then flew towards the entrance of the deep air lock. After leaving the ring-shaped mountain, the restrictions that were previously all over the place had disappeared. Xiaohua released his Yuan Shen, but he didn't see any dragons, monsters, or humans around. It was quiet. Xiaohua thought for a while, then sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. In the space, the pill he just received turned into a flame that was dozens of feet large and floated in the air. On the surface of the flame, there were tens of thousands of tiny vortexes. In the center of these vortexes were strands of crystal silk, which was the unique brilliance of the space. This Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the huge medicinal pill, and his face immediately showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, this might really be a dragon pill. The elixir refined by the dragon god in the dragon domain. Even if it was not consumed by the dragon race, it was definitely not something that ordinary Dao sect cultivators could consume. With such a tremendous medicinal strength, even if it was me, I would still explode from the medicinal strength. If I had guessed correctly, the pill from the upper realm must have been left behind in the space vein and was flushed into the space passage with no exit by the dragon chi. Now, I had obtained it by chance. Sigh, what a pity. So what if I get it? Just look at it and don't consume it. As he spoke, Xiaohua saw Xiaogua, who had always been diligent, standing there and looking at the medicinal pill as if she was worshipping it. Her eyes were filled with shock. Oh. Xiaogua, what did you see? Jade Archive. Xiaohua asked curiously. Reporting to Master. Xiaogua's gaze was reluctant to move away from the medicinal pill, and she replied, I saw the alchemy technique that Master taught me before in the flames, and I also saw other alchemy techniques that I have never learned before. It can be like this. Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the flaming medicinal pill in disbelief. Unfortunately, even if he was Jade Archive Xiaohua, he still could not see anything from the flames. Master. Xiaogua asked timidly, can I use those alchemy techniques to refine medicinal pills? Of course you can, why not? Jade Archive. Xiaohua immediately replied with a smile, Xiaogua, the more you can refine and better medicinal pills, the happier this old man will be. Thank you, Master. Xiaogua was overjoyed and looked at the sky with even more focus. Sigh, I worked hard for nothing. Jade Archive. Xiaohua sighed and withdrew from the space. After waiting for another half a day, seeing that Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan had not returned, Xiaohua stood up and smiled, hee. Since Ao Sheng is not coming back, then don't blame this Xiao for not keeping his promise. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool myself. Xiaohua originally did not know where the dragon cleansing pool was. In the deep air lake, he had forced Ao Sheng to reveal some vague clues. At that time, Ao Sheng had agreed to go with Xiaohua, but now that there was an unforeseen event, Xiaohua could only look for it himself. Beside a stream, outside 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, for seasons alternating. Xiaohua randomly picked a direction and flew, pondering as he flew. What does this mean? Is it the location of the dragon cleansing pool, or the place where it appears? This sentence was naturally transmitted to Xiaohua by Ao Sheng, but unfortunately, Xiaohua still did not understand the meaning of this sentence. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua frowned and descended from the sky. This was because below him, in the valley, there were not only huge amounts of dragon crystals, but also dozens of badly mutilated dragon bodies. Just like what he saw before, many of the dragon bodies had their hearts cut by sharp blades. Sigh, the dragon palace of the 4 seas. After witnessing the confrontation between Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and the Dragon Hall's great elder, Xiaohua increasingly felt that the dragon race was much smarter than ordinary monster race. In terms of scheming, they even surpassed the human race. Since the Dragon Island was like this, then how bad could the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas be? Xiaohua could not help but sigh inwardly, this must be for some benefits. They recklessly attacked in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiaohua collected the dozens of dragon bodies, and also collected the huge amount of huge rocks. Only then did he fly into the sky and fly far away. Right after Xiao Hua flew away, a strange shadow slowly rose from the depression in the mountain peak in the distance. It stared at Xiao Hua's back for a long time. Xiao Hua naturally did not know that there was a shadow behind him that even his own Yuan Shen did not notice. He only released his Yuan Shen to explore the surroundings. After all, in the verse, there was beside a stream, so he naturally had to find the stream first. The Stacked Jade Legacy realm was very strange. There was no stream at all, let alone a lake. This was very inconsistent with the Dragon Island located in the Four Seas. It was also because of this that Xiao Hua was confident that he could find the dragon cleansing pool. After all, as long as he could see the stream, it meant that the dragon cleansing pool was close by. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua did not find the stream, but he did find a lot of dragon crystals and piled them up in the space. On this day, another winding mountain range appeared. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to stop, a few unfamiliar Yuanshan swept over from the mountain range. When these Yuanshan swept past Xiao Hua, they immediately locked onto Xiao Hua. A few dragon roars could be heard from below the mountain range. 5 huge dragons of different colors surrounded Xiao Hua with clouds. The light red dragon in front opened its mouth and shouted loudly, "Are you Dao Sex Xiao Hua?" Just when the Yuanshan locked onto Xiao Hua already sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, his flying technique was not fast enough in this place. The 5 huge dragons easily surrounded him. When he heard the huge dragon speak, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had encountered trouble. He pondered for a bit, then cupped his hands and said, "That's right, I am Xiao Hua. I wonder why fellow immortal is looking for I. Where's Ao Sheng?" Another dark blue huge dragon released his Yuanshan and looked around, then asked. Xiao Hua shook his head, "I was with Ao Sheng earlier, but for some reason, he suddenly left because of some matters. After that, I never saw him again. I'm afraid he has already died in the experiential learning." A yellow huge dragon laughed loudly. Ao Sheng's life and death has nothing to do with you or me. The huge dragon that spoke first said, "We only need to kill him." Just a human cultivator. I don't know how you got the favor of the Dragon Palace Elder, to actually come to the Stacked Jade Legacy realm for experiential learning. A light gray huge dragon seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiao Hua entering the Stacked Jade Legacy realm first. He snorted coldly, like a huge thunderbolt, and muttered. The last purple huge dragon that didn't speak until now said coldly, "Why are you saying so much? Just kill this despicable human. Second brother already passed the information to us. If he didn't ruin things, this king could have completely taken over the Heavenly Abode River after returning to the Dragon Palace from the Dragon Island. And now, all the credit is taken away by second brother. You." Hearing the purple huge dragon's words, Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "You are the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace. You are the 7th Prince Baipan." Roar. Hearing Xiao Hua call him Baipan, the 7th Prince was furious. He raised his head and roared, "Human, this daddy is the 7th Prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng. Don't associate this daddy with that tiger-shaped thing. That thing is only this daddy's descendant, it is only fit to be carried in the mortal world's government." Xiao Hua's eyes turned quickly, looking around, he said with some fear, "Since the second prince has already returned to the Dragon Palace, then the dragon race of the Heavenly Abode River was also captured by him. What's the use of venting your anger on I now? Damn human, you ruined my North Sea Dragon Palace's great matter, ruined this king's good thing. How can this king spare you?" Ao Jing roared, waving his dragon claws, he shouted at the other dragons, "Don't talk to him anymore, Ao Yen, you and the others attack." After looking for him for so many days, he finally ran into our subordinates, don't let him escape. Roar! The 4 huge dragons roared, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes flashed fiercely as he saw that this was not going to end well. With a loud shout, he took out the wishful staff and flew towards the light gray dragon, Ao Yen, without activating the heavenly law's embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua's figure was tall and thin, in front of Ao Yan's gigantic dragon form, he was truly insignificant. However, the dragon aura around Ao Yan's body surged, filling up the space within 1,000 feet. When Xiaohua neared, a fishy smell came from within the dragon scales. The dragon claws seemed to be piercing through tens of thousands of sharp swords, enveloping Xiaohua's surroundings and piercing towards him. Chapter 40-34. Wu. The wishful steel staff stirred the dragon chi and smashed into Ao Yan's dragon claw. Before it could get close, the wind from the dragon claw was extinguished. Moreover, just as Ao Yan was shocked and wanted to avoid the wishful steel staff and grab Xiaohua's body, the wishful steel staff hit the side of the dragon claw at an extremely strange angle. Ah! Ao Yan screamed and the dragon claw immediately collapsed. Looking at Xiaohua again, his figure suddenly urged, wanting to use the power of the staff to escape the encirclement of the 5 dragons. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could fly more than 100 feet, a thunderous cyan spear appeared in front of Xiaohua. The dark blue dragon that was previously on the side of Xiaohua showed a human form, and the long spear crossed the sky and pointed at Xiaohua's chest. Second Prince is right, the human race is the most cunning. We just started to fight, and you want to escape before even a move and a half. This kind of thinking. How is this the demeanor of a master? Boom. Xiaohua did not dare to neglect. He waved the wishful steel staff and sent the long spear flying. At the same time, his figure retreated. When he squinted his eyes and looked around, he found that he was still under the siege of the 5 dragons. Except for the position of the 7th Prince Ao Zheng, the position of the other 4 dragons had changed. Even the 5 dragons had shrunk their dragon bodies and turned into human form in order to trap him. Grandma, this. I'm afraid it's a kind of array formation of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua was a master of array formations. Now, he understood at a glance and secretly complained, I'm afraid my plan to escape with the help of a small body will not work. Xiaohua had already fought with Ao Yan. Although he injured Ao Yan, now looking at Ao Yan's indifferent appearance and the teasing look in her eyes, it was obvious that he had deliberately injured himself before to reveal his true purpose. Xiaohua was now accustomed to the cunning of the dragon clan. He roared and displayed the heavenly law embodiment technique. He waved the wishful steel staff and flew toward the light red dragon clan. As early as in the Dragon Palace Hall, the Great Elder had already told Xiaohua about the strangeness of the stacked jade legacy realm. Naturally, Xiaohua was already prepared in his heart. Although all magical powers such as divine thoughts could not be used, he relied on the monster body and the dragon vein to still be at ease in the stacked jade legacy realm. He even broke Ao Jiao's Lihan heaven. Xiaohua gradually threw the Great Elder's words to the back of his mind. He felt that by relying on his own monster race cultivation method, he could also get whatever he wanted. But now that he had encountered Ao Zheng and the other 4 dragons whose elemental power was around the 6th or 7th grade, Xiaohua realized that his monster race cultivation was still too shallow. Compared with these old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated for thousands of years, he was too far away. Seeing that Xiaohua had transformed into his Transcendence golden body, the North Sea Dragon clan knew that Xiaohua had given up on escaping and was ready to fight to the death. The group of dragons also urged their dragon chi and revealed their dragon bodies. When the light red dragon clan saw Xiaohua flying over, he also opened his mouth and a flame spear fell into his hand. He danced and fought with Xiao Hua. The North Sea Dragon Palace originally had a foundation. The dragons who could follow Ao Zheng to participate in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm were naturally the elites of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The magical powers of this light red dragon clan were not inferior to Xiao Hua's. Under the dragon chi of the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, he was even more valiant than Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua was already at a disadvantage, Ao Zheng and the other dragons gradually relaxed their vigilance. The 4 dragons only guarded the 4 corners to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping and did not particularly press him. Xiao Hua seemed to be focused on the fight with the light red dragon clan, but the light in his eyes was still looking around. When he saw the 4 dragons relax, his figure immediately burst out, and the wishful steel staff sword, hitting the opponent. The light red dragon clan was naturally shocked. The long spear danced, and the end of the spear swept across. Boom! The spear collided with the wishful steel staff, but this time, it was somewhat beyond the dragon's expectations. The force from Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was stronger than before, and the dragon's long spear was somewhat bent. The dragon hurriedly urged his dragon chi, and his strength rose again. At this moment, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff shrank, and his whole body fell down extremely strangely with the force of the long spear. The dragon was stunned, but in a flash, he understood. His body moved, and the long spear chased after him. He shouted, "Second Prince, this cunning human still wants to escape." However, before he finished speaking, where the long spear was pointing, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared. Even if he swept with his primordial thought, he could not find any trace at all. Quick! In the distance, Ao Yen shouted, "Ao Ding, you continue to chase, I will chase above, don't let him create a diversion. Ao Yu, check the left. Ao Long, check the right." Ao Zheng's face was also red, and he seemed to be a little angry. He had been stable and motionless all this time, but now he could not help but move. He ordered and flew down. 7th King, the yellow dragon Ao Yu hurriedly reminded, "Don't worry, let's stabilize the formation, got it." Ao Zheng waved his dragon claws impatiently, "You and the others, quickly kill this human, yes." Ao Yu and the others released their primordial thought to search around, and although Ao Zheng said that he would not move, his body still flew up. As he flew up, the space that was previously sealed by the 5 dragon auras began to have some gaps, and the dragon chi from outside began to pour in. However, Ao Zheng seemed to be a little anxious, and did not care about this. His dragon head looked around, worried that Xiao Hua would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Suddenly, Ao Zheng stretched out his claws, and a purple spear appeared out of thin air, piercing towards the slanted space above without any warning. Pang! With a loud sound, at the tip of the spear, circles of ripples appeared, and the space was slightly distorted. Behind these ripples, Xiao Hua's figure was revealed. That spear pierced into Xiao Hua's arm, and Xiao Hua's face was not only filled with pain, but also extreme shock. Ha ha ha! Ao Zheng laughed loudly, and at the same time, the 4 dragons who released their primordial thought to search around also laughed. They all stopped, and their figures cooperated with Ao Zheng, surrounding Xiao Hua in a formation. You guys already knew?" Xiao Hua's right hand landed on the spear that pierced into his arm, and he asked in surprise. Ao Zheng said proudly, "Cunning human. Don't you know the magical powers of the Dragon King's 9 sons? Just now you called this king Bai An, and in just a moment you forgot about Bai An's magical powers?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and sighed, this Xiao really forgot. Bai An is enshrined in the court of justice, naturally because Bai An is very observant, and nothing in the world can be hidden from his eyes. So you, the Dragon King's 7th prince, also have this magical power. Since you know, then die. Ao Zheng laughed sinisterly, and his dragon claws suddenly became thicker, and even dragon scales appeared on the spear, and drilled into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the spear that had almost transformed into a dragon's shape was grabbed by the neck, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Damn it! Ao Zheng urged his dragon power, but he actually could not pull out the spear, and he unconsciously lost face. He immediately understood that when he was plotting against Xiaohua, Xiaohua also played a small trick on him. Dragon patterns appeared on Ao Zheng's body, and he madly pounced towards Xiaohua, and his dragon claws involuntarily exerted strength again. Woo! Xiaohua suddenly loosened his grip, and his whole body floated away like a paper man, and disappeared in a moment. My lord! Ao Ding and the other dragons were shocked. If Xiaohua escaped at this time, it would really be a big loss of face. Ao Zheng did not say anything, and a blue light flashed on his dragon horn, and like a thunderbolt, a brilliance flew everywhere, and the space around thousands of feet around was torn apart by this brilliance, but Xiaohua, who was good at escaping, was not in this space at all. Damn it! Ao Zheng roared, and the dragon scales on his body emitted a rare purple cloud, and the entire cloud rushed into the space like a hurricane, wreaking havoc in places where the brilliance could not find. However, Xiaohua seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and there was no sign of him appearing at all. Phew! Ao Zheng exhales and raises his head to look at the four dragons who want to speak but don't dare to. He suddenly laughs. Damn it, no wonder second brother said that this Xiaohua is cunning. This king still unknowingly fell into his scheme. Forget it, why is this king wasting time with him? As he spoke, Ao Zheng opened his mouth, and a faint purple dragon breath came out, and then a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out, supported by the dragon breath. The dragon pearl's brilliance was faint, but where the brilliance went, all the dragon chi showed the shape of dragon patterns, and at the top of the space, in a corner, Xiaohua's figure appeared. Roar! The one closest to Xiaohua was the deep blue dragon Ao Long, and Xiaohua was at the edge of his perception. If he moved slightly, as long as the five dragons relaxed in the slightest, Xiaohua would immediately escape through this gap, and Ao Long could not help but cry out in alarm. Xiaohua sighed when he saw that the light had appeared and his body was exposed. Without the escape techniques that he usually had, in front of these five giant dragons whose elemental energy was around the 7th level, he was doomed. Ao Long cried out in alarm, and also opened his mouth, taking out a jade bottle-like dragon weapon, and then a brilliance rushed out from the dragon weapon, and the nearby dragon chi crazily rushed in, only to see a waterfall rushing out from the dragon weapon, smashing towards Xiaohua. Seeing the surging water, each drop of water containing great power, Xiaohua not only did not panic, but a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. In the past, he relied on the innate true water to kill countless enemies, but now, he was blocked by a dragon using the same Dao method. Roar! Xiaohua did not dodge, and the heavenly law's embodiment of earth rapidly absorbed the dragon chi, and strands of dragon patterns also appeared on the surface of his bronze body. Swish! Ao Long's jade water rushed onto Xiaohua's Dharma body without any suspense, and not only did countless water sparks appear, even the surrounding space was somewhat distorted by these splashes of water. However, what made Ao Long stunned was that Xiaohua's body only flashed brilliantly, and the splashes of water did not cause any harm to Xiaohua at all. Chapter 40-35. No, no way. Ao Long was a little absent-minded. The dragon weapon in his hand also awkwardly stopped in midair. Of course, he didn't think that Xiaohua's body would be reborn in the blood pool. How could his dragon weapon injure him? Woo! Xiaohua took advantage of Ao Long's distraction and swung his wishful staff. Boom! It hit the dragon weapon. A burst of splendor splashed, like a silver bottle leaking. Countless splashes seeped out from the cracked dragon weapon, causing Ao Long to be flustered. "I'll meet Taoist Master Xiao." The light red dragon Ao Ding hurriedly came out from the side. He opened his mouth and a fiery red ring came out. The ring rushed out and immediately ignited with flames. The flames were blue and purple, scorching the space within 1,000 feet. Xiao Hua sneered. Since he started cultivating, when was he afraid of going overboard? He was about to wave the wishful staff in his hand when he heard Ao Zheng, who was beside him, roaring, "Don't do anything. All of you go together. Kill him as soon as possible. Once this matter is over, we still have the more important foreseas debate." "Okay." Hearing Ao Zheng's anger, Ao Ding and the other dragons didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly urged their dragon chi and surrounded Xiao Hua. At the same time, they took out their dragon weapons and attacked Xiao Hua at the same time. "Cunning dragons!" Xiao Hua shouted, for 7th grade dragons actually besieged Xiao Hua, a human. "If this spread out, I'll be laughed at." "Huh, Xiao Hua, you're wrong." Ao Zheng laughed, "They're only 6th grade elemental energy. Only with the help of dragon chi here can they have the strength of upper 6th grade. Their cultivation should be about the same as yours. Moreover, do you think you can escape from me today? Can others hear your grievances?" "Okay," Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and sneered, "in that case, I have no choice but to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace. I don't have any face to begin with, so it doesn't matter." "Xiao Hua, you're overestimating yourself." At this moment, Ao Zheng's figure also started to move. His ability was the highest and should be at the middle stage of the 7th grade of origin power. However, he was the same as Ao Jing. Other than the fact that he was a little angry previously and lost his composure, he did not particularly step forward during the fight. As Xiao Hua's voice fell, the bronze brilliance around Xiao Hua's body gradually retracted. Shortly after, his arms and other parts of his body began to mutate. Command edicts that were harder than sharp swords were born. An aura of disdain for the entire world was born from Xiao Hua's body. This aura grew denser and denser, and in the end, it actually forced the 5 dragons to fly back several thousand meters. Ga. Just as the 5 dragons were once again dumbfounded, the heavenly phoenix's demonic body, the phoenix parasol tree, appeared. The phoenix parasol tree raised its head and let out a long cry. The dragon chi in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers swarmed into the phoenix parasol tree, and the flame-like phantom around the phoenix parasol tree swayed wildly. Woo! After the phoenix parasol tree appeared, it did not give Ao Zheng and the other dragons a chance to catch their breath. It stretched out its twin thorns and the phoenix beak pierced through the void, directly pecking at Aou's forehead. The phoenix parasol tree's claws, which were even more arrogant than Aou's dragon claws, carried an unparalleled amount of dragon chi as it sharply scratched at Aou's chest. Roar! Aou was stunned at first, but then he went berserk. As he roared, his dragon body expanded by 3 times and he pounced at the phoenix parasol tree. Rumble! The dragon and phoenix fought fiercely, and the dragon chi exploded. Pieces of flesh and territory flew out amidst the explosion. Although Aou's dragon body was not as tough as the phoenix parasol tree's phoenix body, his control of the dragon body and the use of dragon chi far surpassed the phoenix parasol tree's. Although the phoenix parasol tree's dragon body was torn to pieces, Aou also used his dragon tail to entangle the phoenix parasol tree's wings. The dragon armor on his dragon head even took the opportunity to pierce 2 large bloody holes in the phoenix parasol tree's arms. Roar! Just as the phoenix parasol tree's left claw was about to pierce Aou's abdomen, Ao Ding roared and pounced from the phoenix parasol tree's back, flames shooting out of his mouth and nose. Damn it! Though the phoenix parasol tree wasn't afraid of the flames, he didn't dare underestimate Ao Ding when he saw his back. He spread his wings and ignored the injured Aou, preparing to meet Ao Ding's attack. But right at this moment, an invisible restriction appeared around his body like shackles, and began to restrict his movements. This is bad. Alarmed, the phoenix parasol tree hurriedly looked around. Ao Zheng, who'd been standing quietly, was now swimming around him with the other 3 dragons. Clouds of gray, blue, red, yellow, and purple surged out of the 5 dragons' bodies. These clouds intertwined with the dragon chi and spun for nearly 1,000 miles. The chains that were imprisoning the phoenix parasol were clearly born from these clouds. Damn it, so this is the real purpose of the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon formation. The phoenix parasol tree finally understood. The 5 dragons had taken turns to attack him, but it was all a ruse. Ao Zheng's true intention was to trap him to death with the formation. Dragons were truly cunning. Caw. The phoenix parasol tree let out another long cry and flapped his wings. The binding force was greatly reduced, and he reached out with his right claw. An illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of Ao Ding's abdomen. Whoosh! A bloody gash dozens of meters long appeared, and dragon blood flowed out. Wounded by the phoenix parasol tree as soon as they met, Ao Ding hurriedly retreated in fright. Roar! Right at this moment, the image of an enormous dragon suddenly appeared on the phoenix Wu's back. As soon as it appeared, it immediately roared furiously, and then the dragon chi in an area of 500 kilometers seemed to have gone mad and charged towards the dragon and phoenix. Expanses of gorgeous multicolored light suddenly appeared around the dragon and phoenix, and rays of multicolored light were reflected from within the multicolored light. Dragon and phoenix parasol tree? Ao Zheng was shocked, and then greed appeared in his eyes. He roared, "Capture this human alive, capture this demon phoenix alive." Before Ao Zheng could finish speaking, a series of cryptic draconic words came out from the dragon-shaped phantom. As soon as the draconic words appeared, the draconic aura that was madly pouring in suddenly became violent. Balls of draconic aura that were dozens of miles long began to condense. Within a range of 500 miles, countless balls of draconic aura instantly gathered. These balls of dragon chi were like warriors, ready to pounce on Ao Zheng. Dragon. Heavenly draconic technique? Ao Zheng was completely dumbfounded. Not only did he not expect Xiaofan to know the heavenly draconic technique, but he also didn't expect it to be so powerful. Run. Ao Zheng looked at the dense balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles. His body moved quickly, and he charged straight up into the sky. As soon as Ao Zheng rushed up, a flaw appeared in the dragon formation of the 5 dragons. The phoenix parasol tree had no intention of chasing Ao Zheng at all. It spread its wings, and its huge body immediately rushed out like a meteor, flying in a certain direction. The moment the phoenix parasol tree rushed out of the encirclement of the 5 dragons, the balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly disappeared at the same time. This. Ao Zheng had just rushed 10,000 feet into the sky when he naturally felt the change in the dragon chi. At this time, how could he not know that Xiaohua's heavenly draconic technique was only half-baked and had no power at all? He was actually scared to this extent by Xiaohua's empty fort strategy. It was really a disgrace to the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Chase. Ao Zheng roared and chased after the phoenix parasol tree without stopping. Ao Yu and Ao Ding dragged their injured bodies, and Ao Long and Ao Yen also roared as they chased after it. Although the 5 dragons were heroic, other than Ao Zheng, the other 4 dragons had the same thought. Damn it, how can we catch up to such a cunning human? Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua who was in front of the 5 dragons had already disappeared. The 5 dragons did not know whether Xiaohua flew away or was hiding in the surroundings. Moreover, other than Ao Zheng, the 4 dragons did not dare to be too far away, for fear that Xiao Hua would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Roar! Ao Zheng let out a furious roar. He swung his dragon tail and flipped over a small mountain. He then flew to another place. The other 4 dragons shrunk their necks. No one dared to say anything. They followed him with their tails between their legs. 5 dragons with 6th or 7th grade essence energy actually let a human escape in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. If word got out, it would really be a disgrace to the dragons. 2 hours later, at the place where Ao Zheng overturned the small mountain, Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Xiao Hua, who had successfully escaped from the 5 dragons, actually had a vexed expression on his face. Damn it, this Feng Wu's incarnation was originally reserved for this Xiao to use when walking in the Thousand Demons sacred realm in the future. Now, it was actually forced to reveal by Ao Zheng. What a blunder, Xiao Hua thought to himself. But, if I don't use the phoenix body, what other divine abilities can this Xiao have? That demonic blade had just been activated once. If I activate it consecutively, perhaps I can kill Ao Zheng, but what about this Xiao? I'm afraid I will also fall into the demonic path, right? Sigh, now that I think about it, this world is really wonderful. This Xiao cultivated Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, demons, and other divine abilities, but here, I can only rely on the demon race's divine abilities to escape. Looks like the saying of the ancients, there's no harm in having more skills, it's really not wrong. Also, this Xiao has seen many demons, and each one of them is all brawn and no brains. But why is this dragon race more cunning than the other? From Ao Jing to Ao Zhan, then to Ao Zheng, one scheme after another. They are simply more intelligent than the human race. Fortunately, there's Ao Tao in Deep Air Abyss who values friendship. Otherwise, this Xiao really wouldn't dare to deal with the dragon race in the future. Xiao Hua looked at the direction Ao Zheng and the others chased after him. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and flew in another direction. He found a call and hid in it like before. He already understood that in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, the divine abilities related to the dragon race were the most popular. Now, although he had obtained the dragon jade, he only focused on the dragon transformation art. He didn't cultivate the heavenly dragon jade technique in the dragon jade technique. Just now, when he was forced to helplessly by Ao Zheng, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the heavenly dragon jade technique in a hurry. Sure enough, although Xiao Hua didn't cultivate it, in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, when Xiao Hua slightly used the heavenly dragon jade technique, it immediately had an inconceivable effect. Since that was the case, there was still time. Why didn't Xiao Hua comprehend 1 or 2 heavenly dragon jade techniques before looking for the dragon cleansing pool? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.